Konoha Uchiha, I get stronger by causing trouble. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 Corpse Veins. I'm curious, how did you become enemies with that guy? He really wants to kill you. Seeing that Uchiha seemed to recognize the identity of White Zetsu, Scorpion of the Red Sand asked curiously. I don't know him, but I think his lurking method is very good, so I want to bring him back for a search. Uchiha didn't know if there were still White Zetsu around, so he could only pretend not to know. Otherwise, if what he said was heard by White Zetsu and then passed to Uchiha Madara's ears, the old guy would think that he knew so much and wanted to kill him, which would be troublesome. Although Uchiha Madara wanted to kill him now, he didn't think he had put his heart into it. Humph, you will tell me sooner or later. See my artwork. Seeing that Uchiha refused to say anything, Scorpion of the Red Sand snorted coldly and slowly opened the scroll in his hand. Bang! After a puff of smoke, a human puppet appeared in front of Uchiha. At the same time, Scorpion of the Red Sand also stretched out his palm, and light blue chakra lines appeared on his 5 fingers, connecting to the human puppet. Under the control of the Red Sand Scorpion, the human puppet slowly floated into the air. The human puppet was wearing a long robe, with its head lowered, and its long black hair draped down. He frowned slightly. It was not the human puppet of the third Kazakage. Looking at this strange human puppet, he could not tell its identity for a while. In his impression, the Red Sand Scorpion had never had such a human puppet. He thought it should be a transitional one. However, he was not careless. To be favored by the Red Sand Scorpion and made into a human puppet, it must have its own unique features. Facing the unknown, he used a fire escape to explore the way for the sake of being conservative. He clapped his hands and took a deep breath. Fire escape dragon fire jutsu. In an instant, a ball of flame suddenly spurted out of Kanhi's mouth and shot towards the human puppet in the air along a straight line. Facing Kanhi's fire escape, the Red Sand Scorpion just smiled slightly, and the finger that was already connected to the puppet began to tremble. Kakaka. The human puppet suspended in the air suddenly raised its head, looked at Kaien with a pair of calm eyes, and then stretched out its hands. Immediately, bones broke out of the palms of both hands, and then a semicircular bone escape was formed in front of the human puppet. Seeing this scene, Kaien finally knew the identity of this puppet. The Uchiha clan in the Land of Water has a Shikotsu bloodline limit. Good guy, it's really an artist. How could he choose a corpse with a bloodline limit to transform it into a human puppet? And it's the Shikotsu bloodline, which is considered a good bloodline limit in the ninja world. The scorching and penetrating fire escape, dragon fire technique was easily blocked by bone escape. Seeing this, Kaien increased the output of chakra. For a moment, a large amount of chakra turned into flames, and the dragon fire technique directly increased by more than twice. But I didn't expect that the dragon fire technique that can shoot through giant trees and melt steel can't beat a piece of bone escape. Hahaha, is this your fire escape? It's nothing special. Do you think I will come to you without any preparation? The skeleton of this human puppet has been soaked in special potions, and it has strong heat resistance. I suggest you try using the wind and fire combination ninjutsu. Seeing that his human puppet easily blocked Kaien's fire escape, Scorpion laughed triumphantly. At the beginning, he lost to Kaien in the ninjutsu battle, which led to his defeat. He has always remembered this matter in his heart, and he also knows Kaien's information in detail. He is best at wind and fire attributes in ninjutsu, so Scorpion has made corresponding preparations. Now seeing the effect of his preparations, he suddenly feels that it is worth it for him to stay in the laboratory and develop human puppets without paying attention for all those years. Since the fire escape has no effect, Kaien will no longer waste his chakra and stop releasing the fire escape. Facing the ridicule of Scorpion, Kaien also sneered. It's just a corpse bone vein. No matter how tough it is, there is a limit. After Kaien had already found out the identity of this human puppet, he knew how to deal with it. He took out several special kunai from the ninja tool bag with both hands and threw them at the Red Sand Scorpion. Shadow Kunai technique. Under the blessing of Kyan's chakra, these special kunai were divided into hundreds and shot at the red sand scorpion like a rainstorm. Want to use the flying thunder god technique? To get close to me, you'd better play with my artwork. Seeing that Kyan was finally ready to use the flying thunder god technique, the red sand scorpion couldn't help but reveal a trace of solemnity on his face. After all, the flying thunder god technique is famous for its elusiveness. What they puppet masters fear is close combat. These special kunai must not be left on the battlefield. Thinking of this, the red sand scorpion pulled his arm hard, and the human puppet immediately flew towards Kyan's kunai, and then the bones on both arms began to spread, and formed two huge bone knives. The corpse veined Tsubaki dancer puppet held a bone knife, and launched an attack on the special kunai that flew over. Clang clang clang. A series of sounds rang out on the battlefield. The endless multiple consecutive attacks turned into countless afterimages, not only destroying the shadow kunai, but also knocking the special kunai out of the battlefield. At least no special kunai was close to the position of the red sand scorpion. However, at this moment, Kyan suddenly came in front of the human puppet, and the wind in his hand was suddenly surrounded by blue chakra. These chakras turned into extreme wind attribute chakra, with a sharp nature. Kyan chopped down at the top of the corpse vein. Seeing Kyan, the human puppet raised one hand and blocked the huge bone knife above his head. Cap. After a crisp sound, the bone knife was cut in half by the wind. What about it? Seeing this, the red sand scorpion's face changed slightly. Although he had expected it, he was still surprised by Kyan's attainments in the wind attribute. The nature of this cutting was understood by Kyan. You have to know that the fire escape can only be blocked because of the improvement of the red sand scorpion, but the cutting nature of the wind attribute is extremely sharp. In addition, the wind in Kyan's hand is originally a well-known knife in the Uchiha clan, and it also has a good chakra conduction ability. A good knife with skilled nature transformation is not something that a human puppet can stop. After Kyan cut off the bone knife, he made a concerted effort and slashed the human puppet horizontally and vertically. Kakaka. In an instant, this human puppet with the bloodline boundary of the corpse bone vein was cut into 8 pieces by Kyan and fell to the ground. Ah, your human puppet is a bit fragile. Kyan looked at the fragments of the human puppet under his feet and chuckled to the red sand scorpion. This is also one of the shortcomings of this human puppet. The strength of the material itself is too poor. Seeing this, the red sand scorpion was not angry, but just sighed with regret. Chapter 177. The shock of the red sand scorpion. Really? So you came to me with this useless puppet? Kyan sneered. This human puppet is just my first successful experiment. It has some commemorative significance. Otherwise, I would have destroyed it long ago. However, Kyan's words made Scorpion laugh, as if Kyan had told a very funny joke. You didn't think I came to you with this incomplete work of art? No way, no way. Do you think this is my strength? Scorpion took out another scroll, slowly spread it out, covered his face and laughed wildly. I hope you won't be surprised when you see my most perfect work of art. Kyan rolled his eyes at Scorpion and said with disdain, TSK, isn't it just the third Kazakage of your sand village? Cough, cough. Kyan's words directly made Scorpion's throat choke, and he almost couldn't catch his breath. What? Scorpion looked at Chiga in disbelief and asked in confusion, how do you know? How could you know? I turned on the perspective. Chiga shrugged. Do I have to tell you that I'm a time traveler? Damn, did that guy tell you? Scorpion saw that his information was leaked, and after thinking about it, he felt that it was only possible that White Zetsu leaked it to Chiga, and immediately looked at the other side of the battlefield with murderous intent. White Zetsu only felt his whole body tremble, looked at Scorpion inexplicably, and then was dragged into the battle by Hyuga Hisashi and the other two. Wait until I get rid of you, I will kill that guy myself. Scorpion knew that it was not suitable to break up with White Zetsu at this time, so he could only suppress the murderous intent in his heart, and looked at Chiga. Since you already know, then I will let you see my greatest work. Come out, my most perfect work of art. Bang. The moment Scorpion threw the scroll, a tall human puppet appeared on the battlefield. As the smoke dissipated, Scorpion looked at the puppet of the third Kazakage with fanatical eyes like a pilgrim. Chiga covered his face. It was unbearable to watch. So second year. Does Scorpion have this side? It seems that this kid was quite playful when he was young, and he didn't have the mature and experienced feeling later. After stretching out his fingers and connecting to the puppet of the third Kazakage, Scorpion said to Chiga confidently, "It was just a warm-up before, and the next is the real battle." Indeed, it seems that I have to show some real skills. Seeing this, Chiga also knew that with his current body, he could not beat the puppet of the third Kazakage. Oh. Scorpion raised his eyebrows. In the information given to him by White Zetsu, it was said that Uchiha Chiga mastered a special state. It is a state called Sage Mode. After entering it, his strength was improved in all aspects. Uchiha Chiga also relied on this method to destroy the 400 ninjas of Kusanagi and destroy the stronghold of Sand Village. Ninjutsu, Sage Mode. Kyan made seals with his hands and shouted softly. The shadow clone that was collecting natural energy in the distance suddenly disappeared, and then the mask appeared on Kyan's face. Is this the Sage Mode? It was also the first time for Scorpion to see the Sage Mode, and he looked at Kyan curiously, wanting to see something. But after watching for a long time, he just felt that Kyan was no different from the previous ones. Next, it's the real battle. The two sides fell into a brief silence, and their eyes met. The moment the two murderous auras collided in the air, the two of them almost attacked at the same time. Kyan's body turned into a phantom and rushed forward quickly. Without any fake moves, he rushed towards the third Kazakage who was blocking the road with the gust of wind in his hand. Seeing Kyan's speed, Scorpion's pupils shrank slightly, and his fingers moved slightly. The third Kazakage in the air immediately made a mark. Magnetic release, sand iron rain. In an instant, countless fine needles made of sand iron gathered around the third Kazakage and were fired at Chiga at an extremely fast speed. Seeing the oncoming fine needles, Chiga felt a sense of danger in his heart, and his body suddenly paused, forcibly stopping his forward rush. Then he twisted his feet and jumped to the side, trying to avoid the iron sand needles. However, the iron sand needles were like waves, not only dense, but also very wide, and even Chiga's instant burst of speed could not escape. Seeing this, Chiga immediately mobilized the fairy chakra in his body, accurately covering his whole body with these fairy chakras, and then his body began to emit dark blue chakra. Fairy chakra burst. In an instant, Chiga's body burst out with a strong airflow, and all the iron sand needles that were close at hand were blown away by this airflow. And at this moment, Chiga faced these dense iron sand needles and rushed forward, and then drew his sword to cut at the third Kazakage. The attack method of the Senju clan. Seeing this, Scorpion was immediately confused. This kid was obviously from the Uchiha clan. How could he have the chakra burst of the Senju clan? A hybrid? He remembered that, although the two clans were in the same village, the relationship between the two clans was not very good. But now it seems that Konoha village is really chaotic. So many tricks. Scorpion had no time to think about it. Chiga had already arrived in front of the third Kazakage. If he didn't stop him, his most perfect work of art would be chopped into pieces again. His 5 fingers trembled rapidly, and the speed was so fast that Kakashi, who had been single for several years, felt ashamed. The third Kazakage's rapid shooting of iron sand suddenly stopped and turned into fine iron sand. Then a black cylinder formed above the third Kazakage and suddenly crashed into Chiga. Chiga's pupils shrank, and he swung his knife, colliding with the cylinder. Crash. Since the cylinder was formed by the condensation of countless iron sands under Kyan's sword, the cylinder began to collapse from beginning to end. Some of the scattered iron sands flew towards Kyan, and after coming into contact with the burning chakra on Kyan's body, they were immediately vaporized and emitted a puff of white smoke. Seeing this scene, the corners of the red sand scorpion's mouth slightly raised, and he had an idea in his mind. Then, under the control of the red sand scorpion, the originally scattered iron sands did not solidify into any shape, but just piled together to form a huge black wave, all rushing towards Kyan. After a while, the iron sands blocked all directions of Kyan with Kyan as the center, shrinking inward little by little, as if trying to completely wrap Kyan. After seeing Kyan trapped in the iron sand sea, the red sand scorpion immediately controlled the third Kazakage again. The third Kazakage clasped his hands together, and the overwhelming iron sand poured down like a storm. Chapter 178 Kyan, I don't want to be a human being anymore. The third Kazakage is called the natural enemy of the puppeteer because magnetic escape interferes with the puppeteer's control of the puppet, and also because this sea of iron sand can invade the puppet and completely paralyze it. Similarly, these fine and dense iron sand can also enter the human body from the nostrils, mouth and some indescribable holes to cause damage. No matter how strong a person's physical skills are, his internal organs are definitely not as good as his appearance. As long as the iron sand erodes his body, Chiga will definitely die. Well, this can also maintain the integrity of Chiga's body. The red sand scorpion has already been attracted to Chiga's body after seeing Chiga's Sage Mode plus Sharingan. Such a good experimental material cannot be missed. Although Chiga's chakra burst technique can block the erosion of iron sand, it also consumes chakra while blocking it. The third Kazakage's iron sand is endless and can withstand such consumption. But Chiga's chakra is not good enough. The red sand scorpion's plan is to grind a little bit until Chiga's chakra is exhausted. The previous iron sand hour hand was also a means to consume Chiga's chakra, but although the iron sand hour hand's attack was dense, there were still gaps, and countless iron sands surrounded and corroded, which was different. The attack method had already formed a surface from a point, and it was still an all-round wrap. It must be said that the red sand scorpion used this attack method to be very effective against Chiga. The chakra burst technique consumes a lot of chakra, and Chiga can't maintain it for a long time. This will fall into the red sand scorpion's plan. Swish. At the moment, when the iron sand was about to submerge Chiga's body, Chiga had already used the flying thunder god technique to leave here. Using the flying thunder god technique to leave the battle, is there no other means? The red sand scorpion was not surprised that Chiga used the flying thunder god technique to leave, and from the mouth of the third generation Kazakage's human puppet, a lot of iron sand was spit out again. Then the entire battlefield was covered with iron sand, as if forming a black ocean. And Chiga, who appeared from a special Kune, saw the red sand scorpion using this method to prevent him from approaching, and his brows frowned. Are you trying to escape? After discovering Chiga, Scorpion of the Red Sand slowly walked over with the third Kazakage in the sea of iron sand. He looked at Chiga with a smug look on his face, as if he wanted to see Chiga's frustrated expression of not being able to beat him. After noticing the large-scale iron sand here, Hyuga Hisashi and the other two no longer wanted to tangle with White Zetsu, and immediately ran to Chiga's side. Hyuga Hisashi looked at the scene in front of him, and the third Kazakage floating in the air, and stuttered, Third Kazakage? For a moment, his brain was almost unable to turn around, and it almost crashed. What's going on? Exclamation mark. Why did the third Kazakage appear here? And more importantly, why did the third Kazakage become a puppet? What on earth are they doing with the Sand Village? The reason why the Sand Village attacked Konoha was because the third Hokage killed the third Kazakage. But unexpectedly, the third Kazakage was killed by their own people, and even transformed into a puppet. This outrageous information, Hyuga Hisashi even felt that no one would believe it if he reported it. He himself is still confused. How is it? Konoha's ninja. Is my work of art acceptable to you? Facing the shock of Hyuga Hisashi and the other two, Scorpion of the Red Sand smiled with satisfaction. Madman. Hyuga Hisashi came back to his senses and commented on Scorpion of the Red Sand. Then he said to Chiga solemnly, Captain Chiga, the situation has changed. The information that Scorpion of the Red Sand killed the third Kazakage and made a puppet is very important. We need to take this information back immediately. Indeed, and Captain Chiga, this is the third Kazakage. Akimichi Chozo echoed. Muranika Yuchi also said, the other party can transform the third Kazakage into a puppet, so his strength may be. The three people's words and deeds all want Chiga to take them away. After all, after the other party has the third Kazakage, the human puppet, his strength must be at the level of Kage. Even if they know that Chiga is very strong, no matter how strong he is, he will not be stronger than the Kage. However, before Chiga could reply, a wind escape ninjutsu suddenly appeared in front of the three and took them away. Then, the figure of White Zetsu appeared again, standing between Chiga and Hyuga Hisashi and the other two, and chuckled. You should be more concerned about whether you will die here than bringing back the information. Damn it. Hyuga Hisashi and the other two changed their expressions, and could only entangle with White Zetsu again. During the entanglement, Hyuga Hisashi shouted to Chiga, "Captain Chiga, don't worry about us. This information is much more important than the lives of the three of us. Please be sure to bring it back to Konoha." Chiga frowned when he heard it, and was also considering whether to retreat now. Even if Hyuga Hisashi and the other two were entangled by White Zetsu, he was also blocked by the Red Sand Scorpion. But at present, he was still confident that he could take Hyuga Hisashi and the other two away together. However, just as the Red Sand Scorpion was reluctant to part with his Uchiha body, Chiga was also a little reluctant to part with the material of White Zetsu. Uchiha Chiga, are you going to abandon your teammates and run away? This is indeed a wise choice. Although I can't get your body, I think the bodies of 3 Jonin are also good materials. The Scorpion of the Red Sand seemed to see Chiga's entanglement, and was really afraid that Chiga would use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, so he immediately used words to stimulate Chiga. After being said by the Scorpion of the Red Sand, Chiga was ruthless, and made up his mind. He said coldly, "You should worry about yourself. If you die here, no one will collect your body for you." The Scorpion of the Red Sand heard that Chiga still wanted to fight, and was immediately happy in his heart. Then he asked curiously, "So, I'm asking this presumptuously. In this sea of iron sand, what means should you use to deal with it?" "Humph, I'm not going to be a human being." Chiga sneered, and his hands suddenly formed seals, and placed them on his chest, and his scalded eyes slowly closed. This sea of iron sand did restrict his movements, so that he would be entangled by the iron sand, as long as he got close. Since the ground doesn't work, then attack from the sky. Kyan thought so, and collected some natural energy. These natural energies entered his body, impacting his limbs and bones, and broke the balance of chakra and natural energy in his body. Kyan's heart continued to beat wildly, blood flowed faster, visible steam was emitted from his body, his bones made a cracking sound, and his body gradually enlarged. Seeing this, the Red Sand Scorpion's pupils suddenly shrank, and he finally felt something was wrong. Go to hell. He began to control the third Kazakage, and saw the iron sand on the ground, formed a huge wave, and pressed down towards Kyan. Chapter 179 The Second Sage Mode. Magnetic Escape, Iron Sand Funeral. After the iron sand buried Kyan's body, the Scorpion of the Red Sand continued to control the third Kazakage. The third Kazakage suddenly closed his hands, and the iron sand that submerged Kyan's body began to compress rapidly. The pressure from all directions seemed to want to crush Kyan directly into mincemeat. At this moment, Kyan's roar suddenly came from the iron sand. Senjutsu, Crow Secret Technique, Sublimation. Bang. A powerful force suddenly came from Kyan's body, expelling the iron sand attached to Kyan's body. At the same time, Kyan's body suddenly doubled in size, and the facial makeup on his face became more complicated, almost covering his entire face. The pair of arms exposed outside were also covered with black feathers, and the nails on his 5 fingers began to lengthen, just like the claws of a crow. The biggest change was that a pair of black and shiny wings suddenly grew behind him. Fortunately, there was no mistake. This technique is not a joke. Once you make a mistake, the consequences will be disastrous. Kyan breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. After learning the Sage Mode, Kyan has never stopped the subsequent development. His current appearance is one of the results of the subsequent development. In this state, his strength will be greatly enhanced, and he also has the ability to fly. The only trouble is that he must always resist the erosion of natural energy, otherwise he will fall into a runaway state. In serious cases, the whole body will be alienated or even petrified. And his source of inspiration is also the Heaven and Earth Curse Seal developed by Orochimaru using JGO. Since Orochimaru can use the scraps of Sage Mode to develop Curse Seal 1 and 2, then he can also develop Sage Mode 2. Looking at the earth-shaking changes of Kyan, Scorpion of the Red Sand also has a dull face. Are you so cruel to your body? Scorpion of the Red Sand does not understand the principle of Sage Mode, but only thinks that Kyan's current state is to transform his body and perhaps add crow genes to himself. Looking at Kyan's appearance, it really feels like half man and half crow. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh. This man really loves crows. No wonder he killed those crows and caused them to go berserk. If his artwork was destroyed, he should also go berserk like Kyan. It must be said that Scorpion of the Red Sand had a sense of identity with Kyan. At this moment, he felt that he and Kyan were equal. Kyan turned his body into half man and half crow, and he also turned his body into a puppet. It seems that this should be your last trump card. In this case, let's have a good fight. Scorpion of the Red Sand also showed a solemn expression on his face at this moment. Someone who is so cruel to himself and shows it must be not simple. Looking at the iron sand that was sweeping over again, Kyan did not hesitate. The hand that resembled a crow's claw tightly grasped the wind and slashed at the iron sand in the air. Whoosh! The wind passed by, and there was a clearly visible whistling sound. Then an invisible air impact blade shot out. The iron sand in the sky suddenly stagnated in the air when it touched the impact blade, and then it collapsed with a bang. What? The red sand scorpion's eyes suddenly focused, and he subconsciously took a breath of cold air. Is this still a human? He did not sense any energy fluctuations from Kyan's knife. This is the effect of relying solely on the power of the flesh. Relying on the power of the flesh, a full swing of the hand can actually bring up such a strong airflow. The red sand scorpion looked at Kyan's face again, and he looked relaxed and calm, without any effort. At this moment, Kyan had left the tree, and the wings behind him flapped lightly and flew directly into the air. After flying in the air for a circle, Kyan got familiar with the feeling of flying, and then he looked down at the red sand scorpion. Swish! With a whistle, Kyan flew towards the red sand scorpion like an eagle hunting. Seeing this, the red sand scorpion felt bad. He originally relied on the iron sand sea and thought that the other party could not get close to him. But he didn't expect that the other party would turn around and produce a pair of wings. The endless tricks made Scorpion feel that Chiga was even holding back. Without time to think, Scorpion controlled the third Kazakage and made the iron sand sea on the ground begin to boil. The iron sand sea formed huge waves and rushed towards Chiga, bound to stop Chiga's progress. Whoosh whoosh. However, facing these iron sands, Chiga just kept waving the wind. As Chiga's sword swinging frequency increased, gusts of wind were raised around him, overlapping each other. In an instant, with Chiga as the center, a hurricane suddenly formed, instantly sweeping away the scattered iron sands in the sky, and no grain could break through his surroundings. These iron sands, that had not been condensed to form combat power, could not get close to Chiga at all. Then, Chiga shot straight at Scorpion like a cannonball. At this moment, Kyan was like a prehistoric beast, full of wildness and brutality. He didn't care about the iron sand along the way. With a punch or a kick, a sharp airflow was formed. Seeing Kyan's speed, the red sand scorpion was shocked. Not only did his strength increase, but his speed also increased a lot. He didn't dare to linger for a moment. 5 triangular cones condensed in front of his chest in an instant and shot directly at Kyan. The flight trajectory of these 5 triangular cones was very tricky. Not only did it block Kyan's forward direction, but it also forced Kyan to get close to the iron sand sea below. Snap! However, facing the obstruction of the triangular cone, Kyan also swung a knife forward, and a strong airflow swept out, directly shattering the 5 triangular cones. The residual power of the airflow blew on the cheek of the red sand scorpion, and he only felt that his face was as painful as if it was cut by a knife. At this moment, the red sand scorpion, who had not moved, led the third Kazakage's human puppet to face the approaching Chiga and retreated again and again while controlling the iron sand to condense into iron sand 3-pointed cones again. Countless iron sand 3-pointed cones shot out from his chest. Since the number is not enough, then increase it. He didn't believe that Chiga could blast them all. Chiga still didn't retreat in the face of countless 3-pointed cones, but he didn't mean to attack. He kept twisting his body in the air, appearing and disappearing in the group of 3-pointed cones, like a flying crow, his whereabouts erratic. Chiga had previously blasted open the Iron Sand Sea to show his strength, and now he showed his speed, light, and agile, so dense that not a single three-pointed cone hit him. When the Red Sand Scorpion saw that there was no effect, his face changed. Just when he was about to make a move, his pupils suddenly shrank. Chiga had actually come in front of him, and the high raised gust of wind was slashing towards his head with an unstoppable force. However, Scorpion of the Red Sand is indeed a genius puppeteer. Whether it is reaction speed or ability to control puppets, he is among the top ones. He quickly controlled the third Kazakage, and the Iron Sand condensed again. Bang! Just as Kyan chopped down with a knife, a high-density Iron Sand wall just condensed on the top of Scorpion of the Red Sand. Kyan saw that his attack was blocked, and there was no disappointment on his face. He turned the blade, and prepared to change the angle and cut again. However, at this moment, Kyan suddenly saw the fingers of Scorpion of the Red Sand move slightly, and a sense of crisis suddenly appeared in his heart. Without hesitation, Kyan immediately retracted the wind, and twisted his body. At this time, the figure of the third Kazakage emerged from behind Kyan, and he stretched out a sharp Iron Sand needle from his arm, and pierced Kyan's cheek. Puff! Kyan slightly turned sideways, but was still cut by the Iron Sand needle on his cheek. A trace of scarlet blood slowly dripped onto the ground. Even if you have super strength and speed, you are still a flesh and blood body, and you will still get hurt. Seeing the blood stain on Kyan's face, Scorpion laughed and mocked. You are looking for death. At this moment, Scorpion suddenly saw Kyan slowly turned his head, and looked directly at him. The pair of three Magatama Sharingan expanded slightly, and an inexplicable emotion surged in it. This is when Scorpion immediately lowered his head. He did not forget that Kyan had three Magatama Sharingan. The battle would end if they looked at each other. However, he did not dare to look at Kyan, so he missed the tyranny in Kyan's eyes. It was difficult for Kyan to maintain his sanity in this state. If he was hurt a few more times, he might fall into madness and lose control. And ninjas should always keep their calm and look for the enemy's fatal weakness. Scorpion missed this point. In an instant, Kyan, who was a little out of control emotionally, attacked with endless hostility and had a fierce close combat with the third Kazakage. Clang clang clang. The five fingers of the Red Sand Scorpion that controlled the third Kazakage were almost shaking and smoking, but the third Kazakage under his control was still no match for Chiga. In the first few moves, the third Kazakage could attack and defend freely. While blocking Chiga's attacks, he condensed Iron Sand to counterattack Chiga, but after that, he could only passively defend, and it was the kind that had no room for fighting back. If it weren't for the fact that every time the Red Sand Scorpion relied on his super high reaction awareness to solidify the Iron Sand into a wall to block the attack in time, he estimated that his most perfect artwork would have been destroyed by Chiga's fist. This can't go on. The Red Sand Scorpion saw the opportunity and used an attack to deceive Chiga, and then led the third Kazakage to retreat, trying to distance himself from Chiga. As long as the distance was pulled away, with the help of the third Kazakage's magnetic escape, he was still confident that he could beat Chiga. However, Chiga was like a leech, clinging to the third Kazakage, and it was obvious that he knew that the third Kazakage's puppet belonged to the Red Sand Scorpion. After destroying this puppet, the remaining Red Sand Scorpion was just a baby in front of him at this moment. The speed difference between the two was clearly reflected at this time. Kyan's speed was so fast that it was just a faint shadow in people's eyes, and although the speed of the third Kazakage was already very fast, the distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Seeing this, the Red Sand Scorpion gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Magnetic release, Iron Sand wings. At the same time, the scattered Iron Sand condensed on the shoulders of the third Kazakage, forming a pair of giant bat wings, and the third Kazakage flew in the air with the wings. When Kyan was wondering what he was going to do, a heart-pounding chakra wave suddenly rose in the third Kazakage's body, and all the surrounding Iron Sand condensed on the third Kazakage's chest, forming a huge black iron ball. Then the huge black iron ball continued to shrink in size. This was not because the Iron Sand was losing and shrinking, but because the Iron Sand was constantly compressing to form a high-density, high-strength iron ball. Is he going to use a big move? Kyan he let out a sigh, his face expressionless, and his figure flashed, rushing straight to the Red Sand Scorpion. Who cares? Just rush. Go to hell. Facing Kainhi's reckless rush, the red sand scorpion also had a ferocious look on his face and roared. Magnetic release. Sand iron boundary technique. The black iron ball, which had shrunk by half in size, suddenly bloomed, and countless iron sand strips like branches with sharp long thorns spread out, as if to cover the entire battlefield. Kainhi, who was already in the sand iron boundary technique, kept twisting his body to avoid the long thorns, but there were too many of them, and there was no way to stop. Kainhi's face sank, and he swung a knife. Boom. The gale only shattered the iron sand long thorns in a small range on the iron sand branch. The ultra high density of iron sand was far beyond Kainhi's imagination in terms of hardness. This intensity. Kainhi whispered softly, and then the fairy chakra in his body madly gathered around his body, and then the whole person was enveloped by a deep blue light. Senjutsu chakra burst. A breath of despair arose spontaneously, and the whole earth began to tremble slightly. After a while, a frenzied breath rushed into the sky, blowing up huge whirlwinds, and the deep blue energy spread out instantly. The iron sand trees around Kain turned into debris in an instant and disappeared. Then the hurricane with a diameter of more than 10 meters strangely stopped for half a second, and then quickly became violent. The huge airflow swept around like a bulldozer. How is it possible? The red sand scorpion looked at this scene in horror. Compared with the previous chakra burst, Kain was much stronger this time. The shock wave formed by the hurricane radiated in all directions, and in an instant, the iron sand long thorns on the battlefield were completely cleared. At this moment, if Tsunade saw it, she would understand that the specialty of the Senju clan was played by Kain. Dust rolled, and when everything became clear, Chiga had already arrived in front of Scorpion. His body, which was taller than Scorpion, was like a mountain, plunging Scorpion into darkness. Then Chiga swung his sword with a swift movement and cut off both arms of Scorpion. However, no blood flowed from the severed parts of the arms. It seemed that both arms had been modified. The third Kazekage in the air also lost control of Scorpion and fell from the air. Chiga grabbed Scorpion by the throat and slowly lifted him up. Any last words? Chiga asked. PS. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please read on. Chapter 180. The big sister is connecting. Any last words? Kainhi looked at the red sand scorpion in front of him and asked softly. Because the red sand scorpion's arms had been chopped off by Kainhi, he could only kick his legs to get out of Kainhi's control. But at this moment, Kainhi, who was not good at physical skills, was not someone that could break free. The red sand scorpion's legs kicked on Kainhi's body for a long time, but it didn't shake Kainhi's body at all, and his face turned as hen due to the lack of oxygen due to intense exercise, and he looked like he was going to die at any time. Negative emotions from the red sand scorpion. Emotion value plus 90. Seeing this, Kainhi said admiringly, good. As expected of the red sand scorpion, he didn't beg for mercy before dying. He is a man. Red sand scorpion. You have to give me a chance to speak. Break the defense from the red sand scorpion. Emotion value plus 100. Then I will satisfy you. Kainhi's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he grabbed the red sand scorpion's arm and exerted force suddenly. Snap. A crisp sound was heard, and the red sand scorpion's neck tilted, completely losing its life. Seeing the red sand scorpion dead, Chiga also exited Sage Mode 2 and returned to the original Sage Mode. This transformation is too difficult to control. There are too many negative emotions, and there is a tyranny to destroy everything at any time. It is difficult for Chiga to imagine her own mental state at the time. Looking at the red sand scorpion lying on the ground, Chiga also sighed. It was a pity that her former number one brother was killed by herself. However, Chiga only felt sorry for a second, and then ran towards the battlefield of Hinata Hisashi and the other two. It is more meaningful to capture her own experimental materials than to mourn her number one brother here. As the battle on Chiga's side ended, White Zetsu also immediately left the battle, jumped onto a big tree, and asked with a smile, there is no movement. It seems that the battle over there is over. 3. Do you think that Scorpion won? Or did Scorpion win? In his opinion, although Chiga is strong, it is impossible for him to beat Scorpion with the third Kazekage. Although the third Kazekage was transformed into a human puppet and lacked flexibility, the magnetic escape still existed. In addition, with the control of the Red Sand Scorpion, although it cannot exert 100% of the strength of the third Kazakage, it still has 70% or 80%. It should not be a problem to deal with an Uchiha boy who has not opened the manger key. Even if this boy has the Sage mode, I guess Scorpion lost. However, without waiting for Hinata Hisashi to reply, a surprising voice suddenly came from behind White Zetsu. Sage technique, sealing technique, limb heavy sealing. Before White Zetsu could turn around, Chiga's right hand slapped White Zetsu's back heavily. In an instant, several lines of black sealing techniques spread from Chiga's palm to White Zetsu's whole body. White Zetsu fell from the tree all of a sudden, and his limbs completely lost their ability to move. Looking at Chiga's uninjured appearance, White Zetsu seemed very surprised. The Red Sand Scorpion actually lost. And lost when using the third Kazakage, a human puppet? No wonder Madara-sama insisted that they kill Uchiha Chiga as soon as possible. This kind of growth is too terrifying. If Uchiha Chiga really existed, Uchiha Obito, Madara-sama's spokesperson, might only be able to pose in various postures in the future and let Uchiha Chiga fiddle with him. Be my experimental subject obediently. Chiga smiled evilly at White Zetsu. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would have wanted to take out a scalpel on the spot to see the internal structure of White Zetsu. Sometimes the scientific spirit gift from Orochimaru is so perverted. Even a creature like White Zetsu shuddered after seeing Chiga's smile. No, I don't want to be a test subject yet. White Zetsu collapsed to the ground, struggling constantly, but under the sealing technique, he couldn't use any strength at all. This is not up to you. Chiga walked towards White Zetsu, with a set of scrolls in his hand, ready to completely seal this White Zetsu first. Don't come over. I haven't tasted the taste of fesses yet, and I don't want to die so soon. White Zetsu saw Chiga approaching, and shouted in despair. Akan, he groaned in disgust, and then comforted him in a strange tone. Don't worry, I won't kill you so soon. You are more valuable for research when you are alive. Unexpectedly, this comfort did not stop Beizetsu, but he cried even more bitterly. I'm dead. I should have run away earlier. Kan he heard this, and immediately felt bad. He was about to step forward and use a few more sealing techniques on Beizetsu, but unexpectedly, Beizetsu's body began to expand rapidly. Not daring to hesitate, Kan he instantly came in front of Hyuga Hayashi and the other two, and took the three of them to use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave here. Boom. After a huge explosion, a huge deep pit with a diameter of more than dozens of meters appeared at the place where Beizetsu was originally. Good trick. Kan he looked gloomy. He knew that this must be the backup left by Uchiha Madara in Beizetsu's body. Captain Chiga. Seeing Chiga's gloomy face, Hyuga and Hayashi said cautiously, should we clean up the battlefield first? The body of the third Kazakage still needs to be brought back to Konoha. Okay, then you go and clean up the third Kazakage, and I'll go and clean up the Red Sand Scorpion. Chiga took a deep look at the huge pit created by White Zetsu, and then walked towards the direction of the Red Sand Scorpion's body. Uchiha Chiga, it's you. At this moment, a roar came from a distance, and then Chiga saw a little old woman running over quickly. It was Chiyo, who had been looking for Chiga for a long time. I finally found you today. Don't give up. Chiyo jumped in front of Chiga in a few jumps. Before she finished speaking, she saw the body of the Red Sand Scorpion under Chiga's feet. Scorpion, you killed my grandson. Her pupils shrank suddenly, and an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. Negative emotions from Chiyo. Emotion value plus 90. The first time you get Chiyo's negative emotions, you will be rewarded with master level puppet control skills. She covered her aching heart, took a step back in disbelief, and then let out a shrill scream. Ah. If the Uchiha clan had opened their manger key with that grief-stricken look, they would probably have used their manger key. Seeing this, Chiga took the opportunity to quickly come to Hyuga Hisashi and the other two, and took them with him to use the Flying Thunder God technique and leave. Are you kidding? The time limit of the Sage mode is almost up, and there is not much chakra left in his body. If he is entangled by Chiyo in this state, he will not know how to die. Uchiha Chiga, I will definitely kill you. Break from Chiyo. Emotion value plus 100. Chiyo's roar can still be heard in the distance, but Chiga doesn't care. There are so many old guys who want to kill him. Konoha has a one-eyed dragon, and there is an Uchiha Madara squatting in a dark corner. Now there is no shortage of an old woman like Chiyo from the Wind Country. However, the regret for killing the Red Sand Scorpion disappeared without a trace. It seems that she will be the top lady in the future. Let's go back. Chiyo is probably going crazy. We have to quickly pass the information here back to Tsunade-sama. Chiga said. The only pity of this battle was that the white Zetsu exploded. One day later, under Chiga's flying thunder god technique, the four of them quickly arrived at the Konoha command center. Let the three go down to rest first, and Chiga came to the command center alone. At this moment, in the command room, in addition to Tsunade and Narashikaku, there was also Hatake Tsukumo, whom Chiga had not met since he went to the battlefield. The three of them were looking at the sand table in the command room with a solemn expression. The staff officer Narashikaku kept pointing at some positions in the sand table with his hands and talking non-stop. Chiga? Come in. Tsunade soon found Chiga standing at the door and waved for Chiga to go in. Why did you come back suddenly? Tsunade asked in confusion. According to the task she gave to Chiga, she needed to destroy more than 5 strongholds and then return to the headquarters to see the situation and formulate the next task. Just like Senior Tsukumo, is it because of the abnormal behavior of the Sand Ninja? Soon, Tsunade suddenly realized, yes, I don't know why the old woman Chiyo went crazy. She actually abandoned most of the strongholds and prepared to concentrate all the troops in one place. Chiga scratched her head and said that, Tsunade-sama, I may know why Chiyo went crazy. You know? It's not because of you, right? Tsunade raised her eyebrows. If Chiga hadn't come back, she would have sent a group of people to find out the intelligence of the other party. Chiga's words also attracted the attention of Narashikaku and Hatake Tsukumo. Tsunade asked, tell me, what's the reason? I killed her grandson, Scorpion of the Red Sand, and she saw the body in front of her. Chiga shrugged and said. Chiyo was able to go back and mobilize troops, even though her grandson died in front of her. This was considered as restraint. You know, Chiyo had provided him with more than 2,000 emotional points in this day. It is conceivable how desperate Chiyo was about the death of Scorpion. That's understandable. It seems that Chiyo wants to fight us in one go. TSK. Tsunade heard this and glanced back and forth between Chiga and Hatake Tsukumo. At this moment, she felt a little sorry for her old rival. Her son and daughter-in-law died at the hands of Hatake Tsukumo. Her only grandson also died at the hands of Chiga. Looking at this, he was even more miserable than her. Oh, by the way, I also brought back some useful information. And by the way, I also brought back a very valuable corpse. Chiga said again. What information? The corpse of Scorpion? Tsunade asked. Chiga smiled mysteriously, then took out the seal scroll and unsealed it. The human puppet of the 3rd Kazekage appeared in front of Tsunade, Hatake Tsukumo and Narashikaku unexpectedly. Chapter 181 Tsunade has really lost weight. This is a puppet, right? Seeing that a puppet was sealed in Chiga's scroll, the three of them also stepped forward to observe the puppet. Because the 3rd Kazekage was transformed into a human puppet by the Red Sand Scorpion, his face also changed a little. For a moment, Tsunade and the other two did not recognize him. They just looked at him curiously. Well, is this the extremely valuable corpse you mentioned? It looks a little familiar. I always feel like I've seen it somewhere. Tsunade asked in confusion. She didn't see anything wrong, but she felt that this corpse was a little familiar. Hatake Tsukumo had already figured it out. His calm face suddenly showed a look of shock and asked, is this the 3rd Kazekage? What? Is this true, Chiga? Tsunade and Narashikaku also let out a cry of horror and looked at Chiga as if they wanted to get confirmation from Chiga. In the incredulous eyes of the three people, Kyan nodded and said, yes, this is the inexplicably missing 3rd Kazekage. After we destroyed the 4th base, we were attacked by Scorpion and an unknown ninja. During the battle between Scorpion and I, he took out this human puppet and admitted that he killed the 3rd Kazekage. As a result, you know, Scorpion has been killed by me, and the unknown ninja has also self-destructed. Kyan briefly explained the information, and then pretended to be frightened and said, don't underestimate this human puppet. This human puppet has retained the bloodline limit before his death. I spent a lot of effort to defeat it. Tsunade and Hatake Tsukumo looked at Kyan speechlessly. A lot of effort? Even for the two of them, facing the scorpion with the third Kazekage, it is hard to say that they can win. And Kyan actually said so lightly that he just spent a lot of effort. After recovering from the shock, Tsunade sneered and said, haha, if this information is passed to the Sand Village, do you think the Sand Ninja will kill Uchiha before the decisive battle with us? At this moment, she also understood the value of the human puppet brought back by Uchiha. As long as this human puppet is placed in the Sand Village, the Wind Country will be in chaos before the decisive battle between the Wind Country and the Fire Country. At this time, Naruto shook his head and said to Tsunade, I'm afraid not. If we send this information to the Sand Ninja without evidence, the Sand Ninja will only think it is our conspiracy. Tsunade heard this, glared at Naruto with dissatisfaction, and said, isn't this puppet the evidence? Being able to transform the third Kazekage into a puppet and retain the bloodline limit is not something we Konoha ninjas can do. Only the Sand Village has this ability, and it can even be suspected that the Red Sand Scorpion killed the third Kazekage at the instruction of Uchiha. Hatake Tsukumo asked, Commander Tsunade, are you sure you want to send this human puppet to the Sand Ninja as evidence? Tsunade heard this, thought carefully, yes. The third Kazekage has been made into a human puppet. If it is sent to the Sand Village, it means that your third Kazekage was killed by your own people. The Sand Ninja will definitely believe it. After all, human puppets are not fake, and only their Sand Village can make them. There will be chaos for a while, and Uchiha may be implicated, but what about after that? After that, the Sand Village got a human puppet of unimaginable value. If any puppeteer at the level of a Jonin uses it, it may be able to reach the combat power of the level of a Kage. This is definitely not what Konoha wants to see. What should we do? Can this human puppet only be used for a search? At present, it seems like this. Since this human puppet has no effect on the current situation, Tsunade is too lazy to worry about it anymore. She just looks at the sand table in front of her and ponders. Because Uchiha killed the Red Sand Scorpion, the entire war situation in the Wind Country and the Fire Country has changed greatly. Uchiha, the commander of the Sand Ninja, has been blinded by hatred and no longer considers means such as strategic layout. He concentrates all his forces and seems to be about to have a large-scale war with Konoha. Tsunade thought about it and seemed to feel that if it dragged on, Konoha would always suffer. After all, Konoha is currently fighting on two fronts, and at the same time, it has to divide its forces to defend the Lightning Country and the Water Country. There are definitely not enough people. If we can end the battle here and deploy the remaining troops to the other three lines, we can relieve the pressure on Konoha. Matsuko, tell me how many troops we have now. Can we fight the Sand Ninja head on? Tsunade asked. Naruto was silent for a while and said, we currently have about 2,500 ninjas on this front, but the Sand Ninja has about 4,500. With a difference of 2,000 ninjas, it's probably difficult to have a head-on battle with this gap. At present, Konoha is not short of top ninjas, but the troops deployed on this line are limited. As for the difference in troops, I will ask the old man of the third generation to send another batch over. Tsunade said. That shouldn't be a big problem. Naruto said bluntly. However, at this moment, an Anbu ninja came in and handed Tsunade a scroll. Tsunade unfolded it, and her face changed immediately. What's wrong? Hatake Tsukumo asked. We got news from inside the Sand Village that the new fourth Kazekage of the Sand Village, Rata, is ready to join the war. The gap in military strength between the two sides can be made up. But when it comes to the combat power of the Kage, no one can limit him on the front line except Hatake Tsukumo. In this way, the top ninja of Konoha is not enough. Tsunade was silent for a long time, looking at Uchiha from time to time. Uchiha had a blank expression on his face and did not intend to ask for a fight. He was in sage mode second and was indeed confident that he could hold back the fourth Kazekage, but that state was not perfect enough and it was on a large-scale battlefield. If he was stimulated and got into trouble, his life would be gone. Moreover, he believed that Tsunade would not really trust him to hold back the fourth Kazekage. After all, she had never seen Uchiha fight with all his strength. As a commander, he could not risk everything. When Tsunade saw Chiga didn't say anything, she understood. Then she made up her mind, clapped her hands, and said coldly, Mianzatao, go down first and let the people below prepare. Since the Sand Ninja wants to decide the outcome in a battle, I will satisfy him. Yes. Narashikaku saw that Tsunade was using an imperative tone and did not dare to refute. After receiving the order, he left the command room. Tsunade, I can stop Chiyo and Abizo, but the fourth Kazekage. Hatake Tsukumo said puzzled. Tsukumo senpai, don't worry, I have already thought about what to do. Tsunade gave Hatake Tsukumo a reassuring look, and then looked at Chiga. It's nothing, I'll take my leave first. Seeing this, Chiga turned around and left. This woman is crazy. But before Chiga left, Tsunade grabbed Chiga's neck and said, don't leave, I'll need you to run errands next. Just run errands? Chiga was stunned and asked, what are you thinking about? Do you think I really want you to deal with the fourth Kazekage? Tsunade rolled her eyes at Chiga, then took out a blank scroll and began to write quickly. Out of curiosity, Chiga came forward to take a look and could not help but said, Lady Tsunade, you want to wipe out the Wind Kingdom? While Tsunade was writing, she said righteously, why? I'm sick now and cannot participate in the war. You can't stop the fourth Kazekage. Can't you call for external assistance? Chiga didn't care about Tsunade's sarcasm, but just said, but isn't your external assistance a bit outrageous? Chiyo bullied me, so I asked my teacher to deal with it. Any questions? No, besides, the other side is ready to send out the fourth Kazekage. Why can't we send out the third Hokage? Hearing that Tsunade was going to send the third Hokage to the battlefield, Hatake Tsukumo's face became relaxed, and he chuckled. It seems that this war is about to end. Chiga nodded, continued to peek at Tsunade's letter, and said contemptuously, Lady Tsunade, what you wrote seems to be exactly the same as what you said to me at the beginning. What's wrong? My breasts are really smaller due to tiredness. Tsunade straightened her chest without blushing or panting. The weight was really small. She didn't believe that the old man of the third generation would not come to the battlefield after seeing her shameless letter. Tsunade wrote a long piece of writing in one go. The summary is one sentence. Old man of the third generation, your apprentice was bullied, do you care? Okay, Kyan will be handed over to you next. Use your Flying Thunder God technique to rush back to Konoha as quickly as possible. Let's go back to Konoha now, and be sure to hand this scroll to the old man of the third generation in person. Tsunade stuffed the scroll into Kyan's hand, and said in a deep voice, why did I learn such a laborious ninjutsu as the Flying Thunder God technique? Kyan complained helplessly. 2 days later, Kyan returned to Konoha village, and at this moment, Konoha village was heavily guarded, with 2 more Anbu at the gate observing at all times. Even after seeing Kyan, he questioned Kyan in detail. Chiga also thought that this situation was caused by the war, and he was not suspicious. After completing the registration for entering the village, he rushed to the Hokage building. Because the letter in his hand was more important, Chiga did not stay for too long, nor did he go to find teacher Kushina first, but went directly to the Hokage's office. Before entering the house, Chiga heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice coming from the house. Come in. Chiga pushed the door and walked in, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, Hokage-sama. The wars that took place during this period made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel physically and mentally exhausted, and even the group of young ladies in the bathhouse did not watch. At this moment, seeing that it was Chiga who came in, he immediately said solemnly, does Tsunade have any urgent news to pass on to me? Yes, this is a letter written by Lady Tsunade. Please take a look. Chapter 182 Sarutobi Hiruzen's surprise. Chiga took out the scroll from his bosom and handed it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Well, you use the Flying Thunder God technique to rush back all the way. You've worked hard. Sit down and rest first. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't look at the scroll first, but looked at Chiga's tired appearance and said with concern, okay, thank you, third Hokage. Chiga heard this and lay down on the sofa in the office without any etiquette. When he returned to the headquarters, he had already experienced a big battle, and then he rushed back to Konoha without stopping. The tailed beasts must be exhausted. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Chiga was really tired, and this could also highlight the importance of the scroll in his hand. Without hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately opened the scroll. The content recorded in the scroll made Sarutobi Hiruzen raise his eyebrows, and he blurted out in surprise, "Tsunade has really lost weight. Chiga, the emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is. Why am I in such a hurry to send the letter back? Is this recorded in the scroll the key point? The point is that you should rush to the front line as soon as possible to stop the fourth Kazakage. Well, for the old pervert, this is really the top priority. Ahem." Sarutobi Hiruzen also realized that he was paying attention to the wrong place and explained to Chiga seriously, "I'm concerned about the ninjas on the front line. From the fact that Commander Tsunade has lost weight, I can see that the situation on the front line is tense. It is conceivable that the ninjas below have experienced such a cruel battle. They have worked hard, and I, the Hokage, am just staying in the office to deal with these chores. I can't share the joys and sorrows with them. I feel so guilty." Chiga wanted to say that you don't need to explain. Who wouldn't be shocked to hear that Tsunade's thing has lost weight? Believe it or not, if Jiraiya saw this scroll, Jiraiya would send Tsunade a lot of supplements that day, but considering the need to take care of Sarutobi Hiruzen's face and not be bullied in the future, Chiga still pretended to be serious against his will. Yeah, the third Hokage loves the people like his own children, and he also cares for Tsunade-sama, and he is very considerate. He can feel the difficulties of the ninjas below through an ordinary little thing. He is really worthy of being a role model of the ninja world. The atmosphere was a bit subtle, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was the third Hokage after all, and he was thick-skinned. He sighed. "Hiss. Kushina is so lucky to have such a considerate disciple like you." At the same time, he was also sighing in his heart, "Is this really a boy from the Uchiha clan?" If all the people of the Uchiha clan were like what Chiga said, they would have been in Konoha's high-level positions long ago. The two of them tacitly stopped talking about this topic, and then Sarutobi Hiruzen asked a few more details, such as the death of the third Kazakage, the death of Scorpion of the Red Sand, and the situation on the front line. Chiga answered one by one, and then Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while. In short, the newly appointed fourth Kazakage, Rata, is going to go to the battlefield in person to decide the outcome of the battle. And Tsunade-sama believes that it is impossible for Uncle Tsukumo to stop the fourth Kazakage, so she wants the third Hokage to go in person. Chiga said. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "I understand. I will call a high-level meeting immediately. You can go down and rest first. It is an extremely important matter for the cage to participate in the battle." Sarutobi Hiruzen still needs to discuss with some high-level officials for a while. At present, Tsunade and others have only received the information that the fourth Kazakage is going to go to the battlefield. As for whether he really goes, it has not been confirmed. "Yes." Chiga responded and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, before he walked out of the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen said again, "By the way, you should also visit your teacher Kushina, right?" "Of course." Chiga nodded as a matter of course. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Then you have to wait. I will write you a warrant. For some reason, your teacher has been grounded." Ah. Chiga was stunned, feeling a little puzzled, and then thought of the fact that the defense force of the whole village was a bit too much, and immediately asked, "Are those Zanbu on the street in the strict measures when entering the village also, because of teacher Kushina?" "There are reasons in this regard. As for the details, let your teacher tell you." Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly wrote a warrant and handed it to Chiga, then waved his hand and let Chiga leave first. After leaving the Hokage's office, Chiga went straight to Kushina's home. He hadn't been back for a long time, not to mention that there were a lot more Anbu ninjas along the way, and even though they knew he was Kushina's disciple, they would still question him carefully. When Chiga arrived at Kushina's house, Chiga went through 4 or 5 inspections. If it weren't for Sarutobi Hiruzen's handwriting, he really couldn't get in. Seeing Chiga, Kushina was also very happy and immediately made a hearty lunch for Chiga. After Chiga had eaten and drunk her fill, Kushina asked, "What's the matter with you coming back this time?" "Yes." Chiga nodded and said, "There is an important letter that needs to be reviewed by the Hokage." Tsunade-sama thought that I can do the flying thunder god technique and can run errands quickly, so I sent it back. Kushina did not ask about the content of the letter, but the joy on her face faded a little. Does that mean you have to leave again? Chiga heard this and guessed that Kushina must be bored again. After all, he went to the battlefield, and Senior Minato also went to the battlefield in the land of Earth. Playmates and boyfriends were not around, and Chiga comforted, it won't take long, the Sand Ninja should end the war soon. Really, it seems to be related to your coming back to deliver the letter? At this time, Sister Tsunade asked Chiga to deliver an important letter to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chiga said this again, and Kushina also connected the two things together. Chiga looked at Kushina in surprise, as if she had never known her before. Teacher Kushina, you've become smarter. Of course. Kushina smiled proudly, then her face turned black. She patted Chiga on the head and said, I've always been smart. Okay. Chiga didn't hide, but asked curiously, by the way, Teacher Kushina, what happened? I heard from the third Hokage that the extra Ranbu on this street are because of you? Hearing this question, Kushina rolled her eyes and said unhappily, this old man third Hokage always makes a fuss about nothing. He makes such a complicated thing. Small matter? Teacher Kushina, tell me the truth. What did you do behind my back? Chiga rolled her eyes at Kushina. The whole village was almost under martial law, and it was still a small matter. Who would believe it? It's nothing. I just let Kurama out on the outskirts of the village to get some fresh air. After Kushina's narration, Chiga roughly understood what happened. After Chiga and Minato went to the battlefield, Kushina was lonely, empty and cold. Although she had an Uzumaki Misa to accompany her, Uzumaki Misa was not a native of Konoha village after all. She had not yet integrated into the village so quickly. Even though he knew that Kushina was protecting him, he did not dare to accompany Kushina to do anything too extreme. So, Kushina often chatted with Kurama in her body to kill her loneliness. Not to mention, the relationship between the two guys became more and more harmonious. Some time ago, even Kushina felt that her relationship with Kurama was close enough, so she prepared to let Kurama, the grumpy kid, come out for some fresh air. By the way, it was also a test to see if Kurama was deceiving her. So after choosing a good place, Kushina loosened the seal a little, but before Kurama could breathe enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a sullen face, stabbed up with a thick and long stick. And behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, there were a bunch of Anbu following him. When Kushina saw that the matter had gotten out of hand, she stuffed the Kurama back into her body, then rolled her eyes and pretended to faint. After waking up, she was also confused when faced with Sarutobi Hiruzen's questioning, pretending to be unconscious and not knowing what had happened. After hearing this, Kyan asked in surprise, Teacher Kushina, why haven't you told the third Hokage that you are about to reconcile with the Nine Tails? Humph. I will never tell that stinky old man before I have completely reconciled with the Kurama. Kushina put her hands on her waist and said unhappily, TSK. Teacher Kushina, tell me honestly, are you hiding something from me? Kyan always felt that there was something wrong and looked directly into Kushina's eyes and asked, how can I hide anything from you? Kushina's eyes swung around, but she didn't look at Kyan, and Kyan realized that things were definitely not as simple as Kushina said. Under Kyan's persistent questioning, Kushina also sighed helplessly. Then she thought, after all, he was her disciple, there was nothing to be ashamed of, and the other party was the third Hokage. With this thought, Kushina said the part she had modified. In short, when Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared and stabbed her with a stick, Kushina was furious on the spot. She decided to have a big fight with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and by the way, try out how strong she was with the blessing of Kurama's chakra. So she pretended to be controlled by Kurama, and fought with Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for the result, I was beaten? Chiga asked with a smirk. That damn old man, he was really cruel. Kushina's face froze, and she looked at Chiga angrily, and then grabbed her hair fiercely. I guess the third Hokage was serious. Chiga continued to smile. It was not easy to see Kushina suffer. Judging from the situation at the time, it was estimated that Sarutobi Hiruzen really thought that the Nine Tails had escaped Kushina's control, and he must have used all his strength. At this point in time, it happened to be the end of Sarutobi Hiruzen's peak. and his powerful strength had not yet come down. It's not easy to beat Kushina, who is not a perfect Jinchuriki. Afterwards, Kushina felt that, if she told the truth, she would probably be scolded by Sarutobi Hiruzen, so she concealed it, which led to the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been exhausted physically and mentally for the border war this year, and it's really hard for him to have such a restless master in the village. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, Danzō provoking trouble. Hokage's office. Not long after Chiga left, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned advisors Uchiha Koharu, Mitokado N, and Hokage's assistant Shimura Danzō to the Hokage's office. Before Shimura Danzō sat down, he hurriedly asked, "Sarutobi, did you call us here this time? Is there something big going on?" Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen said directly, "In 2 days, I will lead 500 ninjas to the Sand Ninja Front." "What? Do you need to go there in person? Is the Sand Ninja Front already so serious?" "No, Sarutobi, you are the Kage of a village, you can't act rashly." Shimura Danzō and the other two were immediately surprised when they heard this. After being surprised, Danzō Shimura suddenly felt happy and blamed, "Is Tsunade not doing well?" "Sarutobi, I told you a long time ago that Tsunade is sick and not suitable to be the commander of the front line. You see, in the end, you are still needed to support. If we are strong on the Sand Village front, Tsunade, as the commander, will have to bear most of the responsibility." Danzō Shimura did not even ask Sarutobi Hiruzen why he wanted to go to the front line, but put the hat on first. After all, Tsunade is a strong contender for the next Hokage. If the Sand Village fails on this front, Tsunade will have no competitiveness. As for the deputy commander Hatake Tsukumo, he had already lost his competitiveness against the Hokage when he committed the crime. Sarutobi Hiruzen rolled his eyes at Danzō Shimura calmly and explained, "According to the intelligence, the Sand Ninja has already dispatched the 4th Kazekage." Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen repeated the intelligence brought back by Chiga. The three of them realized that the Sand Ninja Front was not because the situation was serious, but that it was time to reap the fruits of victory. "In that case, Sarutobi, wouldn't it be better to send another of your disciples, Orochimaru? After all, the 4th Kazekage Rasa is called a Kage, but he is just a lucky guy who has temporarily ascended to the position. It shouldn't be necessary for you, an old generation, to go on the field to fight against him, right?" Uchiha Koharu suggested. "The Wind Country can use the power of the entire village to deal with Konoha, but Konoha doesn't believe it, so she doesn't recommend Sarutobi Hiruzen to leave the village." However, Shimura Danzō was the first to refute this. "No, Orochimaru can't." Originally, he thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen needed to go to the battle because of the defeat of the Sand Village, but now after listening to it, he knew that it was time to reap the fruits of victory. If Orochimaru went on the field and really won the war, it would be a great achievement for Orochimaru to defeat the 4th Hokage. Orochimaru's prestige in Konoha will definitely rise a lot, and Shimura Danzō will never allow this to happen. Even though Orochimaru is still working under him at this moment. After thinking for a while, Shimura Danzō continued, "You should know that Konoha is now fighting on 2 fronts. And according to my spies, the Land of Water is about to launch a war against our Konoha, so Konoha will be attacked from 3 sides. 1 against 3 may be possible in the short term, but over a long period of time, not to mention the lack of personnel, even supplies will be difficult to supply, so we must first repel one side, before we have the energy to deal with the other 3 countries. Letting Sarutobi go in person can not only suppress the 4th Kazekage, but also boost the morale of our ninjas, and will definitely be able to lay the foundation for victory in one fell swoop." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep look at Danzō. Even he did not get accurate information from the Land of Water, but he did not expect Danzō to get it first. It seems that this old friend is much more powerful in the dark than in the open. After hearing this news, Uchiha Koharu also frowned. Now the combat power is extremely lacking. If the Land of Water comes to join in the fun, it will only be more difficult. With the two of them not talking, it has become a foregone conclusion that Sarutobi Hiruzen will go to the front line in person. In that case, it's settled that I will lead the team to deal with the 4th Kazekage. Sarutobi Hiruzen then said, while I'm away, Uzumaki Kushina will go with me. How can this be possible? The Ninetales Jinchuriki is a top priority and cannot leave the village at will. Shimura Danzō disagreed with this point. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained, you should also know about the rampage of the Ninetales some time ago. If I leave and this happens again, the loss will be even greater. Sarutobi, I can do it for you. Before Shimura Danzō finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted and said, no need to say more, I have decided. Kushina will go to the Sand Ninja front with me. Handing Kushina over to Danzō's care is definitely not what Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to see. Danzō's face froze, and he didn't say anything more. Sarutobi Hiruzen, on the other hand, paid attention to what Shimura Danzō said before, and asked Shimura Danzō, is the information that the Land of Water will invade soon accurate? Danzō nodded silently. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his brows with a slightly tired look, and sighed, this is troublesome. Even if the Sand Ninjas are defeated in one battle, they will not surrender so quickly, and the troops cannot be withdrawn. In this way, the troops to deal with the Land of Water. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's embarrassed tone, Utane Koharu and Mito Kadoen looked at each other, and then looked at the silent Shimura Danzō. Seeing that the two advisors understood what he meant, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Shimura Danzō, Danzō, in the face of this crisis, should your route withdraw some manpower to support the Land of Water? When Danzō heard this, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He understood that this was a suspicion of Sarutobi Hiruzen caused by his previous words. So Sarutobi Hiruzen weakened his strength in this way. I will draw some people from the route to the border of the Land of Water. Danzō replied expressionlessly, but my manpower is always limited, so I should draw some more people from other big clans. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Koharu and Mito Kadoen nodded. Indeed, you alone cannot resist the Land of Water with just the route. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment and said, well, I will discuss with the clan leaders of the Inuzuka clan and the Hyuga clan, and ask them to draw some more ninjas. These two clans can restrain the Mist Hidden art that the Mist Hidden clan is best at, so they have always been the backbone of the fight against the Mist Ninja. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Danzō immediately rejected it and said, most of the people in these two clans have already participated in the other two fronts. If we ask them for more people, they will inevitably feel resentful. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. This is more like what he, the Hokage, would say. I always feel that Shimura Danzō is going to start making trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very familiar with his old comrade, and he was definitely not a person who would care whether other families would have complaints. Following Shimura Danzō's meaning, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, Danzō, what do you mean? Shimura Danzō was at ease, and did not even look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said calmly, most of the Uchiha clan are still in the village as guards, so use these people. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, his pupils shrank, and he looked at Danzō coldly. In the case of Konoha's lack of troops, it is normal to draw ninjas from various families in Konoha village. In the face of major issues, each clan also distinguishes between the important and the urgent. But at this moment, it is not reasonable to let the Uchiha clan, who are good at fire escape ninjutsu, fight against the ninjas of the Hidden Mist village who are proficient in water escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen has always known that Shimura Danzō has a grudge against the Uchiha clan, but he did not expect that it has worsened to the point where he wants to weaken the Uchiha clan through this means. Why? Sarutobi, you don't disagree, do you? Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't reply for a long time, Shimura Danzō continued, there are not many people from the Uchiha clan on the other two fronts. Yes, each clan has lost a lot of ninjas, so the Uchiha clan can only replace them first. When the Sand Ninja surrenders, the ninjas from the Sand Ninja front will go to replace the Uchiha clan. As smart people, Mitomanen and Uchiha Koharu certainly understood the reason, but their attitude was the same as Danzō's, and they didn't want the Uchiha clan to increase their strength. Seeing that the two consultants supported Shimura Danzō's idea, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. I need to think about this matter. then do it as soon as possible. The water country doesn't have much time to delay. Shimura Danzō also knew that he couldn't push too hard, so he just said one sentence and didn't mention it again. The four discussed other matters, and then Shimura Danzō and the other two left the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his seat, smoking a pipe. That night, after returning from Kushina, Chiga fell asleep at home, but not long. After he fell asleep, several Uchiha clan members came to his house and woke him up. They said that the family would hold a clan meeting that night, and all the Uchiha clan ninjas in the village had to participate. This made Chiga so angry that he almost beat up several people. When he arrived at the clan meeting, Chiga looked around in surprise and found that no one teased him. He immediately understood that there seemed to be something important to say at this clan meeting. He found a place to sit down and waited for the clan members to arrive. Soon, everyone arrived, and Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice, "I just came back from the Third Hokage. Because of the tense war, the village needs our Uchiha clan to dispatch 100 ninjas to the eastern part of the Land of Fire to resist the hidden mist village in the Land of Water." What? The Land of Water is also going to invade? The people of the Uchiha clan were shocked when they heard this. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and said, "Not yet, but according to the intelligence it seems that the water country has this plan." Okay, but why our Uchiha clan? The ninjas of the water country are very good at water jutsu, which is very restraining to our clan. Indeed, and the Sharingan will also be affected by the mist hidden technique. Clan leader Fugaku, isn't this a bit unreasonable? Can't we go to other fronts? The earth country or the wind country are fine. Yeah, even the lightning country is fine. Those guys with all their brains are made of muscles are the most likely to be affected by illusions. Chapter 184 Kaien's counterattack. The Uchiha clan ninjas did not object or complain about going to the front line to resist the invasion of other great ninjas. They just questioned the irrationality of this decision. Regarding the clan members who were talking about it, Uchiha Fugaku just closed his eyes and crossed his chest without saying anything, as if he wanted the clan members to finish the discussion before speaking. When Uchiha Fugaku was silent, the clan members gradually stopped talking and waited for Uchiha Fugaku's explanation. Seeing that no one was talking, Uchiha Fugaku opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I know that our clan is not good at fighting against the Mist Ninja, but this is the first time since the Second War that a large number of our clan members have gone to the front line. As long as our clan performs well in resisting the water country, then our clan's prestige in the village will be further improved. This is an opportunity for our clan to enter the upper echelons of the village. By the way, the third Hokage is already very old, and it will only be a few years before he abdicates and changes the term. Maybe the position of the next Hokage is not impossible." At this point, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. This time, he will personally lead the Uchiha clan in the battle. Originally, according to Uchiha Fugaku's plan, the Uchiha clan's bet was placed on Minato. When Minato became a high-level or Hokage of Konoha, then with Minato's relationship with them, he would definitely be able to win the right to speak in Konoha village for their Uchiha clan. But the Kingdom of Wind invaded first, and the Kingdom of Earth entered later. Now even the Kingdom of Water, which did not participate in the Second Ninja World War, is going to be defeated. It seems that this war will affect the entire ninja world. In this situation, Uchiha Fugaku saw an opportunity for him to enter the upper echelons of Konoha. Their Uchiha clan really lacks opportunities to make achievements. As long as the Uchiha clan has made enough contributions, the Uchiha clan will definitely be able to enter the upper echelons of Konoha. This is also the promise made by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's big cake, Uchiha Fugaku was obviously moved, and he did not even think about rejecting Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposal, and agreed to it at once. Although the Mist Ninja of the Kingdom of Water restrained their Uchiha clan, but they are the Uchiha clan, the top blood family in the ninja world, would they be afraid of such restraint? In the big cake, drawn by Uchiha Fugaku, the members of the Uchiha clan also floated. It's a good opportunity. For the Uchiha clan, I'll go. Clan leader Fugaku, I'll go with you. Humph, it's just the mist hidden technique. I haven't even awakened my Sharingan. This ninjutsu is useless to me. I'll go too. +1. All the members of the Uchiha clan showed excitement on their faces. Even the representative of the Hawk faction, Uchiha, did not oppose Uchiha Fugaku's decision. Only Chiga frowned. I always felt that this matter was not so simple. The clan meeting turned into a mobilization meeting later. Because Chiga had to go to the front line of the Wind Country, Uchiha Fugaku didn't need to drag Chiga with him. Chiga was no longer sleepy at this moment. While it was still early, he came to the woods outside the route. As for whether there was a conspiracy to let the Uchiha clan go to the battlefield, just ask the ninjas of the route. In this village, there is no one else who can find ways to target the Uchiha clan except Shimura Danzō. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have this intention. If the other two advisors wanted to target him, they would use Shimura Danzō's hand. After scanning the surroundings with the Sharingan and seeing that there was no one, Chiga entered the sage mode, formed a hand seal, and then shouted in a low voice, Senjutsu sealing technique Liangai seal, release. In the root base, a root ninja's brain suddenly twitched, and then two Magatama flashed in his eyes. His eyes immediately became dull, and walked towards Chiga. After a while, the two met. Master Chiga. Seeing Chiga, the root ninja raised his head. It was Ryoma Aburame beside Danzō. Chiga had already perfected his illusion to control the root ninja. Usually, because it was sealed with the seal technique blessed by the celestial method, it was no different from an ordinary root. Once the seal was released, the illusion would take effect and directly become the object of Chiga's control. Chiga asked directly, was it Shimura Danzō's idea to let the Uchiha clan go to the battlefield of the Land of Water? Aburame Ryoma replied, yes. Chiga raised his eyebrows upon hearing this, and then asked, what is Shimura Danzō's purpose? Shimura Danzō wants to weaken the Uchiha clan and obtain the Sharingan at the same time. Chiga's face gradually became ugly from the narration of Aburame Ryoma. Although Chiga guessed Shimura Danzō's purpose, when he heard that it was Shimura Danzō who proposed to let the Uchiha clan go to the front line, after hearing it with his own ears, a nameless anger still rose in his heart. I'm fighting hard on the front line, and you're still greedy for my clan's blood. Aren't you too disrespectful to me? Exclamation mark. It's cruel. Chiga snorted coldly. In this case, Chiga couldn't let the Uchiha clan go to the front line of the Hidden Mist village. This matter is not suitable to be told to Uchiha Fugaku. This guy obviously has his own plans, and is unlikely to listen to his opinions. And without evidence, they won't believe it. Of course, Chiga can also take Aburame Ryoma to Uchiha Fugaku to talk about this matter. But Chiga doesn't want to expose the fact that she used illusion to control the root ninja. Thinking of this, Chiga thought about it and had to think about how to stop the Uchiha clan from going to the front line. Shimura Danzō seemed to have found a ninja from the Uchiha clan because his own troops were insufficient. In this way, the matter seems to be easily solved. There will not be enough ninjas in the route. Haha. As someone who controls more than a dozen root ninjas, Chiga still has a say. The root ninjas have reached about 1,000 ninjas, which is more than enough to destroy a small ninja village. With so many people exposed in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, will Sarutobi Hiruzen be afraid? Chiga knew what to do next. Since the reason for summoning ninjas from other clans was that the root ninjas were insufficient, Chiga had to see if Sarutobi Hiruzen would let the Uchiha clan go to the water country front again when he saw how many ninjas there were in the route. After he gave a few more instructions to Aburame Ryoma, he summoned Crowfeather and asked Crowfeather to find Kushina. If you want to lure Sarutobi Hiruzen to the route base for inspection without any reason, you need a suitable excuse. Teacher Kushina is a good one. Fortunately, it was not too late at this time. Kushina had not slept yet. After seeing Crowfeather, she knew that Chiga would come. After closing the door of her room, Kushina input a little chakra into Crowfeather's body. Chiga, who sensed it from a distance, came to Kushina in an instant. Kushina looked at Chiga in confusion and asked, what's wrong? You come to me late at night, and you still need to use this method that the Anbu will not find out. Teacher Kushina, I need your help today, Chiga said solemnly. Seeing Chiga's expression, Kushina also became solemn and said in a deep voice, what happened? It's a problem of my family. This matter started from the meeting of Konoha's senior leaders today. Chiga only concealed the fact that he controlled the root ninjas from Kushina and told Kushina everything else. including Shimura Danzo's desire to get their Sharingan. After listening, Kushina did not question Chiga, but directly became furious and said, "This one-eyed dragon is crazy. Dare to target the ninjas in his own village? Let's go. Go with me to find the third generation old man, and he must give you Uchiha clan an explanation for this matter." Chiga shook his head and said, "I only got this information occasionally, and there is no evidence. Even if the third generation Hokage believes me, he can't do anything to Shimura Danzo without evidence. In the final analysis, Shimura Danzo's plan has not yet been implemented. Even if the third generation Hokage wants to punish, it will only make a big thing small. What do you want me to do?" Kushina asked. Chiga did not answer, but asked, "Teacher Kushina, do you know how many ninjas are there in the route, Shimura Danzo's direct unit?" Kushina thought for a moment, and said uncertainly, "Well, there are about 400. The so-called route is actually a training department of the Anbu. There won't be too many ninjas." Chiga sneered when she heard it. "Teacher Kushina, the ninjas of the route have reached 1000. What? So many? What does this one-eyed dragon want to do? Launch a coup?" Kushina was shocked when she heard it. With this number, even the Anbu doesn't have so many. Ignoring Kushina's surprise, Chiga continued, "Teacher Kushina, I need you to expose these ninjas of the route in front of the third Hokage." Kushina thought for a moment and asked excitedly, "So, Chiga, do you want me to go to the route base and make a big fuss? I'm familiar with this. It's easy." Kushina is not good at brain wasting things, but when it comes to making trouble, she is even better than Chiga. Seeing Kushina like this, Chiga also laughed. "Yes, Kurama losing control is a good excuse. I think with what happened before, the third Hokage will believe this reason. Don't worry about these details. The old man with the one-eyed dragon has been coveting me for a long time. I can even directly frame him for wanting to kidnap me to the route. I was able to escape with the help of Kurama and then make a big fuss." Kushina didn't like Shimura Danzo very much. She always called her the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and didn't treat her as a ninja of Konoha village at all. Now she heard that Shimura Danzo was targeting the Uchiha clan for his own selfish reasons, and she was even more disgusted. "In that case, I will trouble Teacher Kushina tomorrow." "Okay, we are master and apprentice. There is no need to be so distant." Kushina responded with a smile. Chapter 185. Konoha's tree grows upside down. The next morning, Chiga came to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also surprised to see Chiga coming. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "Chiga, what are you doing here?" Chiga said, "Third Hokage, please forgive me for being blunt. Isn't it a bit unreasonable for us Uchiha clan to go to the water country? The ninjas of the Hidden Mist village are good at water escape, and everyone has a master of the Hidden Mist technique, which really has a great restraint on our fire escape and Sharingan. Seriously speaking, we Uchiha clan are not afraid of this restraint. This is our confidence as the Uchiha clan." However, when talking about the latter part, Chiga suddenly changed the subject, but the question is, why? Knowing that the water country restrains our Uchiha clan, why did the Konoha high-level officials decide to let our Uchiha clan face the water country? Do the Konoha high-level officials really regard our Uchiha clan as people in the village? This question is not to be underestimated. Chiga, you know, there is really no manpower in the village at the moment, so we can only let your family take over first. After the Sand Ninja surrenders, we will transfer the Sand Ninja front to the Land of Water to replace your family members." Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, and his face became a little embarrassed. He did not expect that Chiga, who always obeyed orders, would question him one day. It is conceivable how chilling the decision he made was, although this decision was not his original intention. However, before Sarutobi Hiruzen could organize his words to continue to appease Chiga, the voice of Shimura Danzo came from behind Chiga. "What? Do you Uchiha clan have questions about the Hokage's order?" Shimura Danzo walked in with his crutches. He looked at Chiga and said in a cold voice, "Do you Uchiha clan want to rebel again?" Chiga has become immune to Shimura Danzo's behavior of always accusing people of rebellion. After all, this guy only has this one word. We, the Uchiha clan, have not made any moves of rebellion, but sending our people to the Land of Water will not allow us to unleash the true strength of the Uchiha clan's ninjas. This is not reasonable in the distribution of combat power. Moreover, Third Hokage, 100 Uchiha clan ninjas have already drawn up all the Uchiha clan's personnel, which will paralyze the Konoha guard. Chiga said. Upon hearing this, Danzō Shimura said with disdain, I have sent 300 root ninjas to the water country front, and risked all my belongings. Is it too much to ask you Uchiha to withdraw 100 ninjas? Seeing that Danzō Shimura hit the point, Chiga sneered and replied, Sir Danzō, it's more than that. I remember when I was practicing water style ninjutsu at the root base, there were 400 or 500 root ninjas chasing and blocking me and teacher Kushina. Hearing Chiga's confession that she was the one who caused the trouble, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually believed what Chiga said and looked at Danzō Shimura in surprise. Sarutobi Hiruzen said thoughtfully, Danzō, is what Chiga said true? If there are 400 or 500 ninjas in the base, then the number of ninjas in your route is much less than what you reported to me. Nonsense. My route provides nutrients to the Anbu. How can there be so many ninjas? Sarutobi, don't listen to this Uchiha kid's nonsense. Negative emotions from Shimura Danzō, emotion value plus 50. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzō immediately refuted and then wanted to explain to Sarutobi Hiruzen again. However, at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly looked in a certain direction and his face changed drastically. Oh no, something happened to Kushina. Hearing this, Chiga was the first to react and immediately pretended to be anxious and said in a hurry, Third Hokage, what happened to my teacher? Follow me, the Ninetales is unsealed. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Chiga. Chiga and Shimura Danzō's faces changed at the same time and they stopped arguing and followed Sarutobi Hiruzen. When Chiga and the others arrived here, they saw Kushina, who was covered with the Ninetales chakra and even wearing the tailed beast's outer garment, wreaking havoc on the root base. All the root ninjas in the base had already been dispatched, and densely packed root ninjas surrounded the periphery. They looked at the Ninetales Jinchuriki who suddenly appeared in the root base, and their faces were also confused. It's the Ninetales. Why is the Ninetales here? Did Danzō-sama make a mistake in ordering the capture of the Ninetales Jinchuriki, causing the Ninetales Jinchuriki to go berserk? A route controlled by Chiga interrupted. Did Danzō-sama give the order to capture the Ninetales Jinchuriki? Don't you know how to help Danzō-sama solve the problem in advance? Are you not loyal to Danzō-sama? Another root ninja controlled by Chiga said in the crowd. No way. Don't talk nonsense. Heaven and earth can bear witness to my loyalty to Danzō. Yes, then why don't you capture him back quickly? These words were clearly heard by Chiga and the other two. Sarutobi, listen to my explanation. My subordinates are just too concerned about the Ninetales Jinchurikis going out and getting into trouble, so they made unwise moves. Shimura Danzō was stunned. When did he issue an order to capture the Ninetales Jinchuriki? Although he complained a few times when he returned to the root base after the high-level meeting yesterday that the Third Hokage would rather take the Ninetales Jinchuriki to the battlefield than give it to him for safekeeping. But it was just a complaint. He really didn't have that idea. But he was very confident that the ninjas of the root would obey his orders. They would even only listen to his orders, and even the orders issued by the Hokage would be useless. In other words, some ninjas of the root were very loyal, and they were even loyal enough to do things for him without his orders. It was possible that some brainless ninjas of the root would capture the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Danzō, take care of your men. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Shimura Danzō coldly and didn't say much. The most important thing now was to reseal the Ninetales. At this moment, Kushina seemed to have seen Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrival and immediately took off the tailed beast coat and then fell to the ground. Chiga hurriedly stepped forward, came to Kushina's side and shouted heartbreakingly, Teacher Kushina? Don't scare me. Yeah, it's Chiga. Kushina woke up slowly, then looked around and asked in surprise, hey, why am I here? Who brought me out? As she said this, Kushina secretly made a V sign to Chiga. Kushina, why are you here? Don't you remember? At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also came up and asked with a frown. I just remember that I wanted to sneak out to eat ramen today, but I suddenly met two people with flower masks on the way. Kushina heard this, thought hard for a while, and then suddenly held her head and shouted, ah, my head hurts. Looking at Kushina who fainted again, Kyan hurriedly shouted, "Make way, I want to take my teacher to the medical department first, don't block the way." "Damn, why are there so many people?" The slight complaint startled Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he glanced around. At this moment, all the root ninjas have been sent out, and there are about 700 or 800 people in the entire base. As for the others, they are doing missions or something. But even so many ninjas made Sarutobi Hiruzen confused. Isn't it said that the roots are to supply nutrients to Konoha? Why is the big tree of Konoha growing upside down? How can there be so many roots? Danzō, is this what you said about not having enough root ninjas? Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed at the group of roots and said gloomily. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzō immediately looked around, and then he found that all the ninjas he had hidden in the base had come out. His face suddenly changed, and he said, "Sarutobi, listen to my explanation." "Explain?" "Explain to you." He said that the Anbu recruited people every year, but why did they recruit fewer and fewer people? It was all because of Shimura Danzō. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed in anger. There are 700 or 800 ninjas here alone, and if you count the root ninjas who are still doing missions outside, the number of your root ninjas has exceeded 1000. The number of Anbu ninjas is not that high. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was gloomy, and after saying that, he walked towards the Hokage building without saying a word. As for Chigusa and Kushina, they had already left here long ago. Their mission was just to expose the number of root ninjas to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What happened next would naturally be handled by Sarutobi Hiruzen. There was no need to pay attention to why Kushina appeared in the root base. 700 or 800 root ninjas were nakedly placed in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already in a state of panic due to the lack of manpower on the front line, flew into a rage after seeing this group of root ninjas. He directly issued an order to pull all these root ninjas to the front line of the Land of Water. As for the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, they continued to serve as the guards to maintain the law and order of the village. 3 days later, the frontline command center of Konoha's battle against the Sand Ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed here with 500 ninjas. As the Kage of the village and his teacher, and coming to vent his anger, Tsunade also gave him enough face, and personally came to the door to greet him. Before he could say anything like a welcome, he saw Kushina surrounded by a dozen Anbu, and immediately frowned. "Hokage, why did you bring Kushina with you?" Kushina also noticed Tsunade's gaze, and immediately jumped up, and waved to Tsunade. "There's nothing I can do. I can't let go of this worry if I stay in the village." Sarutobi Hiruzen followed Tsunade's gaze, and looked at Kushina. Seeing Kushina looking around with excitement in her eyes, he sighed helplessly. "Let's discuss the battle plan first." Chapter 186, The selection of the 4th Hokage. "Let's discuss the battle plan first." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly. "Okay." Tsunade didn't know what happened in the village, but seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's indescribable look, she didn't ask much. When they came to the meeting room, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not choose to sit in the main seat representing the commander's position, but sat on the side. Tsunade followed behind, and looked at him in confusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained with a smile, "You are the commander of the front line, and only you can sit in this position." Hearing this, the eyes of the ninjas who were a little thoughtful also flashed a gleam. This is to improve the reputation of Tsunade. Chigusa also looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in surprise. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to let Tsunade serve as the 4th generation Hokage. Because of the appearance of this butterfly, Tsunade did not leave the village, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's consideration of the candidate for Hokage tended to Tsunade. Senior Minato will not be able to become the 4th generation Hokage, right? Then the investment of the Uchiha clan will not be wasted. TSK. Tsunade curled her lips in disdain. She had understood what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant. Sarutobi Hiruzen was old after all, and had been looking for a new candidate for Hokage. The current 3 ninjas were very suitable for the 4th generation of Hokage, and Tsunade was the blood of the Senju clan, so it would be much easier for her to take the position than the other 2. With more military exploits, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen abdicated now, Tsunade could take the position immediately. However, Tsunade was still in the process of self-destruction at the moment. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's behavior, she wanted to end the war on the Sand Ninja's side as soon as possible and then run away. It's a waste of effort. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen insisted on not sitting in the main seat, Tsunade muttered and then said to Hatake Tsukumo, "Senior Tsukumo, how about you take the seat? I'm just the deputy commander. It's not appropriate. It's not appropriate." Hatake Tsukumo waved his hands again and again. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was Sarutobi Hiruzen's intention. If he sat down, the previous incident would happen again. Tsunade put her hands on her hips and frowned. "What's inappropriate? In my opinion, you are very suitable. If it weren't for Senior Tsukumo's obstruction during this period, that old woman Chiyo would have broken through our defense line long ago. No, 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 that's my duty, and it's also because of the good command of you, the commander, Tsunade." Hatake Tsukumo said modestly. Old lady Tsunade almost grinned and said domineeringly, "If I ask you to sit, you have to sit, even if you don't want to." Use the method she used to treat Chiga to deal with Hatake Tsukumo. But considering that the opponent is Hatake Tsukumo, the famous Konoha White Fang, she may not be able to beat him in a fight, so she can only choose to continue to give in to Hatake Tsukumo. Seeing the two pushing each other back and forth, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face also darkened. "Damn, Tsunade, do you despise the position of the fourth Hokage so much?" Exclamation mark. "My old friend is so greedy for this position that he wants to launch a coup to get it, and you are actually making excuses here? I really don't understand. Why should I give up a seat? How about letting me sit?" Kushina couldn't stand it anymore. She was the bravest one present. She took a few steps forward and really intended to sit in the main seat. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became even darker. "Well, there is another unscrupulous person here." However, seeing Kushina, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly thought of Namikaze Minato. He remembered that Jiraiya had recommended Minato, saying that Minato was the only one who inherited the will of fire, and that his personality and strength were very good, and he was very suitable to be the Hokage. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen considered Minato's age and reputation in the village, and thought that Minato was not qualified to be the Hokage. He thought that the position of the 5th generation Hokage might be more suitable for Minato. But now among the three ninjas, Tsunade and Jiraiya are not interested in this position. As for Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen already has a vague feeling that this disciple has gone astray and is too obsessed with the art of immortality. Now it seems that Minato is really going to be chosen. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it carefully, and it seemed that it was not impossible. Now that the war had begun, it was not clear how many years it would last. With Minato's strength, it would be as easy for him to gain reputation as eating and drinking. If he persisted for a few more years, Minato would also grow a lot. By then, he would retreat behind the scenes to support Minato, and it seemed that he would be able to compete with Shimura Danzō, who wanted to be the Hokage, and the two consultants who refused to retire. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not going to waste time, and said to Tsunade in a deep voice, "Okay, sit down first. After all, you are the commander appointed by me. Even if I come, there is no reason to change the commander temporarily." Tsunade heard this and sat down unwillingly. Kushina probably didn't expect that her unintentional action would make Sarutobi Hiruzen really decide to include Minato in the consideration of the fourth Hokage. After everyone was seated, Sarutobi Hiruzen went straight to the point and said in a deep voice, "We don't have time to waste with the Kingdom of Wind. We must act tonight." Tsunade said, "According to intelligence, the 4th generation Kazekage Rasa led 500 sand ninjas to the sand ninja headquarters last night. I thought they would have a decisive battle with us today, but the news came from the frontline stronghold that the other side has even more shrunk its defense line and did not take the initiative to start a war. It seems that they want to delay." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned when he heard this. When Konoha fought against the Sand Ninja, the strategic plan was to delay, because at that time Konoha only had pressure from two parties, and even if it was consumed, it could outlast the Kingdom of Wind. But now, the Kingdom of Water is ready to invade, and under the pressure of three parties, Konoha can't hold on. We don't have time to waste with the Kingdom of Wind. We will take action tomorrow night. We will launch a surprise attack on their entire defense line. The strategic goal this time is to defeat the ninjas of the Sand Village and drive them back to the Kingdom of Wind. Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he pointed on the sand table to plan the route of the surprise attack. Everyone, the sand ninjas can mobilize about 5,000 troops this time, while we only have 3,000. In terms of the comparison of numbers, the enemy is strong, and we are weak, but this time I will lead on ninjas in the first echelon to launch a surprise attack. Not everyone knew the purpose of his coming at this time, and now he said it to give these people confidence. When everyone heard that the third Hokage was going to lead by example, they were immediately shocked. Not to mention the difference in the number of ninjas of 2,000. Even if the difference was twice, there would be confidence. Seeing that his few words had raised the morale of the ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction, and then said to Tsunade, in this large-scale battle, Tsunade will stay in the rear and use the summoned beasts to heal our injured ninjas at any time. Tsukumo, you need to stop Chiyo and Abizo. As for the fourth Kazekage, leave it to me. The next step is to discuss some details. Kushina was bored, so she left with Chiga and walked around the headquarters. Even in the headquarters, the safest place on the front line, Kushina's bodyguards were loyal to their duties and followed her. Looking at the dozen burly men around her, Kushina lost her novelty after swaying. Let's go back, it's boring. Kushina glanced at the Anbu behind her and said dissatisfiedly, oh. Chiga shrugged and said indifferently that there was nothing wrong with Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangement, and Kushina's safety was absolutely the most important. As if thinking of something, Kushina asked, by the way, Chiga, haven't we fought side by side for a long time? Chiga nodded and said, I just remember that teacher Kushina, you took me out once. Ha, I'm on the front line now, there are plenty. Before Kushina finished speaking, the Enbu behind her stopped her and said, Lady Kushina, this is impossible. According to the order of the Hokage, you can only move around the command center. Kushina's face suddenly fell, and she looked at the Anbu who was speaking coldly for a while. Don't say more. Of course I know. I will tell him after the meeting of the Hokage is over. Just as Kushina finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen happened to come here accompanied by Tsunade. After hearing Kushina's words, he took over the topic and said, what do you want to tell me? Hearing this, everyone turned around and replied respectfully, Hokage. Lady Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and asked Kushina, what do you want to tell me? Kushina smiled, walked over and hugged Sarutobi Hiruzen familiarly. Old man, I want to discuss something with you. I want to participate in this battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, okay. Old man, if you don't agree, do you agree? She had already thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen would refuse and was thinking about what reason to use to persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen, but she didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to agree at once and immediately looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in surprise. You will be incorporated into the Chiga team. Sarutobi Hiruzen rolled his eyes at Kushina. In the village, Kushina made a big fuss at the base of the route. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was only concerned with dealing with the matter of Shimura Danzō hiding the number of root ninjas, so he didn't bother Kushina at the first time. Afterwards, Sarutobi Hiruzen figured it out. The purpose of Kushina's making a fuss at the route was to lure him over, and the look of being controlled by the Ninetales was also pretended. It is estimated that Kushina's control over the Ninetales has been strengthened a lot, and she can even forcibly draw the Ninetales chakra. In this case, Sarutobi Hiruzen also intends to make a preliminary attempt to relax the restrictions on Kushina, and with Chiga's presence, he can also use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape if he encounters an accident. Sarutobi Hiruzen also ignored the surprised Kushina and just said to Chiga, Chiga, your teacher's safety is particularly important. You must give priority to Kushina's safety during combat. I allow you to use the Flying Thunder God technique to take your teacher away from the battle at any time. Chiga, I will never learn the Flying Thunder God technique in the next book. Kushina did not complain about Sarutobi Hiruzen's behavior. Saying more would be a bit too much. Chapter 187 The decisive battle between Konoha and Sand Ninja begins. The information that the third Hokage had come to the front line must have been passed on to the Sand Ninjas, and Konoha, who did not want to delay, started the raid plan after only one day. The Sand Ninjas currently have 3 lines of defense in the territory of the river country. The first, which is the front line, is a diagonal line of defense that extends from the northwest of the river country to the south of the river country. Because the defense line is relatively long, the strongholds are scattered and are somewhat weak overall. However, its main function is only to serve as a warning and surveillance, and the number of ninjas is not large. The second line is just a large base, where most of the sand ninjas are located. Once the first line of defense finds a large-scale enemy, ninjas will be sent here to support the first line of defense. The last one is the Sand Ninja headquarters. Like the Konoha headquarters, a large amount of supplies are stored here. The raid launched by Konoha this time is mainly aimed at the second line of defense. Late at night the next day, Konoha's raid plan began. The troops sneaked quietly, and they would try their best to eliminate the Sand Ninja scouts they met on the road, striving to catch the Sand Ninja off guard. Because Kyan had been active on the front line of the Sand Ninja, their team was responsible for clearing the Sand Ninja strongholds in front of the large army. Puff. After Kyan killed a Sand Ninja hiding in the woods, his figure seemed to blend into the darkness, and when he appeared again, he had come to the back of another Sand Ninja. The wind with warm blood in his hand pierced the heart of the Sand Ninja. After solving the problem, he imitated a few bird calls to inform Kushina and others in the back that the target had been solved. After a while, Kushina, Sarutobi Asuma, Yuhi Kyunari and Shizune appeared in front of Kyan. Kushina looked at the corpse of the Sand Ninja and said dissatisfiedly, "Why do you always take action, Kyan? Obviously I can kill with one blow." "Teacher Kushina, your attack methods are not so concealed." Kyan rolled his eyes unhappily. Kushina, with her powerful chakra, was not suitable for this type of mission at all, so after arriving at the Sand Ninja front, she was like sitting on the bench and had no chance to perform. What made her most angry was that every time she took action, it was still her disciple Chiga, which made her feel like she was outdone by her own disciple. Yuhi Kyunari looked at Kushina and comforted her helplessly. "Okay, Master Kushina, when you get to the Sand Ninja base, that's where you can show your strength." Kushina glanced at him, thinking that no matter how well she performed there, she would be outdone by the old man behind her. Chiga ignored Kushina, who was still complaining, looked around, and said, "It's only about 50 kilometers from the Sand Ninja base. You can inform the Third Hokage to launch a charge. The mobility of ninjas is very strong, and this distance can be said to be within reach. The most important thing is that the closer to the Sand Ninja base, the tighter the Sand Ninja's reconnaissance will be, and it is impossible not to be discovered. Instead of this, it is better to let the troops charge and fight when the Sand Ninja is not fully prepared." After hearing what Chiga said, Kushina said, "I'll go and tell her." Chiga nodded and agreed to Kushina's request. It is estimated that she will not settle down if she is not assigned some tasks. When the first ray of dawn appeared, the ninjas of Konoha rushed to the base of the Sand Ninja. It is impossible for the Sand Ninja to be unaware of such a large-scale invasion of Konoha. After seeing the appearance of the Konoha ninjas, the Sand Ninjas have already had a vanguard force outside the base, ready to fight. After seeing the leader, Sarutobi Hiruzen, he did not hesitate at all and rushed directly to the Sand Ninjas. Earth style, earth flowing river. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's light shout, the feet of the Sand Ninjas in front of him suddenly softened like a swamp, and the flowing mud set off huge waves, sweeping the Sand Ninjas into it. Fire style, fire dragon flame bomb. Not long after the earth style was released, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already prepared another ninjutsu, spitting out 3 fire dragons from his mouth, attacking the Sand Ninjas trapped in the earth-flowing river from the left, middle, and right directions. The scorching heat directly baked the already swampy ground and cracked it. Under this ruthless attack, life was fragile. After the fire dragon flame bomb ended, the Sand Ninjas had been burned to ashes and turned into dust. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the Sand Ninjas a great gift at the first sight, directly defeating all the Sand Ninja vanguard troops, causing great damage to the formation. "You are worthy of being the Hokage. With the Hokage, we will win. Charge." This move immediately made the Konoha ninjas full of momentum and morale. The Sand Ninjas were pale. Even if they didn't hear the shouts of the Konoha ninjas, they could tell who was in the front. Earth style, earth dragon bomb. Sarutobi Hiruzen's ninjutsu continued. Since he had joined the battle, he wanted to minimize the losses of Konoha. This was also one of the purposes of his trip. The Earth Dragon Bomb, like a machine gun, tore a hole in the sand ninjas who had just restored their formation. At this time, Kushina, who was originally in the back, was a little bit annoyed that Sarutobi Hiruzen was the only one in the limelight. She immediately came to his side, made seals with both hands, and shouted softly, "Multiple shadow clone technique." Thousands of shadow clones appeared on the field, like a scarlet ocean. She has now forgotten that she is still a member of Kaion's team. She should cooperate with her teammates to roam the battlefield in the form of a team. This move also made both the enemy and us stunned. Not everyone can squander their chakra like this. Kushina formed a team and rushed directly into the formation of the Sand Ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kushina helplessly, and the prepared ninjutsu was immediately released. At this time, the Konoha ninja behind him also jumped over him and rushed into the formation of the Sand Ninja. Now the enemy and us are crisscrossed, and it is indeed not suitable to use these large-scale ninjutsu. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen bit his finger and used the summoning technique. As soon as the 8th Demon King came out, he communicated with Sarutobi Hiruzen and turned directly into a thick and long stick. Sarutobi Hiruzen held it in his hands and rushed into the battlefield. He was simply charging forward, leaving no grass where he passed. There was no sand ninja who could defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen in one blow. At this time, the fighting quality of the Wind Country as a great country was also reflected. Even when they saw Sarutobi Hiruzen showing off his skills, they did not collapse and were still trying their best to resist the ninjas of Konoha. Even some of the more powerful sand ninjas united on their own and attempted to sneak attack Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the battlefield, the enemy and us were in a stalemate and the situation was extremely chaotic. But even so, some Konoha ninjas were always paying attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen because he was the leader of the village and there must be no problems. So when they saw hundreds of ninjas surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen in the middle, they still shouted loudly, "Hokage, be careful," and ran towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen had some ninjas to protect his safety, but before the war, he had sent these ninjas to Kushina's side. His identity is certainly extremely important, but his strength is also extremely powerful. He never thought that he would die in such a small scene. Before hearing the shouts of the Konoha ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed these sand ninjas. When these sand ninjas approached, he immediately jumped into the air, took out a shuriken from his ninja bag, and threw it at these sand ninjas. The sand ninjas were stunned when they saw that it was just a shuriken, and then their faces turned red. Although you are the Hokage, you can't bully people like this. You actually want to get rid of so many of us with just one shuriken? Exclamation mark. Just when the sand ninjas thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen underestimated them, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still in the air, was holding a vibrator bar. It was a Vajra Ruai stick, but it didn't affect his seal at all. His hands turned into after images, and he made a seal and shouted, "Ninjutsu Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique." In an instant, the shuriken spinning in the air turned into countless pieces as Sarutobi Hiruzen's ninjutsu was activated. A shuriken formation was formed, covering all the sand ninjas below. Our screams were heard one after another, and all that came into view were the bodies of the sand ninjas that were stabbed like hedgehogs. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed the direct disciple of the first and second Hokage. This ninjutsu, inspired by the multiple shadow clones developed by the second Hokage, is a combination of ninjutsu and ninjutsu. Each of these shuriken shadow clones is a physical entity and has extremely strong lethality. Hundreds of sand ninjas were killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's unexpected move. His strength was not boasted, but gained step by step in the war. He is the most powerful person in the ninja world at this time. Mighty Hokage. The Konoha ninjas who saw this scene immediately shouted loudly, which instantly ignited the morale of all the Konoha ninjas on the battlefield, and the offensive became more and more radical, instantly suppressing the sand ninjas. On the battlefield, Kushina also saw Sarutobi Hiruzen showing off his skills. She curled her eyes and secretly cursed the old man for stealing her limelight. After fighting for so long, she also calmed down from the excitement of entering the battlefield for the first time. Then she remembered that her beloved disciples also participated in the battle. Immediately, she came to the side of Chiga's team while fighting. Sorry, this is the first time to fight such a large scale battle. I couldn't help but jump out of the team. Teacher Kushina, you still stay with me, otherwise I'm really afraid that I can't complete the task given to me by the third Hokage. Chiga said helplessly. Hahaha, I know. Kushina smiled awkwardly and said, okay, I won't leave the team again. Chiga, you stay by my side from now on. I can protect you at this point. She suddenly looked at Chiga. It seems that the strength of her disciples has surpassed her. Chapter 188, One-Tailed Shukaku. The battle lasted for a while, and the 4th Kazekage, Chiyo and others who were in the command center finally arrived here with the remaining sand ninjas. After Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the arrival of the sand ninja reinforcement, his eyes condensed. His figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared in front of the 4th Kazekage. At the same time, Hatake Tsukumo also came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side in an instant. The top ninjas of the two sides looked at each other from a distance, and for a while, the entire battlefield stopped fighting briefly. The third Hokage is here in person, which really makes me feel honored. Chiyo glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen for a few times, then turned her gaze to Hatake Tsukumo, and then scanned the entire Konoha ninja, with a pair of eyes full of murderous intent. Unfortunately, she couldn't find Chiga, after searching for a long time. Chiyo's hatred for Uchiha Chiga, who killed the Red Sand Scorpion, has long exceeded Hatake Tsukumo. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored Chiyo's words, but stared at the 4th Kazekage and said coldly, Junior, you just became a Kage, and you want to make achievements on the battlefield. You are a little impatient. If I hadn't come to the battlefield, my beloved disciple and Tsukumo might not have survived the battlefield. The 4th Kazekage Rasa heard this, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. We are obviously both Kages of the same village. What do you mean by calling me a junior? He said head on. It's because I'm young that I'm a little impatient. Unlike you, the third Hokage, the journey to the river country is long. It doesn't tire you out, does it? Also, I don't know if Tsunade can survive, but you should not be able to go back. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, heard this and laughed in anger. Junior, it's been a long time since anyone dared to say such things to me, not even your third Kazekage. If Chiyo said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen might not be so angry. Chiyo and he are of the same generation. Even if they are not as strong, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not care too much for the sake of being of the same generation. And who is Rasa? Before he was elected as the 4th Kazekage, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not even look at him. Stop talking nonsense. Let's see who is the real one. The 4th Kazekage signaled Chiyo and Ibizo beside him with his eyes to fight the enemy together. Although he can say harsh words, he is not stupid enough to think that he will be Sarutobi Hiruzen's opponent. Chiyo and Ibizo nodded silently. Seeing this, the 4th Kazekage immediately used magnetic escape to control the gold sand and wrapped it towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chiyo controlled a giant puppet more than 3 meters high. The puppet held a variety of weapons in its hands, and the cold light flashed, flying towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ibizo was not as fierce as these two. He just stood there and kept making seals with his hands. Originally, he was only responsible for intelligence and spy work, so he was a little lacking in strength. Of course, he didn't dare to rush directly towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he couldn't be said to be weak. Those who could live to this age in the War-torn ninja world were not good people. Facing the joint attack of the 3 top ninjas of the Sand Ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved the Vajra Ruai stick in his hand, full of heroic spirit. With just the 3 of you, you want to keep me, Sarutobi Hiruzen? It's just a pipe dream. The chakra in his body, like a vast ocean, came out in an instant, and even caused some tiny stones on the ground to float. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed loudly, turned his head, and said to Hatake Tsukumo, Tsukumo, I will take care of these 3 people. You go to support other teams. Hatake Tsukumo originally wanted to support Sarutobi Hiruzen and not let his shadow fight alone. But seeing the strong momentum of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he also understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen was really capable of dealing with 3 people at this moment, so he smiled slightly and left in an instant. Seeing Hatake Tsukumo leaving, Sarutobi Hiruzen embraced the Vajra Ruai staff with both hands, swept forward, and directly shattered the gold sand of the 4th Kazekage. Then he suddenly strode forward and swung again, knocking Chiyo's puppet away. Then he rushed to Ibizo, raised the Vajraruai staff above his head, and smashed it down hard, interrupting Ibizo's ninjutsu. The four of them fought together in an instant, while fighting, delaying the battlefield to a distance. The battles of the big guys are not something that the little brothers can participate in. They all know that with their strength, if they really let go and fight hard, the ninjas below can't bear it. On the periphery of the battlefield, Chiga looked at the situation in the field. Because all the high-end combat power of the Sand Ninja was dragged away by Sarutobi Hiruzen alone. The ninjas and the entire Sand Ninja army were neither high nor low, and no one could compete with Hatake Tsukumo. Hatake Tsukumo was also like a fish in water on the battlefield, rushing around with the white fangs flashing with arcs. But because they have more people than Konoha, the battle between the two sides is also in a state of balance. However, as time goes by, Konoha's ninjas gradually begin to suppress the Sand Ninjas. After all, there is another 3 ninjas, at Tsunade, in the back of Konoha. Although she did not appear on the front battlefield, relying on the healing ability of the Summon Beast Slug, Konoha's ninjas have the confidence to fight with the Sand Ninjas. Aren't we going into fight? Sarutobi Asuma looked at his father's brave appearance, and a trace of admiration flashed in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it, and then asked Chiga in confusion. Your father said a long time ago that the most important task of our team is to protect the safety of teacher Kushina. Besides, how long do you think you can survive if you rush in? Chiga rolled his eyes at Sarutobi Asuma. This kind of melee of nearly 10,000 people is like a meat grinder, and ninjas die tragically every moment. Even Chiga, without turning on the Sage mode, does not think that he can be safe. Therefore, after feeling that the situation was going in Konoha's favor, Chiga took it as a holiday for herself. While protecting Sarutobi Asuma and the other two, she also looked after the happy Kushina. He was paddling around the periphery of the battlefield. Anyway, he had made enough contributions in the war in the Land of Wind, and he didn't care how much contribution he made in this decisive battle. Protect Kushina-senpai? What is the identity of your teacher? Why does it feel more important than me? Sarutobi Asuma followed Chiga's gaze and looked at Kushina with a hint of confusion in his eyes. And behind them, Shizune and Yuhi Kyonari also looked at Chiga in confusion. You will know when it's time for you to know, Chiga said. At this moment, Kushina was undoubtedly bloodthirsty, and knowing that Chiga was always paying attention, she rushed into the battlefield with confidence and killed everyone. Her long scarlet hair was already stained with blood, and even flesh and blood were stuck on it, and her exposed skin was also blood-stained. After clearing a group of Sand Ninjas, Kushina came back to her senses and returned to Chiga's side. Chiga looked at Kushina's appearance at the moment and said with disdain, Teacher Kushina, if Minato saw you like this, he probably wouldn't marry you. He dared. Kushina rolled her eyes at Chiga and asked, how many people have I killed? I don't know, more than 30. Ah, only so many. I want to complete the 100-man slaying. Hearing this, Chiga stumbled. The term 100-man slaying reminded him of a small movie from a certain island country in his previous life. Then he couldn't help but sigh. Originally, he was just a otaku who hid in his room and secretly watched small movies. He had never thought about killing people. But now, the number of people he has killed is almost 1,000. The last wish of the previous life, to kill 1,000 people, was actually achieved in this life. Ahem. Although the two concepts are different, being distracted on the battlefield is a taboo, but Chiga was not attacked by the Sand Ninja. In fact, all the Sand Ninja were retreating, as if they wanted to withdraw from the battlefield. What's going on? Kushina, who noticed the Sand Ninja's actions, asked in confusion. However, at this moment, a pair of blood-red pupils inexplicably lit up in her body. What's wrong, Kurama? Noticing that the guy in her body was a little restless, Kushina asked in her heart. Kurama, who was originally lying, slowly stood up and said coldly, I sense that a guy who I hate has come out. How come I don't know that you have a guy you hate? How annoying is it? Kushina heard this and immediately asked with interest. Humph. I won't tell you. Kurama shook his two erect ears and turned his head away proudly. Just as Kushina and the Ninetales were talking, a huge monster suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Then the huge and evil chakra swept the entire battlefield. This instant change immediately attracted the attention of the Konoha ninjas, and they all paid attention to this huge monster. The appearance of a large raccoon cat, the strange patterns on the sandy body, and the huge amount of chakra all indicate the identity of the monster. One-tailed Shukaku. Good fellow, the one-tailed Shukaku has been released. The sand ninja is going all out this time. Seeing this, Chiga's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that the sand ninja would even use the nuclear weapons in the village to win this battle. And he had just seen with his Sharingan that the sand ninja released the one-tailed Shukaku from a jar. It seems that the sand ninja didn't give the old man Bonfuku a chance to die. This is a one-tailed Shukaku, Kushina muttered to herself while looking at Shukaku. She finally understood why the sand ninja had to retreat, and also understood what the annoying guy that the nine-tailed said was, "I'm out." Hahaha. The Shukaku that just came out was extremely excited. After roaring loudly to the sky, the thick tail behind him swept forward and pushed more than a dozen Konoha ninjas out. The deterrent power of the tailed beasts was extremely huge. The Konoha ninjas immediately retreated, trying to distance themselves from Shukaku. But with their short legs, how could they possibly outrun Shukaku, who was as big as a mountain? Shukaku raised his foot and stomped it hard. Boom. The entire battlefield suddenly shook like an earthquake, and the ninjas who had not yet left Shukaku were blown away by the aftermath and fell to the ground without being able to get up again. Chapter 189 Kushina's Trust. With the appearance of Shukaku, the situation on the battlefield changed again. In Shukaku's vacuum cannon, Konoha's ninjas suffered heavy casualties. Even Hatake Tsukumo had no good solution. He could only keep pestering Shukaku to prevent it from causing great damage to Konoha's ninjas. What a trouble. Seeing this, Chiga sighed helplessly, clapped his hands, and was ready to enter the sage mode again to support Hatake Tsukumo. However, at this moment, Kushina stopped Chiga's move. Kushina said to Chiga in a deep voice, "Chiga, let me do it." Chiga was stunned, then reacted and frowned, saying, "Teacher Kushina, it is not a good decision to release Kurama at this time." Kushina looked at the ninjas who died under Shukaku's attack, and a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. Many of these ninjas were bullied by her. In her simple logic, the people of Konoha can only be bullied by her. When will it be the turn of a raccoon cat to take action? In fact, with Kushina's strength and the unique chakra of the Uzumaki clan that can suppress the tailed beasts, it is not a problem for her to control Shukaku alone. But at this moment Kushina doesn't think so. But I think that the sand ninja actually gave such a big gift, so our return gift should also be more grand, right? The other party gave a tailed beast, so the return gift should be of equal value. In that case, then leave it to you, Teacher Kushina. Seeing that Kushina insisted on letting the nine-tails out to breathe, Chiga stepped aside. At the same time, Kushina put her hand on her abdomen and said in her heart, "Kurama, it's time for us to fight side by side. Although I feel that you are using me a little, I have long been fed up with this guy." Hearing Kurama's reply, Kushina's mouth corners slightly raised and then said to Chiga beside her, "Take them away first. The next battle is not something you can deal with." Okay. Seeing this, Chiga also knew that Kushina had discussed it with Kurama and immediately signaled to Sarutobi Asuma and the other two to retreat. Sarutobi Asuma followed behind Chiga and asked puzzledly, "No, Chiga, what are you and Kushina senpai talking about, and what is Kurama? Don't you want to know the secret of Teacher Kushina? You will see it next," Chiga said without turning his head. Not far from the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen was fighting against three top fighters from the Wind Country. When he sensed the appearance of the one-tailed Shukaku, his face suddenly changed. "Fourth Kazekage, you actually threw all the tailed beasts into the war." The fourth Kazekage smiled coldly. "We, the Sand Ninja, won this battle. Third Hokage, if you declare surrender now, we can stop and discuss your compensation to us. You wish?" Sarutobi Hiruzen held back his anger and prepared to go back for support. Although he was powerful, he couldn't get away from the attack of these three people. He couldn't go back for support. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was anxious, another more powerful chakra suddenly appeared in his perception. "This is..." Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned and stared blankly at the distance. As someone who had sensed the chakra of the nine-tailed fox a few days ago, he knew who the owner of this chakra was. It's Kushina, not the Ninetales. Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly felt the Ninetales chakra for a while, and did not feel the tyranny and bloodlust that the tailed beasts had at the beginning. He shook his head and looked at the battlefield in the distance, as if he wanted to see the actual scene. Using the tailed beasts to fight against the tailed beasts is indeed the best way, but Kushina only borrowed the Ninetales chakra, which is still inferior to the one tail that is fully released. Is this the Ninetales? The three people of the fourth Kazekage facing Sarutobi Hiruzen were much more surprised than Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the commander, Chiyo glanced at the tailed beast battlefield with lingering fear, and then looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen fiercely, as if she wanted to eat him alive. It's too much. After holding it in for a long time, Chiyo, who was already in her 50s, had to say that Sarutobi Hiruzen was bullying. He said that his beloved disciple could not go back. If they did not call for support, she, the old lady, would really not be able to go back. Not only did Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest man, come here by himself, but he actually brought the Ninetales Jinchuriki with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen alone could beat the shit out of her, not to mention the Ninetales. This is totally asking for her life. Ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Chiyo with disdain. Although he was not very clear about the situation over there, the appearance of the Ninetales allowed him to calm down and fight the three of them. The people who should be anxious turned out to be the four generations of Kazekage and the three of them, but facing the powerful Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was full of momentum. If any one of them left, the remaining two would not have an easy time. Back to the battlefield of the tailed beasts. After Kushina turned into a tailed beast, the Konoha ninjas and the sand ninjas were all confused. The sand ninjas did not expect that Konoha would also bring a tailed beast. The Konoha ninjas did not expect that Lady Kushina was actually the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Of course, the most shocked should be Shukaku, who had just come out not long ago and had not even taken a breath of fresh air. It hated the Ninetales, hated it very much, but was afraid of it because it could not beat it. Kushina, who had obtained the Ninetales chakra, was probably not very kind. When Shukaku was stunned, she rushed up and used her huge claws to hit Shukaku's little head, hitting Shukaku's face left and right. For a moment, Shukaku was even more confused. When it reacted, it was immediately furious. After roaring to the sky, a huge air cannon filled with dense chakra instantly condensed in its mouth. Wind-style, air training bullet. The air cannon directly hit Kushina's body in the form of a tailed beast, pushing it horizontally hundreds of meters away. After Shukaku hit it with one move, he did not stop. He continued to condense a Kigen cannon in his mouth and continuously attacked Kushina. Boom boom boom. The continuous explosions forced all the ninjas to leave the battlefield. This was no longer a place where they could intervene. They could only watch from a distance. Kill you. I'm going to kill you. Go to hell. In the field, Shukaku was firing air training bullets while roaring. It seemed to vent all its resentment towards the Ninetales. Although its brain capacity was small, it could still sense that it was only the Jinchuriki who borrowed the Ninetales' power, and the real Ninetales had not yet come out. Kushina, who was hiding from the practice of empty bullets, was extremely distressed. Because she had never used such a body to fight, it was a little difficult to adapt for a while. After grabbing Shukaku's face unexpectedly at the beginning, she had no effective means of attack. The Ninetales in his body was also restless and angrily shouted at Kushina, "You used my chakra, but you were still beaten like this by that stinky raccoon cat?" After hearing the Ninetales' sarcasm, Kushina, who was already troubled, immediately said, "If you can do it, then do it." Hearing this, Kurama was stunned and sneered. "Don't talk so nicely, I don't believe you will let go of the initiative." Kushina dodged the empty bullets and said, "I can see that you hate it, so it's not a bad idea to let you beat it up yourself." After saying that, she took the initiative to release some of the shackles on her body. In the sealed space of Kushina's body, there were birds singing and flowers blooming. Compared with the disc and the 5-flowered tying at the beginning, Kurama's treatment at this moment was much better, but he was locked in a huge iron cage. Kushina's figure slowly appeared beside the iron cage. She glanced at Kurama and directly lifted a corner of the seal on the iron bars. She smiled at Kurama in the cage and said, "I'll leave it to you next." Kurama silently watched Kushina in front of him, and after a long time, he impatiently said, "You're so long-winded." As he spoke, a huge claw suddenly stretched out of the cage. Looking at the empty iron bars, Kushina reached out and touched the half-opened prison door and said to herself, "Don't betray my trust, Kurama." In the field, Kurama took over, and the scarlet color around his huge body suddenly soared, and then he suddenly opened his huge mouth. In an instant, a small black energy ball appeared at its mouth, and as countless high-density yin and yang chakras gathered together, it suddenly expanded rapidly. Tail Beast Ball. With the appearance of this huge black sphere, the entire battlefield seemed to stagnate, full of heavy depression, making people feel suffocated. Then the Tail Beast Ball was shot out like a cannonball, accompanied by a strong wind and waves, and the Tail Beast Ball blasted out a sonic boom, directly hitting Shukaku's body. In an instant, the air suddenly sank, followed by a huge roar. Boom. In the huge explosion, half of Shukaku's body disappeared directly, and it collapsed to the ground in pain, making a deafening scream. With the number of tails, how could you be my opponent? Kurama was quite satisfied with this attack and taunted. Hearing this familiar tone and words, Shukaku's little eyes suddenly shrank and roared, "It's you, a stinky fox." Kurama roared, "Dead raccoon cat. Rotten fox. Cowardly raccoon cat." The ninjas who were originally watching the effect of Kurama's attack in horror were stunned when they heard this street-like conversation. What are they doing? Sarutobi Asuma, who was beside Chiga, poked Chiga and asked in disbelief. Chiga tilted her head. Maybe, probably, they are arguing, right? Such a serious battle, you tell me they are arguing? Well, it really is. Sarutobi Asuma had to admit this fact and complained. It turns out that their vocabulary is so limited. He listened and didn't hear any new words from the two-tailed beasts. Chiga didn't pay too much attention to Sarutobi Asuma, but looked at Kushina with some concern. Is it progressing too fast? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Chiyo's Plan. Chiga could clearly know that it was no longer Kushina who was in control, but the Kurama in her body. He knew that if Kushina had not taken the initiative to give up the dominant position, Kurama would never have been able to break the seal. In order to gain Kurama's trust, Kushina must first make Kurama believe in her, and this is what Kushina is doing. Although he could understand Kushina's intention, he still felt that Kushina was too risky. If Kurama had a little bit of disloyalty, the outcome might be different. After Kurama and Shukaku cursed at each other for a few words, they probably felt that it was meaningless to take advantage verbally, so both sides chose to go head to head. The two guys had always dealt with each other, and they hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they fought like hell. As the nine-tailed beast with the most chakra and the strongest strength, the nine-tailed beast was really too fierce. Shukaku only resisted a few times symbolically, and was suppressed by the nine-tailed beast. The battle between the two-tailed beasts was not something that other people could participate in. The ninjas from Konoha and Sand Village also moved the battlefield, leaving this area to the two-tailed beasts. At present, only Chiga was left watching the scene, and Sarutobi Asuma and the other two were also sent back to the headquarters by Chiga using the Flying Thunder God technique. Chiga kept an eye on the war between the tailed beasts. The Magatama in his scarlet eyes slowly rotated, and the attribute panel appeared in front of him. As long as he found that Kurama showed abnormal behavior, Chiga was ready to put all his emotional points into the Sharingan. Later, it was not enough for him to evolve into the main Jiki Sharingan, but the more he invested, the stronger his pupil power. Chiga could only bet on whether the three Magatama could control Kurama. However, at this moment, Chiga suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. He secretly thought that he was careless and immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the place. Swish! A cold light flashed, and the branch, where Chiga was standing, was cut in half by a knife. Chiga had already come to a branch not far away, and looked in the direction of the enemy. Chiyo? Chiga was stunned. He didn't expect that the one who attacked him would be Chiyo, who was entangled with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Chiga. Pay for my grandson's life. Chiga gritted her teeth, her eyes full of murderous intent, and then controlled 10 puppets to attack Chiga. The 10 puppets seemed to be alive, and they were agile and fierce. At this moment, Chiga had to pay attention to the abnormality of Kurama, and had no time to fight with Chiyo. She could only dodge and retreat, and persuaded, old woman, you should think clearly, the third Hokage is very heavy. If you continue to entangle with me, your brother and the fourth Kazekage will have to go. Chiyo didn't expect Chiga to be so flexible. When she attacked with all her strength, the opponent didn't have any injuries. What Chiga said was the truth. The fourth Kazekage and her brother Ibizo couldn't hold on for long. She left the battle, not to really seek revenge on Chiga, but to gather the ninjas of Sand Ninja, and then retreat with a large force. After all, this battle has been lost to Konoha in terms of high-end combat power and tail beast battles. That is to say, the number of ninjas below is still more than Konoha, but under the leadership of the opponent Konoha White Fang, the gap in numbers is rapidly shrinking. Therefore, in this decisive battle, the Sand Village is ready to retreat. In order to save the number of ninjas, Konoha dare not pursue too deep, and they still have a chance to make a comeback. However, Chiyo accidentally saw Chiga, and then she wanted to kill him. I thought I could kill Chiga soon, but I didn't expect that this kid didn't even use the Flying Thunder God technique to resolve all her offensive. But she was unwilling to let Chiga go. After all, Chiyo's reason prevailed and took back the puppet. Uchiha Chiga, one day, I will kill you with my own hands. Chiyo gritted her teeth and looked at Chiga. The enemy was in front of her, but she had no ability to take revenge. This helplessness made Chiyo's old face full of tears. He couldn't bear it, squeezed out a crocodile tear, and sighed, my condolences. The old man was also suffering. He hadn't come out of the pain of losing his son and daughter-in-law, and his grandson was chopped by him again. Young man, you are looking for death. Negative emotions from Chiyo. Emotion value plus 99. Chiyo's anger rose all of a sudden, and the puppet that was just about to be taken back was pulled up again, ready to fight with Kainhe. Kainhe was also angry when he saw this. I was kind enough to comfort you, but you still have this attitude. When have I ever been so angry? Humph, in this case, let me show you the puppetry of our Konoha ninja village. As he said that, Kainhe took out a scroll from his arms and slowly spread it out. The word 3 was written on the scroll. Compared with turning on the Sage mode and fighting with Chiyo, who has 10 puppets, Kainhe has a better choice. The puppet is a weapon that the puppeteer regards as his life. It relies on flexible joints and arranged mechanical blades to fight. If the joints are damaged, it means that the puppeteer loses his combat effectiveness. The human puppet of the third Kazekage is simply the best weapon to destroy the joints of the puppet. Puppet? Seeing this, Chiyo laughed mockingly. Young man, you are really arrogant. I hope you can still laugh when you see this puppet. With that, Chiga untied the scroll. With a bang, the human puppet of the third Kazekage appeared in front of Chiyo. Chiga stretched out 5 chakra threads from his fingers and connected them to the human puppet. For a moment, the third Kazekage flew into the air, spitting out endless iron sand from his mouth. Third Kazekage? How is it possible? Seeing this, Chiyo's eyes were suddenly wide open. She didn't expect to see the corpse of the third Kazekage of their wind country in this situation. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Chiyo could tell at a glance that this puppet of the third Kazekage was the work of her grandson, Scorpion of the Red Sand. In this way, it was clear at a glance who killed the third Kazekage. In an instant, Chiyo's face changed endlessly, with murderous intent, regret, entanglement, surprise and other emotions. Chiga was also curious about Chiyo's performance, and couldn't help but say, Senior Chiyo, if you continue like this, you will be paralyzed. After a long time, Chiyo finally exhaled heavily, and said to Chiga, Junior, let's make a deal. You put this puppet away first. Deal. What deal? Chiga frowned slightly, but also put the puppet away. Since Chiyo didn't even care about the safety of his younger brother and the fourth Kazekage, and wanted to kill him, it showed that the other party really hated him to the bone. However, the stronger the hatred, the more reluctant Chiga was to kill Chiyo. These are all emotional points. now seeing Chiyo suppress her killing intent after seeing the puppet of the third Kazekage and instead proposed a deal. For a moment, Chiyo was also a little curious. Youngster, how many people in Konoha know the cause of death of the third Kazekage? Chiyo tried to suppress the killing intent in her heart and asked in a low voice. No more than 10 people. Chiyo thought about it, except for the 3 Jonin subordinates of hers. Only Tsunade, Hatake Tsukumo, Nerishikaku and Sarutobi Hiruzen knew. Very good. Chiyo was delighted when she heard this. With this number of people, with the help of the third Hokage, the old fox, it is completely possible to keep the news secret. Since the cause of death of the third Kazekage can be concealed, it will be easy. Old lady, let me make it short. You can tell your third Hokage that I can persuade the fourth Kazekage to join your Konoha in attacking the land of Earth, but the premise is that you cannot make public the cause of the third Kazekage's death. The specific content of the transaction will be discussed at the Kasagawa stronghold at 11 o'clock tonight. I hope your third Hokage will come in person. Chiyo said to Chiga. Chiga frowned when he heard it. The war has already begun, and the cause of the third Kazekage's death is actually not that important. He didn't quite understand the significance of this concealment. Could it be that he just didn't want to be implicated by the Red Sand Scorpion? Suddenly, Chiga's mind flashed with inspiration, and she tried. Old lady Chiyo, you have taken great pains for your grandson. Young man, I don't know what you are talking about. Chiyo was startled and replied calmly. Seeing this, Chiga understood Chiyo's plan even more. Chiyo said confidently, Kisei reincarnation, one life for another. Do you really want to use your life to exchange for the resurrection of Scorpion? He understood that Chiyo must have planned to revive Scorpion in his heart, and if the cause of death of the third Kazekage was announced, the resurrected Scorpion would have no way to survive in the Sand Village. Even if he became a rebel, he would spend his life in the endless pursuit of the Sand Village. Obviously, this is not what Chiyo wants to see. Uchiha looked at Chiyo with disbelief. The Kisei reincarnation technique is a forbidden technique that is strictly guarded in the Sand Village, and it has not even been fully developed. This kid will never know it. But seeing that the other party is so confident, Chiyo knew that it was useless for her to defend herself like this. She just looked at Chiyo deeply and said, you don't need to worry about this, just take the message to your third Hokage. After that, Chiyo left here. While the two were talking, the battle between the tailed beasts had already been decided. In the field, the Nine Tails tore Shukaku's huge body into pieces. While Shukaku was consolidating his body, he was about to use another tailed beast ball, but found that Shukaku did not reassemble his body, but let himself turn into a pile of sand. The Nine Tails glanced at Shukaku with disdain. It knew that this guy's character was still the same. He was not strong, was very cowardly, and had a bad mouth. Although the Nine Tails felt that it had not been beaten enough, it was undoubtedly very excited to be able to beat Shukaku, and it immediately roared to the sky. Roar, Nine Tails flew all over the sky, covering the sky and the sun, like the king of beasts. The war of the tailed beasts had ended at this moment, but no ninja on the battlefield dared to approach. The sand ninja naturally had nothing to say, and the ninjas on the Konoha side could not judge whether Kushina was controlling the Nine Tails. Chapter 191 The Shy Nine-Tailed Fox. At this moment, the Nine-Tailed Fox's scalded eyes scanned the surroundings. When it saw Kyan, its pupils suddenly condensed, obviously remembering Kyan's arrangement of it in the past, and it was also the Uchiha clan. The new and old grudges were settled together. The huge and sharp claws stretched straight towards Kyan, but suddenly stopped in front of Kyan, staring at Kyan for a long time. After a long time, it slowly retracted its claws, and its huge body began to slowly disappear. Seeing this scene, Kyan closed the attribute panel in front of him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. If the scene was not inappropriate, he really wanted to laugh out loud. Kushina's becoming a perfect Jinkriki is a foregone conclusion. He is completely happy for his teacher. Before this, no matter how much Kushina was favored by Sarutobi Hiruzen in the village, it could not change the views of the top leaders on her, and it was difficult for Kushina to live in harmony with the villagers because of the monster in her body. At this moment, when the Nine Tails appeared and won the battle with the Konoha ninja, when this story spread in Konoha, everything would change. Although it is still impossible to change people's ideas for a while, they will not think of the horror and evil of the Nine Tails. This will be a perfect start. At this moment, the fourth Kazekage had come here at some point. When he saw Shukaku, who was still a pile of sand, and Kushina, who had returned to her original state, recover Shukaku, and then he looked at Kushina with murderous intent for a long time, and then he gritted his teeth and roared, "Retreat." As a newly appointed Kazekage, he urgently needed a victory to win the support of the daimyo of the Wind Country and the prestige of the people. For this reason, he launched a plan to invade Konoha, and he personally went into battle and even brought Shukaku with him. But he didn't expect that all these arrangements would fail. Not only was he completely defeated by Sarutobi Hiruzen in terms of his own combat power, but even his own nuclear weapons against the village level were like a mangy dog at this time, falling to the ground and refusing to get up. He was very unwilling, but he had no choice but to give the order to retreat and try to preserve the manpower. After hearing the words of the fourth Kazekage, the sand ninja also acted quickly, summoning a huge sand pot while setting up a seal next to Shukaku. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not there, and Tsunade was in the back and could not convey the information in time. Hatake Tsukumo became the supreme leader. He waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Stop them." Hearing this, the ninjas of Konoha immediately took action. The fourth Kazekage on the opposite side had a cold face, waved his hands, and countless sand gold gathered, blocking the way of all Konoha ninjas. Hatake Tsukumo saw this and was about to step forward to entangle the fourth Kazekage, but Chiyo also jumped out. She blocked Hatake Tsukumo in front of him and prevented him from breaking the fourth Kazekage's ninjutsu. The sand ninja behind the fourth Kazekage had already begun to seal Shukaku. Shukaku, who had not recondensed his body, had undoubtedly lost the ability to resist. This was the only good news for the sand ninja at the moment. After a while, Shukaku's pile of sand poured into the sand pot like water. Then, the sealing ninjas pasted a special paper on the top of the sand pot. The fourth Kazekage, who was holding all the Konoha ninjas, saw that Shukaku had been sealed behind him and immediately made a seal. The sand pot that sealed Shukaku suddenly turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had also arrived at the scene. Chiyo and Ibizo also appeared beside the fourth Kazekage on the opposite side. Chiyo didn't look embarrassed, but Ibizo was not. He hunched over and looked exhausted. Originally, the three of them were entangled with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his sister left first, and then the fourth Kazekage also left. He was left alone to entangle Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he was almost beaten to a pulp by Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the battlefield, all you could see were smoke and big pits, as well as ninjas who died miserably. After the previous battle between the tailed beasts, the sand ninja and Konoha had no intention of fighting again. They stared at each other from a distance with corpses scattered all over the ground. In terms of numbers, Konoha still had nearly 2,000 people, and the sand ninja still had about 3,000 people. This gap has been doubled compared to the initial gap of 2,000 people. The fourth Kazekage looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly, without saying anything harsh, but said indifferently to the ninjas around him, "Retreat." Woo. After a while, a long and continuous horn sounded from behind the sand ninja. Seeing the sand ninjas who began to retreat, and the fourth Kazekage, Chiyo and Ibizo who had been standing there motionless, Sarutobi Hiruzen just stared at them, and did not give the order to pursue. With his strong strength and the ninjas behind him, he is fully capable of keeping all the sand ninjas here. Although this is a reason why he came to fight in person, as the Hokage and the leader of a country, he needs to consider too many things. If these sand ninjas are to be left behind, how many of the more than 1,000 ninjas behind him will be left under the sand ninjas who are fighting desperately? This alone was enough to make him give up this plan. Moreover, after this battle, the other party would definitely retreat to the Kingdom of Wind and tighten their direction. His strategic goal had been achieved. There was no need to pursue them. Kushina, who was standing beside him, didn't think so much. In her opinion, letting the sand ninja go back now was like letting a tiger go back to the mountain. Perhaps to save some face for Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of the Konoha ninja, Kushina changed her words and asked, "Hokage-sama, why don't you pursue them? I need to transfer the ninjas on this front to the front of the Kingdom of Earth." It is not advisable to lose too much. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Konoha's war in the Kingdom of Earth was not very ideal. After the war, it was the finishing work of cleaning up the battlefield and treating the wounded. After years of war, countries have long formed a set of standard procedures for these, and everything can be carried out in an orderly manner without Sarutobi Hiruzen's command. Chiga followed Kushina and came to the command center. There were only 5 people in the entire command center: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kushina, Chiga, Tsunade, and Hatake Tsukumo. Tell me in detail what happened after Shukaku came out. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked to the middle seat and sat down, smoking a pipe, and asked. Oh. Kushina was about to speak when she heard it, but was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen mercilessly. I'm not talking about you. I'm asking Tsukumo to speak. Shut up. Obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not very satisfied with the decision made by Kushina on the battlefield. Hatake Tsukumo glanced at Kushina, bought a favor for her, and then said, after the Sand Ninja released Shukaku, Kushina Jonin had to borrow the power of the Nine Tails in her body to fight Shukaku in order to avoid too much loss to ninjas. After listening to Hatake Tsukumo, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked Kushina up and down in surprise, and suddenly said, forced. Although you can't defeat Shukaku with your strength, you should have no problem suppressing him, right? Ahem. There was not much chakra in your body at the time, and it was not easy to suppress Shukaku with sealing techniques. In addition, the situation on the battlefield was complicated, and it was inevitable that we would be interrupted by the Sand Ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, reluctantly accepting Kushina's explanation, and then asked, then when were you able to control the Nine Tails and let it lend chakra to you? Kushina frowned and corrected, it's too harsh to say that I controlled it. I regard the Nine Tails as a friend. It's not a big deal to help a friend in need. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned and asked subconsciously, friend? Yes, I thought that. Since I have to spend my whole life with it, I can't just stop interacting with it forever. Besides, it's boring for it to stay alone in the body, so I often go to see it, and we got to know each other after a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his eyebrows. Although he was called the professor of the ninja world, he really had no experience in this aspect. And according to Kushina's performance on the battlefield, the Nine Tails didn't seem to take this opportunity to break free from the seal. It seems that Kushina's approach is correct. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly froze, looking directly at Kushina. So, what about your first time? He understood that the Nine Tails could be so quiet at such a good opportunity, and there was no doubt that Kushina had reconciled with the Kurama long ago. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen mention this, Kushina got angry and pouted her lips and said, that was the first attempt, but someone interrupted it. Interrupted? If someone could be more honest with me, nothing would have happened that day. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also unhappy. Kushina could have explained the reason directly at that time, but she had to be beaten by him for nothing. Who can she blame? You should have given me a chance to speak. You had a dark face as soon as you appeared, as if your son had died. You. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's nose was almost crooked with anger. One hand trembled and pointed at Kushina, and he almost couldn't catch his breath. He took a deep breath and said, Kushina, you have to know that it was in the village. If the ninjas below felt the chakra of the Nine Tails without knowing the truth, they would panic. What's more, you didn't feel good either. I did hit him a little hard that day. Do you want to talk about the details of that day here? Sarutobi Hiruzen emphasized the last few words, hinting that Kushina should not make him angry again. But Kushina's face froze after hearing this. Even though there were only 5 of them now, she still felt a little embarrassed. In order to prevent someone from spreading the matter as a joke, she had to lie. I was no longer in control after you showed up that day. You have to know that Kurama is very shy. Of course he would be scared when he saw so many people. This fear made me feel reluctant to control him. Anyway, she was already very thick-skinned, so she just had to not tell the real reason. Besides, it wasn't her who was embarrassed, it was just the Nine Tails in her body. She ignored the already violent Nine Tails in her body and said, anyway, I don't remember anything at the time. It was all Kurama who was in control. Chapter 192 Hiruzen, isn't Kushina's son also the Nine Tails son? After hearing this set of nonsense, not only Tsunade and Hatake Tsukumo, but even Chiga, who knew Kushina's temper, felt his scalp tingling. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting in the middle, adjusted his sitting posture to hide his urge to beat Kushina up. Forget it, tell me how your progress is. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kushina, who was holding her head high and looking stubborn, and was too lazy to dwell on this issue. Well, not bad. Kushina thought about it, and roughly talked about her current relationship with Kurama. In general, they are no longer the kind of people who quarrel as soon as they meet. They usually chat with each other, and even insult each other. In addition, Kurama did not take the opportunity to make trouble after releasing part of the seal this time, which is already a big step forward. But, not bad. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that the progress seemed to be gratifying, and he also laughed happily. Although he has always regarded the Jinchuriki as a mascot and kept it in the village without using it. But if it is a perfect Jinchuriki, it will be different, especially when it is under attack from 3 sides. A perfect Ninetales Jinchuriki is like a timely help. Furthermore, if Kushina can really understand the Ninetales and even establish a bond with them, then Konoha will not have to worry about whether the Ninetales will go berserk for decades. Even in the future, even if the Jinchuriki needs to be replaced, they can choose Kushina's descendants. And the Ninetales may also choose to accept it. After all, in a sense, Kushina's descendants are equivalent to the descendants of the Ninetales. And they grew up watching them. Humans are not plants, how can they be heartless? This may also apply to all intelligent creatures. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a good mood, Kushina hurriedly asked tentatively, then Third Hokage, can I leave the village at any time without the surveillance of the Anbu? No, not until you have complete control, Sarutobi Hiruzen said without thinking, and then felt that the wording was inappropriate, which would easily cause the relationship between Kyuubi and Kushina to become strained. So he changed his words and said, before you and Kurama completely trust each other, you can't leave the village, and I even need to increase the number of Anbu to follow you at all times to protect you. Add more people. 3rd generation old man, are you deliberately taking revenge on me? Kushina heard this, and immediately became angry. Why did she try so hard to reconcile with Kurama? It was to be able to enter and leave the village freely. Unexpectedly, the restrictions became even more severe. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could explain, Chiga stopped Kushina, who was about to stroke Sarutobi Hiruzen's beard, and said, Teacher Kushina, I'm afraid you still have to listen to the 3rd Hokage this time. Kushina looked at Chiga in confusion and asked, why? This battle has completely exposed your identity as a Jinchuriki to the ninja world. Before this, maybe ninjas from other countries would still hesitate to carry out assassination plans against you because they are not sure whether you are a Jinchuriki, but now. Chiga looked at Kushina helplessly and said, your price in the underground bounty office may be more than 5 times mine. Compared to Kushina's previous comfortable life in the village, she has now interrupted this life herself, and what will greet her will be assassination ninjas sent by various countries. Kushina was also stunned when she heard this. When she exposed her identity, she really didn't consider this problem. Do you understand now? I have been hiding your identity because I hope you can have a peaceful life in Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen said earnestly, so, during this period of time, you have to stay in the village until you really trust each other with Kurama, and then I will consider whether to let you go out. Okay. Although Kushina was a little willful and arrogant when facing the 3rd Hokage, she would listen as long as there was reason and evidence. But I want my disciple Chiga to go back with me. Kushina was afraid that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not agree, and added, this can speed up my friendship with Kurama. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that Kushina's words were fart. How could a member of the Uchiha clan contribute to this matter? After all, on the list of the nine-tailed fox's disgust, the Uchiha clan was definitely at the top. He just thought that Kushina cared about Chiga, and this was just a small matter. After this battle, the Wind Country was also an inevitable choice to cease fire. He immediately waved his hand. I approve. Besides, the tigress at home has long missed her youngest son, Asuma. She whispered in his ear day and night, and now it is just the right opportunity to let her youngest son go back. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed, Kushina smiled and was delighted. After dealing with the matter on the Ninetales, Chiga was also ready to tell what Chiyo said at the beginning. Then Chiga repeated what he and Chiyo said to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After listening, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in surprise, "Are you saying that she can persuade the 4th Kazekage to assist us in attacking the land of Earth?" "Yes." Chiga nodded, and then said, "The premise is that we need to conceal the cause of death of the 3rd Kazekage." "Conceal the cause of death of the 3rd Kazekage? Is it that simple?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little puzzled, and kept thinking in his mind. Maybe the cause of the 3rd Kazekage's death is a scandal for them, the Sand Ninja, and it's easy to implicate Chiyo and the Bizzo. Chiga didn't want to say too much. After all, the resurrection of a dead person is too unbelievable for the current ninja world. Whether Sarutobi Hiruzen believes it or not is one thing, and he has to explain how he knows this forbidden technique later. Chiga really doesn't want to make up excuses. It's too troublesome. "Well, in that case, tonight, Tsukumo, you accompany me." Sarutobi Hiruzen also thinks this is a reason. Plus, if he can really convince the 4th Kazekage to attack the land of Earth together, it will be a good thing for Konoha with nothing to gain. However, if the deal is reached, Sarutobi Hiruzen will have to bear the blame for killing the 3rd Kazekage. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't care about this. Just taking the blame can get an ally of a big country and ease the situation on the battlefield, which is completely acceptable. At worst, he can blame Shimura Danzō. Anyway, his old friend has no other skills, but he is good at taking the blame. That night, with the time and place provided by Chiga, Sarutobi Hiruzen went to the appointment accompanied by his guards and Hatake Tsukumo. With 2 top combat forces, even if this deal was just a trap, the other party could not keep Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Tsukumo. And Sarutobi Hiruzen also brought Chiga with him for insurance. The reason is that those who understand will understand. I won't go into details about the specific content of the deal. Chiyo's move was also to allow the resurrected Red Sand Scorpion to appear freely in the Kingdom of Wind. So after ensuring that Sarutobi Hiruzen would issue a gag order to those who knew about it, she would also try her best to persuade the 4th Kazekage to assist Konoha in attacking the Kingdom of Earth. And on the 3rd day after the deal with Chiyo, the 4th Kazekage sent an envoy to Sarutobi Hiruzen with an invitation letter to negotiate a ceasefire agreement at the border of the Kingdom of Fire one day later, and to form an alliance to fight against the Kingdom of Earth together. It's just a ceasefire, not surrender. The Kingdom of Wind will not sign a surrender agreement because of a failed battle. You must know that once the Wind country chooses to surrender, the price it has to pay will be extremely heavy. Not only will it have to compensate Konoha with a huge amount of money, but it will also have to sign an extremely unequal treaty. This is unacceptable to the current Wind country. Although the party proposing this armistice agreement is the weaker party, the price paid is also within the acceptable range of the Wind country. He jumped too much in World War II, and coupled with his geographical location, it can be said that the entire ninja world is almost his enemy. Under such circumstances, Konoha will inevitably agree to such a plan. 3 days later, under the heavy guard of both sides, the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Kazekage began to negotiate the armistice agreement. Since the two sat down, the smell of gunpowder was very strong. Sarutobi Hiruzen faced the 4th Kazekage of the same status as him, and he kept saying that the 4th Kazekage was a little bit inferior to him. The 4th Kazekage was not to be outdone, and bluntly said that the old man should not come out and run around. What if one day he accidentally bumped into something and died, and he thought he was killed by him, the Kazekage? Chiga, one of the guards, stood behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and listened to him for a long time. It was all nonsense, and he was choking. After a long time, the two had begun to discuss the contents of the armistice agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not have any changes to the proposed agreement, but he added one more clause at the end. I need to add one more clause. The Sand Ninja must retreat to the Falling Leaves City in the River Country, and the number of ninjas stationed in the River Country must not exceed 300. Falling Leaves City is already very close to the border of the Wind Country. The Sand Ninja had already occupied the entire River Country when they invaded Konoha. How could they give up most of the River Country at this time? Upon hearing this, the 4th Kazekage slammed the table and flatly refused. What? Impossible. This clause must be added, otherwise the Fire Country will never give up. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very strong. After all, his side was the place of victory, so of course he could say whatever conditions he wanted. Old man, do you think I'm afraid of you? As soon as the fourth Kazakage said this, as the fourth Kazakage finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly froze. The guarding ninjas standing behind the two men involuntarily moved forward slightly, ready to attack the other Kage at any time. The impatient ones even took out their kunai. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked coldly at the fourth Kazakage, who had already stood up, and suddenly chuckled. Do you still want to fight with me again? I'm not afraid, but can you sand ninjas really bear such a loss? The fourth Kazakage didn't say anything, but just looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly. Chapter 193 Return. It's impossible to retreat to Loi City. That's already the border of Wind Country. If you change your mind halfway, you can reach Sand Village in 2 days with just one surprise attack. The fourth Kazakage said. You think our Konoha is willing to occupy the land of your Wind Country, where there is not even a blade of grass? Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, and said with disdain. Humph, who knows if you Konoha village is short of sand to build houses. Sarutobi Hiruzen almost prepared to hit the fourth Kazakage with a stick for saying such nonsense. However, considering that there will be cooperation in the future, Sarutobi Hiruzen just stretched out his hand in his arms. Oh no, the other party is going to attack. Protect the fourth Kazakage. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's action scared the group of guards behind the fourth Kazakage, and changed their faces. They quickly protected the fourth Kazakage in front of them. If the fourth Kazakage hadn't raised his hand to stop the next move of the group of sand ninjas, it is estimated that this negotiation would not have been carried out. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the fourth Kazakage, rummaging in his arms for a long time, as if testing the fourth Kazakage's patience. Until the fourth Kazakage frowned, he took out a scroll, and smiled at the fourth Kazakage, saying, Fourth Kazakage, please take a look at this first. The fourth Kazakage did not take it. The ninja behind him took a few steps forward to take the scroll, looked at it carefully, and found that there was no place, so he handed the scroll to the fourth Kazakage. The fourth Kazakage opened it, and his face suddenly darkened. Just after the war between the Sand Ninja and Konoha ended, the Rock Ninja of the Land of Earth had already divided a part of the ninjas to garrison near the border of the Land of Wind. This happening at this time undoubtedly allowed Konoha to gain greater benefits in this negotiation. But what the fourth Kazakage found most hateful was that, although this was close to their territory, the transmission of information was not as fast as that of Konoha, who was watching the battle on the sidelines. He even considered the authenticity of this information, but in a flash, although Konoha wanted to gain greater benefits, there was no need to fool with a piece of false information. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very happy to appreciate the ugly face of the fourth Kazakage. What do you think, Lord Kazakage? Do you still want to waste time? The fourth Kazakage tightly grasped the intelligence scroll and said unwillingly, the capital of the river country can only go here, and your ninjas must not exceed 300 people. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this and nodded. Okay. The capital of the river country is in the middle of the river country, which can be regarded as the wind country, giving up half of the land of the river country. This is already a big profit for Konoha. The two have achieved their respective goals. With the two signing the armistice agreement, the war has been temporarily stopped. The two sides have discussed the ceasefire, and the next step is cooperation. This is easy to say. It is estimated that Chiyo has done a lot of work for the fourth Hokage to ensure that the cause of death of the third Kazakage is not discovered. The fourth Kazakage was much more active in jointly attacking the Land of Earth. He thought about it carefully and roughly understood the fourth Kazakage's thoughts. As a leader who came to power temporarily, he needed a record to consolidate his position. Nothing can make the people of the Wind Country, who were already short of material resources, agree better than expanding territory. With the high-sounding reason that the third Kazakage was killed by the third Hokage of the Fire Country, he made the Sand Ninjas invade the Fire Country to achieve his political influence. This is why he launched the war. After losing the war against the Fire Country, his prestige would inevitably drop a lot when he returned, and he might even be driven out of office. Therefore, in order to maintain his position, he could only launch an aggressive war against the Land of Earth. Besides, the grievances between the Wind Country and the Land of Earth were quite deep in the Second Ninja World War. If the territory of the Fire Country was not too tempting, they, the Wind Country, would have long chosen the Land of Earth as their target. Well, since we are already allies, I hope we can cooperate happily. By the way, in order to show the sincerity of our Konoha, we will return the prisoners obtained in the war for free. After signing the alliance agreement, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the fourth Kazekage with a smile. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Chiga. Chiga nodded, walked forward, and took out a sealed scroll. After opening it, it was Yikang of the Sand Ninja. Yikang was still in a coma at the moment. She had a hard time in Konoha during this period. With the burning release, she had Konoha ninjas come to draw blood from her for experiments every day. She looked skinny and malnourished. The fourth Kazekage was furious and shouted, "Is this how you Konoha treat prisoners?" Chiga rolled his eyes. If you saw a prisoner of Yikang's level with a blushing face and a plump body, that would be something you sand ninjas should worry about. A week after the signing of the armistice agreement, the Konoha army of the Sand Shinobi front, except for a small part stationed in the river country, to monitor the movements of the Sand Shinobi to prevent the Sand Shinobi from breaking the agreement, most of the remaining troops were sent to support the other two battlefields. Sarutobi Hiruzen withdrew to the Konoha village with dozens of seriously injured, and some accompanying guards. Chiga team, Kushina and Tsunade were also among them. At this moment, Tsunade was no longer suitable to appear on the battlefield. In addition, the Sand Shinobi front was temporarily over, so Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Tsunade to return to the village. Only Hatake Sakuma was left in the high-end combat power. There is no need to say more about the return journey. With Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kushina, the route selection was very cautious, and there would be no accidents in their own territory. However, because of the presence of the wounded, the team did not travel fast. They stopped and walked all the way, and returned to Konoha village after a week. When the familiar streets appeared in front of Chiga again, he was somewhat emotional. For ordinary people living in Konoha, war was not taken seriously at all. Whether they win or lose, it seems that they have nothing to do with it. His mentality this time is completely different from the last time he came back. The end of the war completely relaxed his tense nerves. After relaxing, he wanted to have a good meal. "Teacher Kushina, let's go to your place and cook a big meal," Kyan said with a smile. "Okay." Kushina also smiled and nodded. "Ha, Kushina, you don't mind adding 2 people. Shizune is also good at cooking." Seeing Kyan and his apprentice preparing to eat, Tsunade brought Shizune over to prepare a meal. At this moment, she looked back and forth at the bustling streets. She had not had a good meal for so long on the front line. She could even see her big toe when she lowered her head. This was something that had never happened to her before. At Kushina's residence, Shizune and Kushina were busy in the kitchen. Kyan and Tsunade were playing dice in the living room out of boredom. Although Kushina had always forbidden Kyan to participate in gambling, betting with Tsunade was not gambling. Of course, it couldn't be considered gambling when the outcome was already known. Tsunade's frantic expression showed that she had lost miserably. Tsunade asked in disbelief, "How is it possible? How come you are so lucky in gambling? Every time you get a bigger bet than mine?" "Tsunade-sama, are you coming again?" Chiga asked with a grin. "Come on, let's have a smaller one this time." After a while, Kushina and Shizune came out with food, saving Tsunade from the fate of having her pants taken away by Chiga. After the meal, the 4 of them drank tea and chatted comfortably. Kushina looked at Chiga and asked, "By the way, Chiga, are you going to train the people in your class in the next few days?" "Of course, after all, the 3 of them are really very different in strength," Chiga replied. "Oh, then I won't bring you lunch at noon. I have something to do these few days." TSK. Tsunade sneered when she heard this. Is that yellow-haired kid back again? For Tsunade at present, she will not give a good face to anyone who has anything to do with Jiraiya. Even if it is someone like Minato who is impeccable, Tsunade can find ways to say a few words to insult him. Kushina was dissatisfied with Tsunade's address to Minato and glared at him. "Sister Tsunade, he has a name." After she finished speaking, she continued to say to Chiga, "Chiga, I'm sorry, Minato can only come back for half a month, and we haven't seen each other for a long time. Chiga waved her hand nonchalantly and then asked with doubt, has the Rock Ninja front eased down? The news that the Wind and Fire countries signed a ceasefire agreement and formed an alliance has swept the entire ninja world and triggered a series of chain reactions. This cessation is not just a matter of the two countries, but also related to the future direction of the war situation in the entire ninja world. Among them, the Land of Earth was the most affected. Now that the war has ceased, the Hidden Rock Village will face the Sand Ninja and Konoha who have freed up their troops. If they are attacked from both sides, they will not have an easy time. In addition, the Cloud Ninja of the Land of Lightning has also been defeated. The Hidden Rock Ninja is now in a worse situation than Konoha and is fighting with 3 major countries at the same time. Well, since we have ceased fighting with the Sand Ninja, the Hidden Rock Ninja needs to face the pressure from 3 parties. Compared with the fierce offensive before, they are now mainly defensive, so Minato has time to come back and rest for a while. Kushina explained. In addition, he is also for his disciples. Obito and Rin are coming back to take part in the Chunin exam. Heh. After listening to Kushina's explanation, Tsunade and Chiga sneered at the same time, without commenting. Anyone with a discerning eye can see the reason why Minato came back. The two guys are just separated for too long and miss each other. But when it comes to the Chunin exam, Chiga has to complain. The war has already begun, but the Chunin exam is still going on. It's just that it has become an internal exam, and no ninjas from other countries participate. Kushina seemed to see the disbelief of Chiga and Tsunade. Her face turned red, and she said angrily, Minato really came back for his disciples. Looking at the already angry Kushina, Tsunade and Chiga did not dwell on this issue. Chapter 194 Tsunade, I will become Hokage and kill you Uchiha clan. Kushina looked at the two of them with dissatisfaction, then changed the subject and said to Chiga, also, Chiga, when you go back later, go check on Makoto for me. My identity has been exposed now. Without the authorization of the 3rd generation, the Uchiha clan can only contact you. At this point, Kushina realized that she had exposed her identity as the Ninetales Jinchuriki, and she was in even more trouble in the village. She scratched her hair in annoyance and said, it's so annoying. I heard from Makoto that she could hear the baby beating in her belly. I also want to go and listen. Chiga rolled her eyes at Kushina. It's not your and Uchiha Makoto's child. Why are you so looking forward to it? When Tsunade heard that the current head of the Uchiha clan was going to have a child, her thoughts drifted away. She said to Chiga sourly, hey, kid, your Uchiha clan is really prosperous. Chiga heard this and retorted, Tsunade-sama, do you think more people is a good thing? Some time ago, if it weren't for me and teacher Kushina stopping us, all 100 ninjas of our Uchiha clan would have gone to the battlefield of the Land of Water to die. Hearing this, Tsunade's pupils suddenly shrank. Even though Tsunade didn't have much affection for the Uchiha clan, because of the 2nd generation Hokage Senjutsu Birima, she didn't want to harm the Uchiha clan. She was just simply angry about the difference between the two clans at the moment. She was the only one left in the Senju clan, while the Uchiha clan was flourishing and had become the largest family in Konoha. But now hearing this news, she instantly figured out the intentions of the Konoha high-level officials, and her expression suddenly turned cold again. No matter what, the Uchiha clan is also the founding family of Konoha, and they also contributed all their strength to the construction of Konoha at the beginning. Even after Uchiha Madara left, no Uchiha clan members followed. Although the Uchiha clan launched a rebellion during the reign of the 2nd grandfather, there were very few Uchiha clan members who participated in that rebellion. This also fully shows that most of the Uchiha clan yearns for peace and is eager to take root in Konoha. But even so, the Konoha high-level officials are still suppressing the Uchiha clan as much as possible, and even using such dirty means. For a while, Tsunade's disappointment with the village increased a little. Chiga caught a glimpse of the disappointment in Tsunade's eyes and asked Tsunade, Tsunade-sama, have you ever thought about becoming Hokage to change such a village? Tsunade looked up, supporting herself with one hand and holding a teacup in the air with the other hand. She looked at Chiga with a smile, and there was a hint of ruffian in her words. Boy, you want me to support your Uchiha clan, right? Is it not possible? For a straightforward person like Tsunade, Chiga didn't need to say anything euphemistic and said directly, among the current Konoha high level officials, only the third Hokage is fair. The other three have never been kind to the Uchiha clan. Even when the village is in such a difficult situation, they are still calculating our Uchiha clan. If Tsunade-sama takes the position, our Uchiha clan will definitely improve this situation. Because of Chiga's participation, some things have changed a little. Chiga can't predict who will become the 4th generation Hokage in the end, so he is also trying to win over relevant personnel as much as possible. Seriously speaking, Tsunade at this time can definitely suppress Konoha's F4. In the ninja world, there are countless ninjas with strong combat power, but there is only one with a large milk volume. Just as a medical ninja, Tsunade has a group of loyal followers in Konoha. Not to mention that Tsunade is the granddaughter of the 1st and 2nd generation Hokage and has a good family background. As long as Tsunade is willing to serve as Hokage, Kyan is sure that launching a coup will succeed. As for the treatment of the Uchiha clan, Tsunade will not side with the Uchiha clan, but it will be fair and impartial. There will be no less obligations to be fulfilled, but the corresponding treatment will also be given. At least such an outrageous proposal to let the Uchiha clan go to the water country front will never be passed. Tsunade smiled and said, "You must think clearly. I'm a member of the Senju clan, and I'm a natural enemy of your Uchiha clan. If I take the position, your Uchiha clan will only be more miserable." Kyan replied seriously, "No, I believe that Tsunade-sama is not a petty person. Do you trust me so much?" Tsunade looked at Kyan in surprise, as if she wanted to see some conspiracy in Kyan's eyes. However, Kyan always looked at Tsunade without looking away. He firmly believed that the sea is broad-minded. Tsunade is definitely a broad-minded person. If it really doesn't work, he will urge the bachelors in the clan to pursue Tsunade. Anyway, the neighbor can persuade Uchiha Fugaku to divorce and then pursue Tsunade. Is his idea of persuading bachelors to pursue love outrageous? Seeing Chiga's trust, Tsunade was confused. Are the people of the Uchiha clan so easy to trust others? If she hadn't made up her mind, she really wanted to try it. Her great-grandfather and second grandfather didn't let the Uchiha clan integrate into the village. Can she achieve it in her hands? After a moment of silence, Tsunade shook her head and said, "Then I'm afraid I will disappoint you. I have decided to leave the village in a while." What? Kushina and Shizune were shocked when they heard it. "Sister Tsunade, why are you still leaving the village?" Kushina asked puzzled. "Tsunade-sama, please take me with you," Shizune said with courage. As Shizune has been raised by Tsunade, she undoubtedly has a deep affection for Tsunade, so after knowing Tsunade's decision, she wants to follow Tsunade to leave. Chiga glanced at her and interrupted, "Shizune, you don't want to escape the 30,000 word post-war summary report I assigned, do you?" Negative emotions from Shizune, emotion value plus 50. Chiga, you shut up. Shizune glared at Chiga with dissatisfaction. The courage she had finally mustered was interrupted by Chiga, and it instantly changed. Tsunade also smiled, and then refused. "You are still young, and the ninja world is so chaotic now. I'm sorry to take you to live a precarious life in the ninja world." Done. At this point, Tsunade's eyes flashed with a trace of unforgettable pain. Chiga also sighed when she saw this, and the plan of the bachelor of the Uchiha clan to pursue Tsunade came to an end. As the saying goes, as long as the hoe is used well, there is no corner that cannot be dug. If Kato-dan was still alive, whether it was Jiraiya or others, there would probably be a little hope, but once Kato-dan died, it would be impossible. The person is dead, the corner of the wall is inlaid with gold, and it is impossible to dig it out with a hoe. Maybe time will slowly change, but it will also be extremely long. Then Lady Tsunade, you always need someone to take care of you. You have never washed clothes, cooked, cleaned, and even drank all night, and you get drunk and crazy when you drink. Shizune counted on her fingers, counting what Tsunade can't do, and suddenly 10 fingers were not enough. Tsunade had a dark face, turned her head, and said to Kyan, "This girl has been taught badly by you. She has never scolded me like this before." Kyan was unhappy, and said bluntly, "Lady Tsunade, just tell me if what Shizune said is true." Negative emotions from Tsunade, emotion value plus 20. Listening to Shizune still chattering about her shortcomings, Tsunade couldn't bear it anymore and interrupted with a wave of her hand. Okay, Shizune, stop talking. I will take Misa away. Ah. Now it was Kushina's turn to be unhappy and said, Sister Tsunade, Misa has just come to Konoha and you took her away. Isn't it inappropriate? What's inappropriate? She is my disciple. Only by following me can she learn medical ninjutsu. Besides, I took her away, not only to teach her medical ninjutsu, but more importantly for you, Kushina. Huh. Kushina looked at Tsunade in confusion. Tsunade said, although your communication with Kurama is going very smoothly, some people in this ninja world may not want you to become a perfect Jinchuriki. If Misa is still in the village, the people in the village will always think that they have alternatives for Jinchuriki, and they will not care about you. I will take Misa away, and I will also stop those who want to use the backup plan. Besides, if I don't take Misa away, Misa will have no backing in the village, just the group of high-ranking officials in the village. Humph. Tsunade snorted coldly when she said this. Kushina could only acquiesce when she heard this. After Tsunade persuaded Kushina, she looked at Chiga again and said, by the way, Kit, I will leave Shizune to you. If you let her lose a hair, I will. She thought carefully, this kid's growth rate is amazing, and he can also use the Sage mode. It's not certain who will beat him by then. Changing the subject, Tsunade said with a sinister smile, I will come back to be the Hokage, and then I will kill you Uchiha clan. Chiga raised her eyebrows upon hearing this, and was silent for a while, then stretched out her hand, and pulled off a strand of Shizune's hair. Then she looked at Tsunade with expectant eyes. He has no advantages, and his biggest advantage is that he can't do it. Kushina, Tsunade, Shizune. Negative emotions from Tsunade, emotional value plus 50. Negative emotions from Shizune, emotional value plus 30. You are a ruthless kid, but as long as you don't destroy Shizune. As Tsunade decided to leave, the atmosphere suddenly became dull. Kushina said with emotion, so, Sister Tsunade, the main reason you came here to eat was to tell us that you were leaving. Tsunade's face suddenly became solemn upon hearing this, and she sat up straight and said in a deep voice, this is not the most important thing. Then, Sister Tsunade, is there anything else important? Seeing this, Chiga and the other two also became serious. Kushina, lend me some more money. I will definitely pay you back this time. You know, we defeated the Wind Country. As the commander of this battle, my reward is tens of millions. I will definitely have the money to pay you back. Chapter 195 Cayenne, I raise the price. In the war between Konoha and the Kingdom of Wind, the news that both countries use the tailed beast, a powerful weapon, spread throughout the ninja world. After all, the tailed beast is so big that it can be seen on the entire battlefield. And the spies of various countries are not vegetarians, and they have long passed back the information about the Ninetales. For a time, the information that Uzumaki Kushina is the Ninetales Jinchuriki appeared in front of the top leaders of various countries. And for this, the reaction of various countries is also very consistent. You have to pay a price to kill her. As a result, the bounty of Kushina in the underground bounty office rose sharply, breaking through hundreds of millions in one fell swoop, approaching the shadow of the 5 major countries. In this regard, Konoha is also prepared. The Anbu around Kushina not only has twice as many people, but the strength of this group of Anbu is all at the level of Jonin. It can be said that it is more difficult to assassinate Kushina than to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen. Under such circumstances, Kushina still has the leisure to go shopping and eat with Minato. In fact, after reaching a preliminary reconciliation with the Ninetales provided Kushina with the greatest benefit, that is, malicious perception. It is basically impossible to approach Kushina with malicious intent. The two of them lived a sweet life in their own world, but Chiga felt that with twice as many Enbu, their every move was transparent. Of course, in addition to the information leaked by Kushina, the information about Chiga was not much better. Although not as exaggerated as Kushina, it has also risen to 50 million taels. Chiga estimated that the Land of Earth provided 20 million taels at the beginning, and then the old woman Chiyo provided it privately. It was an unending hatred, and it could be said that it would never end. Moreover, Chiyo also gave Chiga a title. Konoha Phantom Crow. Among the information about Chiga known to various countries, the most detailed one was Chiga's illusion. An Uchiha ninja who was extremely good at using crows to perform illusions. The illusion method of only seeing crows, but not people, made the major countries in the ninja world inexplicably frightened. After all, the information obtained by the Sand village with 4 strongholds and the bloody lesson of destroying 200 or 300 people had to be taken seriously. At the same time, the middle class of the old people, who looked much older, was furious and yelled at the white Zetsu, "What kind of trash did you choose? He died at the hands of Uchiha Chiga. Not only that, but you also wasted a white Zetsu who has the ability to fight." The white Zetsu didn't dare to speak loudly in front of Uchiha Madara, and could only ask hesitantly, "Then do you still want to assassinate Uchiha Chiga? Slow down first." Uchiha Madara said helplessly. Speaking of which, Uchiha Madara has already failed several times at the hands of Chiga. The opponent's growth rate is amazing, and even he has to admit that this kid is so terrifying. However, he really doesn't have the energy to deal with Uchiha Chiga now. And the reason why he is targeting Chiga is because of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. In his plan, he needs his own Spokesperson, that is, Uchiha Obito, to collect the nine-tailed beasts before resurrecting him. Now there is a terrifying Uchiha clan member next to the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, and Uchiha Obito is definitely not his opponent. That's why Uchiha Madara wanted to kill Uchiha Chiga first. But now, the situation has changed. The nine-tails Jinchuriki seems to be heading towards the direction of the perfect Jinchuriki. Even if Uchiha Chiga dies, Uchiha Obito may not be able to control such a nine-tails Jinchuriki. So it seems that the plan needs to be changed. Well, let the nine-tails be left to me. Uchiha Madara thought so. After all, if he really follows his plan, he will be at his peak when he is resurrected, plus the cells of Senju Hashirama. It's like playing to fight a perfect nine-tails Jinchuriki. Compared with Uchiha Chiga and Uzumaki Kushina, he has more important things to do now. The Rain Country has now become a battlefield of the 3 major countries, and Nagato with his pair of reincarnation eyes is dealing with this chaotic battlefield. This is the key to his resurrection, and he must not lose it. Let Uchiha Chiga live for a while longer. One day I will make him feel the pain. Uchiha Madara said. In the grove outside Uchiha, Chiga looked up at the blue sky with despair. It was not because of the increase in his bounty, but because of the 5 little devils in front of him. Asuma Sarutobi, Kuryuhi, Shizune, Uchiha Obito, and Rin Nohara. When Chiga was idle, he handed Asuma Sarutobi and the other 2 to Minato for training. Now the retribution has come. In order to have more private space with Kushina, Minato handed Obito and Rin to Chiga. However, Minato was more conscientious than Chiga. After handing them over to Chiga, he asked Kakashi to assist Chiga in teaching. Sure enough, sooner or later, you have to pay for what you have done. Chiga didn't expect that it would be time to pay back so soon. He rubbed his eyebrows, didn't look at Kakashi and the other 2, but asked Asuma Sarutobi and the other 2, "Are you going to participate in this Chunin exam?" Of course. Asuma Sarutobi and the other 2 looked at each other, and then said to Chiga in unison, "Well, I will tell the third Hokage your 3 names." Chiga nodded after hearing that. The 3 of them had gone through a lot of training, so it was no problem for them to pass the Chunin exam. Moreover, there were no foreign ninjas in this Chunin exam, so it would not be as bloody as Chiga's Chunin exam. At present, the village just wanted to find some middle-level command-type ninjas. After all, these were the ninjas that were most lacking on the battlefield. Besides, with Sarutobi Asuma's status, if he couldn't pass the Chunin exam, it would be because the examiners didn't give Sarutobi Hiruzen face. Therefore, Chiga was not worried about the Chunin exam for these 3 people at all. As for Obito and Rin, Kakashi would naturally worry about them. "Kakashi, you come and give them special training." With a wave of his hand, Chiga intended to be a hands-off boss, and handed all the people over to Kakashi. Kakashi glared at Chiga with dissatisfaction, but he could only accept it helplessly. After all, he couldn't beat Chiga. Seeing this, Chiga flashed and found a quiet place nearby, ready to lie down for a day. Under the guidance of Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma and the other 5 people began to practice enthusiastically. After all, Chiga and Kakashi, who were in the same period as them, had already become Chunin. Although they felt that they could not catch up with the pace of the two, they did not want to fall behind too much. Chiga fell asleep not long after lying down. In a daze, he was awakened by a vulgar laugh. Hiss, Uchiha is indeed the largest clan in Konoha village. Even the women are much more beautiful than other clans in Konoha. The skin is elastic and smooth. I really want to lick it. Chiga woke up, and his face turned black. Good guy, he actually ran to the Uchiha clan to peek. Isn't Jiraiya, the white-haired pervert, too disrespectful to me, the uncle of the Uchiha clan? Chiga didn't think much about it. With a wave of his hand, dozens of crows in the woods swooped down. They pecked at Jiraiya. Where did you come from? How dare you disturb my good deed? Jiraiya was upset when his good deed was disturbed. Then he saw Chiga and said shamelessly, are you here to see the beautiful women playing in the water? Sure enough, I knew you, and I are the same kind of people. Kushina really took the wrong disciple. Chiga rolled his eyes at Jiraiya, and was too lazy to argue. He asked, white-haired pervert, when did you come back? Did you make a mistake in decision making at the front line and be replaced? Jiraiya ignored Chiga's cheesing, and sat next to Chiga. He looked at the idle clouds in the sky, and was silent for a long time before he sighed. You may not believe it, but I'm going to be Hokage. After hearing this, Chiga understood that it didn't work with Tsunade, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was going to try Jiraiya again. However, Chiga knew that Jiraiya was even less willing to become the fourth Hokage than Tsunade, so she didn't take Jiraiya's words seriously and replied calmly, oh. Seeing Chiga so calm, Jiraiya was surprised and said again, I said I want to be Hokage. Chiga frowned and replied impatiently, I heard it. Boy, what's your attitude? This is the position of Hokage. He told Chiga about such a major matter, which was considered as treating Chiga as his own. But from Chiga's attitude, it was obvious that he didn't care who became the Hokage. He thought about it, and thought that Chiga had been with Kushina for too long, which made Chiga think that being Hokage was not a big deal. In order to see Chiga's shocked look, he began to popularize science to Chiga. Hokage is the leader of a village. Once I become Hokage, my status will be very different. Your attitude towards me will change greatly. You should call me a respectful title before you speak. Chiga became even more impatient after hearing Jiraiya's long-winded words, and subconsciously said, you didn't agree. As soon as he said this, he felt that he was wrong. Jiraiya had said that he wanted to be Hokage before, but he didn't say that he refused. How do you know? Jiraiya looked at Chiga inexplicably, and asked in confusion, boy, since I started to contact you, I feel that you seem to know a lot of things. I don't know where your information comes from. Chiga rolled his eyes, and didn't intend to let Jiraiya go deeper. He said, I know a lot of things. I know astronomy and geography. I even know what color underwear Tsunade wore today. Do I have to tell you all these? After hearing the second half of Chiga's sentence, Jiraiya really didn't want to pursue Chiga's secrets anymore. Considering that Chiga has the Sharingan, although it cannot see through things, it is not impossible for that insight to see a clue. He swallowed his saliva involuntarily and said hesitantly, I think you can really tell me this. Chiga glanced at Jiraiya. Vacuum. Chapter 196. Finding the secret realm for Crow. Oh. Jiraiya didn't react at first, but when he figured out what Chiga meant, he exploded. He screamed, nothing. After getting this answer, Jiraiya couldn't help but think of some blood spurting out of his mind. In an instant, his eyes turned peach-colored, and a cloud of white mist spurted out of his nostrils, and then blood spurted out of his nose. As if he couldn't believe it, he turned his head and stared at Chiga, and was about to open his mouth to confirm again, but seeing Chiga's contemptuous smile, he was stunned. Negative emotions from Jiraiya. Emotion value plus 20. Seeing that Chiga was playing a trick on him, Jiraiya's face turned black, and he said to Chiga viciously, boy, you will die if you deceive the future Hokage like this. Chiga didn't comment, and didn't care about Jiraiya's threat at all. Anyway, it was impossible for Jiraiya to be the 4th generation Hokage. Even if Jiraiya became the 4th generation Hokage, he couldn't do anything to Chiga. After following Kushina, it is a bit exaggerated to say that he can do whatever he wants in the entire Konoha village, but he can really walk sideways in front of Jiraiya. Jiraiya saw Chiga's expression of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, and there was nothing he could do. He just sighed and said, "Just as you said, I rejected Sarutobi teacher on the spot." At this point, Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh. You really should have seen the face of our third Hokage at that time. It was really ugly. Sorry, I followed Kushina teacher, and I saw the frustrated face of Hokage a lot. Chiga scratched his ears. What happened to Jiraiya today? Why did he talk so much nonsense? Jiraiya was stunned and secretly complained, "What are you pretending to be with this kid?" Being able to make Sarutobi Hiruzen lose face seems to be a big deal to Jiraiya, but it is really just a small matter in front of Chiga. Jiraiya said so much to Chiga because he just came out of the Hokage's office. The two chatted a lot. At first, the old man of the third generation still wanted him to be the fourth generation Hokage, but under his strong opposition, he finally withdrew. He also recommended his disciple Namake's Minato again. This time, Sarutobi teacher did not refuse directly as before, but softened his attitude a lot, as if Minato really had the possibility of becoming the fourth generation Hokage. At this moment, Jiraiya's heart was also mixed. He felt sad that Sarutobi teacher was old, guilty about his best friend Orochimaru, happy that Minato was going to be the fourth generation Hokage, and so on. All kinds of emotions echoed in Jiraiya's mind, and then he came to the outskirts of the Uchiha clan. With his perverted intuition, he immediately found the little sister who was playing in the water by the river. He wanted to adjust his emotions by peeping, but he was interrupted by Chiga. Then he took Chiga as the person to talk to. By the way, appreciate the shocking expression of the Uchiha clan who wanted, but couldn't get the position of Hokage, and was abandoned by him. Unexpectedly, he was making himself uncomfortable. If life is not for showing off, then it is meaningless. By the way, Kit, I remember you once asked Minato for advice on the sage technique, right? I'm in a good mood today. If you don't understand anything about the sage mode, you can ask me for advice. Jiraiya thought for a moment and said. He was also ruthless. Today, he had to find some sense of existence from Chiga. Let this kid who has always disrespected him feel his strength as a Sannin. Otherwise, he would really be eaten by Kushina and Chiga in this life, without any dignity. And in front of this kid, the only thing he can show off seems to be the sage mode. Chiga heard this, tilted his head, and looked at Jiraiya, then clapped his hands and shouted softly, "Ninja technique sage mode." In an instant, Chiga entered the sage mode. He raised his eyebrows at Jiraiya and asked, "In that case, can you please take a look at my sage mode and see if there is anything I can improve?" Looking at Chiga's perfect sage mode, Jiraiya could only cover his chest. Six paths sage, why is there such a big difference between the two? Exclamation mark. The young man in front of him was completely beyond his expectations. The sage mode, which is extremely difficult to learn and extremely dangerous, was used by the other party as easily as eating and drinking. After taking a few deep breaths, Jiraiya finally came to his senses. He also had a little thought in his heart, and said with resentment, "How could you be Kushina's disciple?" At this moment, he even had the idea of robbing a disciple. The prophecy brought to him by the big toad sage in Mount Myaboku. He will accept a disciple, a child of destiny who can change the world. Although he thinks that this child of destiny is most likely Nagato, whom he accepted in the Rain Country, nothing is absolute. What if it is someone else? Jiraiya is unwilling to let go of any possibility. Cast a wide net to catch fish. Besides, there is no harm in taking in more disciples. However, after thinking about it for a long time, Jiraiya finally gave up the idea. After all, Kushina is not a pushover. If Kushina knew, he would not have to come back to Konoha village. The master is the wisest. Seeing that there was no obvious change on Chiga's face, Jiraiya knew that Chiga's sage mode had already surpassed him. He did not care much about the status of the person, so he turned around and asked Chiga for advice. Jiraiya smiled flatteringly and asked without shame, "Well, little Chiga, how did you do it? Why do you want to learn?" Chiga smiled and promised, "If you worship me as your master on the spot, I will teach you immediately." From Jiraiya's resentful words, Chiga had already heard that the other party wanted to take him in as a disciple, and now he immediately fought back. Negative emotions from Jiraiya, emotion value plus 50. Jiraiya's face turned red with anger, but he was too greedy for Kaien's sage mode, so he could only lick his face and continue to say, how about this, let's make a deal? You know Minato, right? My disciple, I tell you, is definitely good at developing ninjutsu. He has already had some ideas about a kind of unprinted ninjutsu, and even has a prototype. With his flying thunder god technique, I think it will definitely shine in the ninja world. How about it, as long as you are willing to tell me the skills of your sage mode? When Minato succeeds in developing it, I will let Minato teach you. After all, you also have the flying thunder god technique. This ninjutsu will definitely be a great enhancement to your combat power. Jiraiya's moral integrity is not very high, and he directly sold his disciple. Hey, the ninjutsu developed by Senior Minato? Do you think I still need to get Senior Minato's ninjutsu through you? Kaien asked back with contempt. Jiraiya also felt that he was stupid because the other party was Kushina's disciple. With the appearance of his disciple being henpecked, Kaien couldn't get what he wanted. And he also knew that Kushina treated Chika almost like her own son. Jiraiya even felt that if Kushina and Minato really had a child, it might not be treated as well as Chika. At this moment, Jiraiya mourned for Minato for a moment. Jiraiya was helpless. The ninjutsu he knew could basically be obtained by other means. There was nothing to teach him about chakra attributes. The other party was a famous genius of the Uchiha clan. At a young age, he had mastered the extreme changes of wind and fire attributes. Seeing Jiraiya scratching his head, Chika smiled and then said, however, I do need a favor from Lord Jiraiya. What is it? Jiraiya was immediately delighted, and then as if he thought of something, he frowned and said, Chika, don't talk about pushing Uchiha Fugaku of your Uchiha clan to compete for Hokage. That won't do. Uchiha Fugaku values his family too much. He is not suitable to be the cage of a village. Besides, there is too much resistance for Uchiha Fugaku to compete for the position of Hokage. There is no possibility at all. You are better than Uchiha Fugaku. Besides, I have already recommended Minato to be the 4th Hokage, and Sarutobi teacher seems to like him too much. You, the Uchiha clan, should consider the 5th Hokage. Chika shook his head, pointed to the crows in the forest, and said, I'm going to find a place with birds singing and flowers blooming for my crows. Following Chika's finger, Jiraiya looked over and saw the crows all over the forest. His face was slightly stunned. Wow, so many crows. Yeah, as their numbers continue to increase, this forest can no longer satisfy them. I almost have to implement family planning for the crows. Chika also sighed. The number of crows is close to tens of thousands, and as the number increases, the reproductive capacity increases exponentially. If he doesn't find a secret realm with rich resources, he really can't afford to support this group of crows. Chika said to Jiraiya, I heard that Myaboki Mountain is a secret realm that has been passed down for thousands of years. I want Master Jiraiya to ask them for me if they know any information about the ownerless secret realm. Is that so? Then you have found the right person. There is also a giant toad sage who has lived for thousands of years in Myaboki Mountain. It must know a lot of information about the secret realm. Jiraiya felt that this matter was not a big deal, so he immediately agreed. By the way, the secret realm should preferably be a forest. My crows like places with lush trees. And there should be abundant supplies inside, enough to solve the problem of food and clothing for the crows. Well, do you have any other requirements? Then the natural energy inside cannot exceed that of Myaboki Mountain, but it cannot be too different. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows when he heard this and said, boy, you are so ambitious. Since Chika developed the sage mode of crows, Jiraiya has already vaguely felt Chiga's idea. Now he is asking him about the secret realm again, and he also requires that the natural energy inside is abundant. It seems that the other party wants to create a heritage place as famous as Myaboki Mountain, Ryochi Cave, and Wetbone Forest. Chika smiled slightly, did not refute, but began to explain the operating principle of his sage mode. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. Pressing the coffin lid to kill Uchiha Madara. Chika and Jiraiya are the only two ninjas in the ninja world who can use Sage Mode, while Minato can only be considered half of one. So Chika and Jiraiya have a common language when it comes to Sage Mode. Although Chika's Sage Mode comes from Myaboki Mountain, it sacrificed a large number of crows to complete it and has already walked its own path. Some of the collection of natural energy is also a new way, and Jiraiya's eyes flashed with brilliance when he heard it, and he wanted to try it immediately. Jiraiya's Sage Mode comes from Myaboki Mountain and has a 1,000-year heritage. Some of the experiences also gave Chika a lot of advice. TSK, why do I feel like I'm at a disadvantage? Jiraiya chatted and seemed to find that Chika had learned a lot from him. It stands to reason that he should be listening to Chika's explanation of Sage Mode, but how did he come to ask the two for advice? It's not a disadvantage. If you can perfect your Sage Mode, then you can solve the problem of your acne nose. After all, being handsome is a lifelong thing. Chika laughed. Forget it, I don't ask for anything in return from you. Just be nicer to me when you see me in the future, and don't call me a white-haired pervert like Kushina. Jiraiya was not a person who cared about things, he just sighed helplessly. He had a good reputation and popularity in the village, but unfortunately there was Kushina who spread the deeds of this white-haired pervert every day, which seriously affected his reputation. I know, Master Jiraiya. Seeing that Jiraiya did not hide anything, Chika gave Jiraiya a little face, and then asked, by the way, as a commander on the front line, is it really okay for you to leave the front line like this? Although the pressure on the front line of the Land of Earth was greatly reduced, it was unreasonable for the commander to run away and go home. Don't worry about this, the Land of Earth is in a headache now. In order to secure his position, the 4th Hokage of the Land of Wind tried his best and personally went to the battlefield of the Land of Rain. We Konoha have become the sidelines. Jiraiya explained with a smile. In general, the current Rain Country has become a battlefield between the Earth Country and the Wind Country, and the ninjas of Konoha did not participate much. With the 4th Hokage on the field, the Earth Country is really not doing well. The 3rd Hokage is not as single as the 4th Hokage, and can leave the village. After all, on the other side of the Earth Country, there is a Cloud Ninja front. Those muscular Cloud Ninjas will not play tricks with the Earth Country, and they will be very efficient in fighting. When Chika heard about the Rain Country and saw Jiraiya in front of him, he also remembered the 3 disciples that Jiraiya accepted in the Rain Country: Hirohiko, Nagato and Konan. If he remembered correctly, these 3 disciples of Jiraiya were tricked by Danzō and Hanzo in the 3rd war. It was the beginning of Nagato's blackening. There is also Uchiha Madara's conspiracy. It can be said that Nagato is an extremely important part of Uchiha Madara's plan. Without the pair of Samsara eyes, Uchiha Madara would have no chance of resurrection. Even if he could rely on the impure world reincarnation after death, the difference in ability would be huge. A gleam of light flashed in Kaion's eyes. In the past, when being plotted against by Uchiha Madara, Kaion could just endure it. After all, he couldn't beat him. When it's time to be a coward, you have to admit it, and when it's time to be brave, you have to get rid of the opponent at once, and it's best to scatter his ashes, so as to avoid trouble in the future. Does the opponent really think he has no temper by targeting him one after another? Moreover, Kaion has already noticed it through the attack of the Red Sand Scorpion this time. Senile Madara really wants to kill him, but he can't do it himself. It seems that Senile Madara will not have many days to live, and it is estimated that he can no longer do without the chakra of the Outer Path Demon statue. So at this time, Senile Madara is like a rat in the gutter, and can only play some conspiracies and tricks. Thinking of this, Kaion felt that he needed to go to the Land of Rain. It's time to show Uchiha Madara the counterattack from the Time Traveler. With better luck, it is possible to press the lid of Uchiha Madara's coffin to death. Thinking of this, Chika asked Jiraiya, have you heard of a mercenary organization called Akatsuki in the Land of Rain? Jiraiya thought for a while, shook his head and said, no, how come you have a grudge against this organization? Chika looked directly into Jiraiya's eyes and found that he did not seem to be lying. It seems that Nagato and the other 2 have not yet established this organization. That's not the case. I just heard that this organization is quite powerful, so I want to learn about it. Really? Although Jiraiya didn't understand why Chiga would pay attention to such an organization, he still said, if there is news about this organization, I will pass it on to you. Are you leaving? Well, I have been away from the front line for so long. If I don't go back, the Rock Ninja will find out. Jiraiya stretched lazily and said with some regret that he would not be so relaxed and comfortable when he went to the front line. Aren't you going to say goodbye to Senior Minato? After hearing what Chiga said, Jiraiya thought about it and felt that he should indeed say something to his disciple. You are right. I also need to say something to him. Are you going to tell him that you rejected the Hokage? Chiga finally understood that Jiraiya had told her about the position of Hokage before, just to appreciate her surprised expression. Jiraiya looked at Chiga with dissatisfaction and said, what nonsense are you talking about? The two returned to Konoha village and wandered around the street for a long time before finally finding Minato, who was shopping with Kushina. Kushina saw the combination of Chiga and Jiraiya and asked curiously, hey, how come you two are together? Before Jiraiya could speak, Chiga took the lead and said, oh, Master Jiraiya wanted to take me in as his apprentice, but I rejected him outright. Negative emotions from Jiraiya. Emotion value plus 60. What about you? Kushina was furious when she heard that. She had already borrowed the Ninetales chakra and was about to show the tailed beast coat. Kushina, don't listen to your disciples' nonsense. I just ran into Chiga by chance. Seeing Kushina's attitude, Jiraiya immediately admitted his fear. With Minato's persuasion, Kushina finally calmed down and said coldly, then why did you come here? Jiraiya glared at Chiga and then said, I came to say goodbye to Minato. I'm going back to the front line today. What? Did the Rock Ninja attack again? Minato was startled and asked hurriedly. Minato, don't be nervous. It's nothing. Jiraiya waved his hand. After all, we are in the war, and I still need to be there. Minato nodded, looked at Kushina again, and said hesitantly, or I'll go with my teacher. Although he still wanted to stay with Kushina for a while, he had to give up this idea for the sake of the village. Jiraiya saw what Minato was thinking and chuckled. No, you should spend more time with Kushina. You won't have so many opportunities in the future. Kushina was also happy when she heard Jiraiya say this, but then she felt something was wrong and said dissatisfiedly, hey, what do you mean there will be no chance in the future? It sounds like. Haha, my fault, I didn't make it clear. Jiraiya smiled awkwardly and continued, this time the third Hokage called me back, mainly to discuss the successor to the next Hokage. He intends to let me be the fourth Hokage. What? Hearing this, Minato and Kushina were shocked at the same time. Jiraiya nodded with satisfaction and glanced at Chiga, who was indifferent. Finally, there were two people with normal reactions. Before Minato could be happy for Jiraiya, Jiraiya said again, but I refused. My personality is not suitable for being the Hokage, so I recommended you to the third Hokage. Teacher Jiraiya, this. Minato was stunned. Although he dreamed of becoming the Hokage, he had never considered a fourth Hokage in his imagination. After listening to Jiraiya's words, Kushina asked Jiraiya anxiously, what did the third Hokage say? But as soon as she asked it, she felt that she was asking nonsense. Jiraiya had said before that it would be difficult for Minato to have the leisure to accompany her shopping. The meaning of this statement was very clear. With Jiraiya's recommendation, Minato has already been included in the candidates for Hokage. But now Minato is difficult to be the Hokage regardless of his achievements, prestige and strength. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen has no intention of abdicating, and there is still time for Minato to develop. Jiraiya ignored Kushina's words, but patted Minato's shoulder and said earnestly, so spend more time with Kushina during this period. You will have a heavy task next time. You can't stay in the village for long. He was the one who recommended Minato to be the fourth Hokage, so he naturally knew what Minato lacked now. In the days to come, he will wholeheartedly help Minato improve his reputation. As for his good friend Orochimaru, let him go to hell. Well, I will definitely not let Jiraiya down. Minato also said solemnly, since the opportunity has been handed to him, he will not give up with his character. Seeing that Minato was already concerned, Jiraiya nodded with satisfaction, and then left Konoha village under the gaze of Minato. Kushina and Chiga. After Jiraiya left, Chiga was also ready to say goodbye to Minato and Kushina. Unexpectedly, he was pulled back by Kushina. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? I, your master, am not so lonely and empty that I don't even spare a little time. Come on, accompany me to eat ramen." As if seeing that Kushina had something to say to Chiga, Minato smiled and said to Chiga and Kushina, "Then Kushina, I'll go see Obito and the others first. You and Chiga go to eat." "Okay." Kushina nodded and took Chiga to the ramen shop. Chiga followed behind Kushina in confusion, not understanding what his teacher was going to do. Chapter 198 Kushina, "Chiga, you be the 5th Hokage." In the ramen shop. "Boss, another bowl." Kushina kept eating ramen, but she didn't mean to talk to Chiga. It seems that after hearing that Minato was really going to be the 4th generation Hokage, teacher Kushina had mixed emotions. Looking at Kushina with a big appetite, Chiga smiled and said, "Teacher Kushina, you eat so much today. Is it because you are too happy that senior Minato is going to become the 4th generation Hokage?" Kushina rolled her eyes at Chiga and said with a puffy face, "I eat a lot not because I'm in a good mood." Chiga tilted his head and looked at Kushina without saying a word. And Kushina also began to explain, "I once made a bet with Minato to see who would become Hokage. Although I knew that I had no hope of becoming Hokage many years ago and had let it go, there was always a knot in my heart, and now." Kushina, who wanted to be strong in everything, didn't want to lose to Minato, and she couldn't continue talking. Seeing that Kushina was a little disappointed, Kyan interrupted and said, "Teacher Kushina, Senior Minato hasn't become Hokage yet." A trace of memory flashed in Kushina's eyes, and she said heavily, "He has never let me down." Looking at Kushina, who was full of confidence in Minato, Kyan just shrugged and continued to eat ramen. If he hadn't traveled through time and knew that Senior Minato really became the 4th Hokage, he would really like to ask teacher Kushina where this mysterious confidence in Senior Minato came from. Is it really true that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder? Senior Minato now is far less prestigious than he was later, and is only a little famous, far worse than Orochimaru. Not to mention that Orochimaru has repeatedly made meritorious deeds on the front line of the water country. From the beginning of the invasion of the water country into the fire country, Orochimaru organized people to stop the Mist Ninja, and even drove the Mist Ninja out of the fire country. As long as the war situation stabilizes, Orochimaru's prestige in Konoha will reach its peak. And even though Jiraiya and Tsunade have withdrawn from the competition for the position of Hokage, there are still many people who want this position. The patriarchs of the major families have this idea. Even Uchiha Fugaku is the same. Since the war started, many people's minds have become active. Bang. No, I have to reconcile with Kurama as soon as possible, and then go to the front line to gain military merits. Before Chiga swallowed the noodles in his mouth, he saw Kushina suddenly slammed the table hard, and Chiga was almost choked to death. What the hell is this? Chiga has been with Kushina for many years, but he is still not used to Kushina's surprise. He said helplessly, "Teacher Kushina, haven't you let it go? Why are you still obsessed with the front line? I won't compete with Minato anymore." Kushina shook her head and smiled at Chiga. "After all, if he becomes Hokage, I won't fail to become Hokage." Chiga, playing word games, right? Kyan, he asked in confusion. Then Kushina, "Teacher, why are you so anxious to go to the front line, to fight side by side with Minato Sr.? Stupid, of course it's for you." Kushina looked at Kyan and said seriously, "I want you to become the 5th generation Hokage. Your master, I failed to become the 4th generation Hokage, but you, my disciple, you can definitely compete with Kakashi." At this point, Kushina's eyes were shining. It must be said that Kushina is still very concerned about Kyan. In addition, Jiraiya is here as a role model. Kushina also wants to do the same as Jiraiya, paving the way for her disciples. Of course, this may also be entrusted to Kyan's dream of becoming a Hokage. Teacher Kushina, you are really thinking too far ahead, and I have no interest in the position of Hokage. Kyan, he rolled his eyes at Kushina, not to mention that he was not interested in becoming a Hokage. Even if he was, it would be at least more than 10 years later, and it was too far away to consider this now. What about that? Kushina was stunned. In her mind, she had carefully planned a smooth road for Chiga, leading directly to the 5th Hokage. But she didn't expect Chiga to have no interest in Hokage. Is she really a lazy person for the rest of her life? Kushina looked at Chiga's eyes seriously and asked in surprise, "Are you really not interested? Then why do you make so many contributions every time you go out and go to the battlefield?" Chiga said helplessly, "Let me correct you. Those contributions are all given to me, and I don't want to make trouble for nothing. No way. Haven't you Uchiha clan always wanted a Hokage position? It seems that the 4th Hokage can't think about it, but the 5th Hokage can. In my opinion, if a Hokage can really appear in your Uchiha clan, you are the only one who has a little hope. Chiga, if you really become the 5th Hokage, your Uchiha clan can be regarded as truly integrated into Konoha village." Kushina also understands the higher level people of Konoha. The lineage of Hokage is all direct. In other words, the next one will be born among Minato's disciples without any accident. Minato currently has only 3 disciples: Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Obito and Nohara. As for Uchiha Obito, forget about it. It's a question whether he can pass this simplified Chunin exam. As for Nohara, let alone Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Obito may still awaken his bloodline limit to make a leap, but Nohara's talent is there, and her growth space is limited. Therefore, it is very likely that the 5th generation Hokage will be Hatake Kakashi. But Chiga is her disciple, and she will be the wife of the 4th generation Hokage in the future, so she can barely be considered a direct descendant. Therefore, Chiga has great hope in the 5th generation Hokage. Kushina looked directly at Chiga, trying to see a little excitement in Chiga's eyes. However, Chiga looked at Kushina very frankly. "No, whoever wants to be the first can be the first." Chiga is not a person who likes to be restricted. Becoming a Hokage means that he is responsible for the entire village. Moreover, if Chiga gets angry, it is difficult for her to guarantee that she can negotiate conditions calmly with those who play politics. The greater possibility is to fight on the spot. Besides, after more than 10 years, with his growth rate, he can unify the ninja world, and he is still a ghost Hokage. Kushina also really saw that Chiga was not interested in that position. She poked Chiga's head in dissatisfaction and was angry at him for not fighting. "What? How could this be? I thought you were just talking about it, but I didn't expect you to be a real salted fish." She didn't have any different opinions on Chiga's unwillingness to be Hokage, but she felt sorry that her plan to cultivate the 5th generation Hokage after her was useless. Kion saw what Kushina was thinking and teased, "Teacher Kushina, you can wait for your son to be born and let him inherit your great cause." TSK. How do you know it's his son? Besides, let Minato worry about it. I don't care. Kion blinked at Kushina. Ahem. Teacher Kushina, are you determined to marry Minato senpai? Kushina blushed and glared at Kion fiercely. Shut up. Eat your noodles, and you pay this time. Saying goodbye to Kushina, Kion looked at Kushina's back, sighed, and said to himself, "It's annoying to have such a good teacher, isn't it?" As he said that, he walked towards Uchiha Fugaku's house. Since Kushina can do so many things for him, he has to consider Kushina and Minato. On the way, Kion bought some fruit. After all, he was a guest at home, so he still had to be polite. There was a pregnant woman at Uchiha Fugaku's house, and Chiga didn't know what to bring, so she just bought some fruits. Knock knock. Chiga knocked gently on the door. When she arrived at Uchiha Fugaku's house, the door opened, and Uchiha Fugaku took a look, and after finding that it was Chiga, he led Chiga in. "Chiga, why are you here?" On the way, Uchiha Fugaku asked with a puzzled look. This guy usually doesn't come to visit for no reason, and rarely comes to the home of the clan leader. If he hadn't been optimistic about Chiga, he would have made things difficult for Chiga long ago. If you don't even know how to pay homage, do you still want to stay in the Uchiha clan? Chiga lifted the fruit in her hand and said to Uchiha Makoto, who had come out with a big belly, "I'll go see Sister Makoto for my teacher." Uchiha Makoto took the fruit from Chiga with a smile on her face and said gently, "Thank you for your hard work, Kushina. You've already returned to the village, but you didn't come to see me in person. You have to make a trip." Has she forgotten that she has a best friend like me? Is she obsessed with Minato's beauty? Since becoming a young woman, Uchiha Makoto has been more open in her words. Sure enough, girls and women are completely two different species. Teacher Kushina is not convenient to come here at the moment. You know the reason. Chiga explained for Kushina. Uchiha Mikoto frowned when she heard this and immediately thought of Kushina's identity as the Jinchuriki. Kushina's identity as the Ninetales Jinchuriki had long been exposed, and of course the Uchiha clan knew it. Uchiha Mikoto complained dissatisfiedly, "Are these Konoha high-ranking officials too much? We, the Uchiha clan, are also members of the Konoha clan after all. How can we be so defensive?" Uchiha Fugaku's face also showed embarrassment. To control the Ninetales, one needs the power of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Since the departure of that person, no one in the Uchiha clan has awakened to this level. Is it necessary to be so defensive against their clan? This kind of vigilance cast a shadow on Uchiha Fugaku's face. Uchiha Mikoto also noticed her husband's expression and changed the subject. "By the way, Chiga, you sent fruit as a gift for your teacher. What about you? You are the uncle of the Uchiha clan. Aren't you going to send a gift to your future nephew?" Chiga heard this and asked in surprise, "Huh? You already know it's a boy." Chapter 199. For Itachi, you have to beat him with a stick. Yeah, I won't be surprised, even if I give birth now. Uchiha Mikoto heard this and glanced at Uchiha Fugaku fiercely with her beautiful eyes. Obviously, Uchiha Fugaku still has some traditional ideas. When the fetus develops to the point where the gender can be known, he has already observed it in advance. As the first child and the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he still attaches great importance to offspring. Seeing this, Chiga also reacted. This is the world of Naruto, not the previous life. It is normal to know the gender in advance. In addition, the world of Naruto is not a scientific world. There are too many ways to know the situation in the belly. The simplest one is the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. It is not too simple to tell the gender. Chiga thinks that, even if the Hyuga clan does not become ninjas, they can become doctors and make a lot of money with the Byakugan. The Byakugan is much more useful than X-rays. Ahem, it's a boy. I'm going to name him Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku coughed awkwardly and said, "Well, it's a good name. He sounds like a filial son." Kyan nodded and then said seriously, "It seems that the gift I prepared can be used by you, Sister Mikoto. You really prepared a gift?" Uchiha Fugaku was also surprised when he heard it. Mikoto said that to change the subject. He didn't expect Kyan to actually prepare a gift. He knew how stingy Kyan was. It was not easy to get him to pay. Of course, he is my nephew after all. Kyan smiled and then took out the books he had prepared for a long time from the ninja tool bag. Patriarch Fugaku, Sister Mikoto, I tell you, you should educate your children early, especially boys. My father used this ancestral parenting book to teach me. Look at me, I've awakened 3 Megatama at the age of 10. As long as Aunt Mikoto teaches Itachi according to this book, he will definitely become a talent. Opening a Mangekyou Sharingan is as easy as playing. Chiga was boasting, while Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto were all dazed. Uchiha Fugaku always felt that this set of rhetoric was a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it for a while. "Thank you, uncle." Uchiha Mikoto took the book handed over by Chiga, flipped it open, and took a look. Children can't grow without beating. A filial son is born under the stick, and if you can't beat him to death, beat him to death. A small beating every 3 days, a big beating every 5 days. Break the wooden stick, use a steel pipe, bend the steel pipe, and use fire escape. Negative emotions from Uchiha Mikoto. Emotion value plus 50. The first time you get negative emotions from Uchiha Mikoto, you will be rewarded with the talent of having many children and good fortune. Chiga. This sudden flirt almost broke my waist. I don't even have a girlfriend. Why did you give me such a talent? And Uchiha Mikoto's forehead was also exposed with blue veins. No wonder Chiga was favored by Kushina. The two of them really have a lot in common. The gifts were so original. If she really followed the methods in this book, her son would be considered gifted if he could live past the age of 3. Uchiha Mikoto took several deep breaths, and then she calmed down, showing a gentle smile again, and said, "Fugaku, take your uncle to the living room to sit first. I'll make tea for you." People in the ninja world are not that delicate, and Uchiha Mikoto is also a jonin, and has no intention of hiring others to take care of him. As Uchiha Makoto left, Uchiha Fugaku asked Chiga, "You rarely come to my place. Tell me, why did you come here today?" Chiga said directly, "I heard that Chief Fugaku is going to lead his people to the front again. Well, after Itachi is born, I will lead the 8th generation to the front. The situation in Konoha is tense now, and as a member of Konoha, we must also make some contributions to the village." Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Chiga and said, "Isn't it for the position of the 4th Hokage?" Chiga said contemptuously, "We are all from the same family, what are you playing with me?" Uchiha Fugaku saw that Chiga guessed his thoughts, and he didn't intend to hide it, and asked, "Isn't it possible?" At the beginning, Uchiha Fugaku was ready to lead his people to brush up their military exploits under the deception of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now that he has a child, his ambition has become stronger. It seems that he feels that the position of Hokage is not impossible to compete. This is human nature, and Chiga has nothing to say. But the position of the 4th Hokage really has nothing to do with Uchiha Fugaku. Chiga didn't need to be euphemistic, and said directly, "I met Master Jiraiya today. From him, I learned that he has recommended Senior Minato to the 3rd Hokage as the next Hokage, and the 3rd Hokage also thinks it's okay." Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's pupils suddenly shrank. He still remembered that Chiga had strongly recommended Minato, and the family had invested a lot in Minato. And Minato really lived up to their Uchiha clan's investment. It's just that, once the war started, although it was a disaster, it was also an opportunity. So Uchiha Fugaku had other ideas. Uchiha Fugaku was silent, with a flash of unwillingness in his eyes. His ambition that had just risen. Is it gone? Exclamation mark. Seeing this, Kion persuaded him again. Clan leader Fugaku, don't think too much. When Minato takes the position, it will be good for you to be a high-ranking official. With the support of the 3rd Hokage and the cooperation of Jiraiya and others, as long as Minato does not die, it is a foregone conclusion that he will take the post of the 4th Hokage. After a long time, Uchiha Fugaku let out a heavy breath and said, "I understand. But it is still necessary to lead the clan members to support the front line. There are already some gossips in the village, saying that our Uchiha clan can only bully at home. If there is a real war, they will only send young ninjas to perfunctorily deal with the village." Kion frowned when he heard this. He felt something was wrong. Since the Uchiha clan was sent to the water country front, it seems that there is a force in the village that is forcing the Uchiha clan to go to the front line to participate in the war. Then, he thought for a moment and said, "In that case, let the tribesmen go to the front line of the Land of Earth. I just need the tribesmen to help me find a few people in the Land of Rain. Also, Chief Fugaku, you don't have to lead the team, you can leave it to Minato." Uchiha Fugaku originally wanted to ask Chiga who he was looking for, but after hearing the last sentence, he immediately said dissatisfiedly, "Why, do you still think I have fantasies about the position of Hokage? No, I think that Itachi lacked his father's education when he was born, which is not good for his growth." Chiga rolled his eyes at Uchiha Fugaku. He really didn't think so much. Negative emotions from Uchiha Fugaku. Emotion value plus 80. Half a month later. During this period, Chiga and Kushina sent away Tsunade and Uzumaki Misa who wanted to leave. The departure of the two was a secret in Konoha village, and only a few people knew about it. After all, during the war, the medical saint leaving the village was too demoralizing, and it would also make the enemy ninjas look for Tsunade's traces. So Tsunade left the village at night, with only Chiga, Kushina and Shizune seeing her off. At the same time, the Chunin exam was over. Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenoi officially became Chunin. Shizune and Nohara were both medical ninjas, so they were lacking in strength, and were eliminated in the individual battle, and failed to advance. As for Uchiha Obito, it was no surprise that he was late, and couldn't even take the exam. After the Chunin exam, Minato took Kakashi and the other two to the front line of the Land of Earth. The Uchiha clan also provided 100 ninjas to follow Minato on the battlefield. Because he had already made clear his future path, Minato now urgently needed to gain military merits on the front line. Moreover, the commander of the Land of Earth was Jiraiya, and with him, Minato would not lack opportunities. In the Hokage's office. 3rd Hokage. Entering the Hokage's office, Chiga bowed slightly and greeted politely. The days in the village were quite leisurely. I think Sarutobi Hiruzen specially gave their team a holiday. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the scroll in his hand, glanced at Chiga, and said kindly, "You are here, Chiga. How have you been resting in the village these days? Hokage, you should just tell me which front you are going to." Chiga was too lazy to play along with Sarutobi Hiruzen. He must have mission for him when he was called here alone. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen also said directly, "Water Country, I will send you there in 3 days, and you will be directly under the command of Orochimaru." Understood. Then I will go down and prepare. Chiga nodded. He had no objection to going to the Water Country front. He was not as severely restrained as his tribe members. "Don't worry, I haven't finished yet." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, motioning Chiga to step forward a few steps. Chiga looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in confusion, a little confused. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, did not speak, just quietly tapped the table with his fingers. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes. "Next, I have an S-level mission that you need to complete alone, and it needs to be done in secret." Chiga was shocked when he heard this. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's hesitant expression and tone, this is definitely an unusual mission. He thought about it, and lowered his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Hokage, please speak." Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, slowly walked to the window, turned his back to Chiga, and said, "You should know that countries attach great importance to their own bloodline limits. They will never let ninjas with bloodline limits be easily captured by the enemy country. Even corpses must be brought back, and those that cannot be brought back will be destroyed on the spot. And the Hyuga clan on the front line of the Land of Water has lost 30 ninjas since they went to the battlefield. According to the intelligence, the Mist Ninja is specifically looking for people from the Hyuga clan to attack." "So many?" Chiga was shocked when he heard this. He knew the importance of bloodline limits. Chapter 200 Kyan, he really makes me cry. 30? Chiga was also surprised when he heard this. In terms of the number, Chiga felt that it was impossible for the Mist Ninja to do this. In the chaotic situation on the battlefield, in order to protect their own bloodline from being known by outsiders, the ninjas who were traveling with them would also destroy the bodies at the risk of their lives. Therefore, after a battle, very few ninjas with bloodline boundaries were obtained by the enemy country, and there would be a destruction report for their destruction. What's more, even if the Water Country wanted to obtain the bloodline of the Hyuga clan and specifically targeted the Hyuga clan to obtain the Byakugan, it would be impossible for Konoha to notice it until so many ninjas disappeared. In an instant, Chiga had already thought of who did it. TSK, Orochimaru was really evil. He could be so heavy-handed to the Hyuga clan who had never offended him. By the way, if I hadn't stopped the Uchiha clan from going to the Water Country, then 30 bodies of the Uchiha clan would have disappeared now. Orochimaru wanted the corpses of the Hyuga clan to study, but Danzō was different. He needed the Sharingan to suppress the changes in his body, so he would be more ruthless. I need you to secretly investigate whether it was the Mist Ninja or Ra Ninja. The most important thing is that I need solid evidence for this matter. Seeing the expression on Chiga's face, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Chiga had roughly understood the inside story, so he didn't care about what he said, and almost named the person who did it. However, in the absence of evidence, he couldn't just strongly accuse Orochimaru. And he also wanted to find out whether it was Danzō who instructed Orochimaru to do this, or whether Orochimaru wanted to do it himself. "I understand." Chiga nodded, and he accepted the task. "You are only responsible to me for this task, and all information about the task must not be leaked to anyone." Sarutobi Hiruzen added solemnly. Chiga shrugged, which was considered as tacit agreement. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen still has illusions about his disciple, who has gone astray and left a way out. After talking about this task, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Chiga meaningfully, "I heard that your Uchiha clan sent 100 ninjas to the Earth Country front under your advice." Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very surprised at first about the Uchiha clan's ninjas suddenly going to the front line. After thinking for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen probably understood it. It should be thanks to Chiga's network of relationships that the Uchiha clan already knew who he preferred to be the next Hokage. It can be said that the Uchiha clan is currently the only family in Konoha village who knows that Minato will be a strong competitor for the next Hokage. Other families only regard Minato as a civilian jonin with good talent. This is why the Uchiha clan has always wanted to enter the Konoha high level. Only a few people know the first-hand intelligence. As for the actions of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not care and even thought it was a good thing. Namake's Minato is a civilian ninja. In addition to his own strength and prestige, he also needs the support of a force he can trust to be the Hokage. The Uchiha clan is very good. In this way, the Uchiha clan can be completely integrated into the village, which is simply killing two birds with one stone. Contributing to the village is the responsibility and obligation of the Uchiha clan. Some things cannot be said clearly. Kion took out the words that Uchiha Fugaku used to evade him to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, in this case, I hope that in the future, your clan leader Fugaku can assist Minato and manage the village well. He no longer regarded Kion as an ordinary Uchiha clan member. Since Kion was able to persuade Uchiha Fugaku to give up the position of Hokage, he must have a lot more say in the Uchiha clan. These words are also a promise made by a Hokage to a family. Hearing this, Kion didn't understand that the position of an advisor to the Uchiha clan could not be escaped. This can also be regarded as a reassurance to the Uchiha clan. Before Chiga was ready to thank Sarutobi Hiruzen, he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen say, but your Uchiha clan sent ninjas to the front line. In this way, there won't be enough manpower in the Konoha Guard, right? Do you need me to transfer some ninjas from other families to join? After all, the security of Konoha village is also very important, especially during the war. There can't be any chaos. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't mind giving the Uchiha clan a high-level status, but in contrast, while the Uchiha clan gained more power, they also needed to give up some of their own interests to share with other families. Third Hokage, you have solved a big problem for the Uchiha clan. It just so happens that Konoha Guard is short of manpower. If people from other families join, it can greatly relieve the pressure of the guard. I will discuss with the head of the Fugaku clan when I go back and ask him to add a detachment to the Konoha Guard. Chiga felt that this was completely acceptable. With only 2.58 million Uchiha clan members, it is simply abominable for both humans and gods to be in the position of the guard. It is just right for ninjas from other families to join in, and the Uchiha clan can also learn how other families do in this position. The ninja world is not only about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships. Seeing that Chiga understood what he meant, Sarutobi Hiruzen also smiled with satisfaction. The business on the surface has been discussed, and the secret exchange of interests has been completed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly relaxed. He waved his hand and sent Chiga out. Well, it's just right to use the telescope technique to see the young and lively young ladies. After leaving the Hokage's office, Chiga first summoned Sarutobi Asuma and the other two, and told them the news that they would go to the battlefield of the water country in 3 days, and asked them to bring the things they needed to prepare, and then announced the disbandment. Afterwards, he came to Kushina's house. Before leaving, he still needed Kushina's help to do something. Teacher Kushina, I will go to the water country front in 3 days. Kion was familiar with the place and went straight to the living room of Kushina's house and sat down and said to Kushina, water country? That is under the control of Orochimaru. What does the old man Sandai think that he would let you go there? Kushina was shocked when she heard this. The two of them had offended Orochimaru badly. Going there at this time would give Orochimaru a chance. The third Hokage probably thinks that, since Asuma Sarutobi is in my team, Orochimaru will not specifically target me. Besides, it's not that easy for him to beat me up. Kion said indifferently. Because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's instructions, Kion couldn't tell Kushina the details. Seriously speaking, he actually went there to cause trouble for Orochimaru. Okay, then you should be careful. I know Orochimaru is not a good person. Don't let him trick you. Kushina heard that and could only tell Chiga. I know, Chiga said, and then took out a list from the ninja tool bag. What is this? Kushina took the list and looked at it for a long time. There were names of some high-tech instruments on it, and she couldn't understand what they were used for. I was wandering around the village a few days ago and found a few hidden laboratories. I personally like to study some interesting things, but the equipment required is really too expensive. So I'm troubling Teacher Kushina. At this point, Chiga looked at Kushina with a look. Kushina was surprised and said, if I remember correctly, most of these laboratories are managed by Orochimaru. If these equipment are lost, he will have to pay for it. No, I asked specifically. These instruments were bought by Orochimaru himself. The items on my list are all Orochimaru's personal belongings. Chiga corrected. Stealing public property is a serious crime, and Chiga can't afford it. But Orochimaru's personal belongings, I'm sorry. And Orochimaru is worthy of being a scientist in the ninja world. He actually bought high-tech equipment that the village didn't have a budget to buy. And if he wants to buy, he buys the best. Orochimaru has a heart that silently dedicates to Konoha. He really. I cried to death. Now it seems that I'm not worried that you will be schemed by Orochimaru. You will have to empty Orochimaru's belongings. Kushina complained. Besides, I have to bear the blame. You are really my good disciple. Kyan laughed awkwardly. Haha, it's not that Kushina teacher is bored staying in Konoha village. Isn't it good to find you something to do? Thank you. Kushina rolled her eyes at Kyan, but still put the list away. Not to mention, it's quite exciting to suddenly get a big one after not causing trouble for a long time. Kyan also laughed. He knew Kushina would not refuse. In this way, he can save a lot of expenses. When Jiraiya finds the secret realm for him, he can save a lot on the crow's rations. He is finally leaving the Moonlight Clan. By the way, Teacher Kushina, you should be a little more careful in Konoha village recently. Some time ago, I felt that there were some prying eyes around you. Kushina's identity as a Jinchuriki has been exposed after the battle on the front line, and the village is basically aware of it. Although there have been no assassinations in the past half-month, there are indeed many people spying in secret. Chiga had sensed several malicious eyes a few days ago. However, before he could make a move, these malicious eyes disappeared completely. It seems that the Anbu who protects in secret are also quite capable. Yeah, you too, don't fight too hard on the front line. Orochimaru won't take good care of you like Sister Tsunade does. Hearing this, Kushina nodded. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.